program known as Vikran Aspire Series. Vikran Aspire Series is building tomorrow's leaders. This is a thought philosophy which Nukul sir, we and all have discussed earlier, and it is a continuation of learning journey. Today, it is day 1 for MS projects. I request Divinu sir to introduce our facilitator and brief about it. Divinu sir.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, welcome to this learning session, which is very, very important for all our business purpose. And as all of us know that in Vikran, we have initiated very seriously the training and development program, the learning journey, and the competency development. Actually, in parallel, we are also working on the exercise of the competency development, which is an overall framework of competency mapping and competency gap assessment. And thereby, we will also undergo this particular series of learning journey throughout the organization across the country. But we have to start somewhere. So when we all discussed with the management, and also we felt the need that if we start the learning journey last year, like we started the LMS, and that LMS was actually based on web-based and on the online-based platform for taking up various psychological and other kind of learning courses. In continuation with that LMS, we also felt that the training or learning on the MS project was extremely relevant, particularly with our related EPC business sphere, where the time planning is of critical importance. And in all our projects, we find that we are delayed and we are finally landing into a situation where we are getting slapped by the liquidity damages, or there is a huge cost overrun resulting from the IDC or the OPCs. The site keeps on running for an indefinite period, and obviously the time plan has gone haywire. So it is of utmost importance and critically relevant to control the time span, to monitor effectively the time by which the project will be completed. There is a contractual timeline, and we always say that we would like to complete the project ahead of schedule, but in practice this is not happening. So we have to inculcate in our blood the importance of the critical time monitoring. And this time monitoring will give you both the fruit for getting additional claims settled from the customer. Forget about that. If there is a damage arising from either LD penalty or any consequential damage, that also you have to prepare proper groundwork by which you will be able to prove to the customer that this particular subject of timeline exceeding was not attributable to Vikran, but because of so and so reason. Might be some side constraint, might be some front availability, unavailability. So all these things are nicely captured if we have a proper tool, which is nothing but MS project. Yes, we are accustomed to do this on normal Excel-based platform, but MS project distinctively gives quite a few advantages, which the expert Mr. Jugal will all elucidate and explain and make it handy for all of you. So we felt that we should inculcate a practice of establishing MS project-based project schedule. In fact, whenever there is a new order coming into the house, when we are booking the order in the SAP system, line item-wise, WTS element-wise, in addition to the project cost uploading, we should also, at the very beginning, do a contractual timeline-based MS project-based schedule, which we have to update and monitor maybe on a monthly basis. So for that, we need to learn and understand how this project has to be used, what is the benefit of such MS project-based project schedule, and that is the background how we have come here today. So I would request each one of you to take it seriously and get the acquaintance of this MS project package. This is spanning over 3 days in different weeks. Today probably 23rd of December, then next session probably 30th December, and next session is scheduled probably on 3rd of January. And we have also intentionally kept it spanning over individual weeks because you are all very busy in your day-to-day business activities. So it will be perhaps difficult to undergo at a stretch for 3 days. So it is spanned and interval according to 3 weeks on 3 specific days. So, and not only that, this is probably, I'm not sure, 20, 25 odd participants who are participating here, but in addition to that, we are also broadcasting it through YouTube to benefit our site colleagues so that they can also take this advantage across the country. So, I will not further elaborate. This is the background and this is the objective of such training program. So, kindly make this as good as possible, as much as possible from this. And I'm sure it will be participative type, and if you have any question, any kind of gaps or any kind of apprehension, you can ask Anshu or Mr. Zubair regarding the course program. And most importantly, last but not the least, you should be able to use it after the proper program when you have gone through and you have come out of this program of 3 sessions. You should be able to, utilize this for your day-to-day business operations. And that I would like to see from you that yes, now the MS project is used for drawing up your project schedule in practicality and also getting updated. And any customer, believe me, any customer will be more than happy to accept MS project-based project schedule. It is such a versatile thing. So with this, I wish you all the best. Enjoy the learning and get maximum out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So, Zubair, thank you so much. So, what do I shoot?
Zubair, over to you. Adusan, two little forward from your little head.
Good morning, friends. As Raisler has explained, it's top management's point of view that we should be in line with the market, as Sir has said. We always talk about we should complete the project and of the schedule, but it is not happening. I'm sure MS project will help you in better project monitoring in terms of scheduling, resource allocation, and mobilization of the resources, man, material, and machinery. If you do it properly, I'm sure we will be, I will not say 100% changes, but some changes, if you find some changes in a positive direction, this is going to be fruitfulness of the training session. So any training is good for anyone because we get to learn some of the other things in your profession and personal life. Coming back, as I used to always say, so we expect, there is an investment company and the management is making the investment by way of, the providing the training, and I am quite hopeful that we will get the good results out of it. And only you people are going to do it. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good morning team.
Good morning.
So before we begin with the session, I would like to
to let you know the agenda, which is just a summary part of what topics we are going to cover. But before I take you into details, I would like to understand that how many of us we are already working with this project. So that of course we have 3 days of training. Okay, we could have kept it for 2 days, maybe for 2.5 days. But sir especially said that we will go ahead for 3 days because the project what we are working live, okay, we should be able to implement it, and we kept a gap so that once the day 1 is over, you can go back, you can work on those topics, you try to implement on the existing project, so that in next week you can come up with your questions. If you have any issues, okay, we can resolve them, or we'll try to resolve them. Okay, we cannot expect that everything will be handy, we will be able to resolve it right there. Okay, but of course we will have a picture and we will get some sort of solution. So as I said, I would like to understand very quickly how many of us are working in MS project. If you can just raise your hand, I will be okay. 1. Okay. I think the few of, I got a schedule from your end, so probably the people, they might be working on the site and they might have prepared a project and they have already shared a project. They have prepared a project, but I found that, it is there up to certain limit because we have the planning part. The resources are not deployed to them. We are not able to calculate the cost over there in that project. And of course, how we are using the resource, underutilized, overutilized, how better we can utilize, okay, that information we don't have as of now. So what I will do is, I'll just let you know what project I got, okay, and of course we will keep on working on that project. But before that, we will start with a very basic project. I'll take you through the interface because as only one person is working, most of us are new, so we need to worry team. I'm going to take it from scratch. And how many of us we work with Excel? I think almost all of us we work with Excel, right? So in Excel we have rows, we have columns. Few of us might be doing or might have done the planning in Excel, but in Excel as such that we don't have a proper tool, right? Excel is there to analyze your data in better way, but for the proper monitoring, tracking, okay, we have a separate tool which is MS Project. Because in Excel we cannot share, say that we are not working on Saturday, Sunday, the people they are working on different times, they are working on different sites, okay, but we are monitoring or we are handling the project over here. Okay, few of the consultants, we would like to share some of the plan that we would like to have the delivery of the goods has to be done on this particular date. So that we cannot do it in Excel. Okay, again we cannot link the task over there, once we finish task A, then only we want to start the task. So you will get a lot of advantages, okay, when we are working a proper tool. So I'll let you know that part. Okay, so we will move ahead. So I'll just let you know what project we have, okay, what project I got. Of course, we will not start with that project, but I'll just let you know, this is what a project I'm getting. I got. Should I keep it away?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a humming sound.
Okay, and please, you can let me know whenever you are not able to hear me, if you are not able to understand me, okay, you can always let me know. Okay, this is what a project I got. Now, you people are the technical expert on this project, okay, so we have a project. How many of us we saw this project or heard about this? If you are able to read it. Okay, who are the people they are working on this project, sir? Anyone?
मदर कोटला का मुझे रोहित ने दिया था. What I did, I told her that instead of showing some dummy data, use one of our data. So मुझे न्यूज़ ने मदर कोटला का थ्रू वही दिया था. This of what data मुझे बस दिया है. तो MS Project में यूज होता है. So we will try to see learning from that particular data. I don't know many other.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so as I said, we don't have a very specific schedule. Of course, you might, there are so many things missing. Okay, later on we'll discuss on that part. How many of us already have MS Project installed on their computer, on their laptop? Okay, so over here, I will go a bit slow so that you can try in between. So what I will do is I'll just take you through. So as most of us, we are not aware of this particular project, what I will do is I'll just close this project as of now. Okay. And I'll just let you know the agenda, what we have on the agenda. We are going to talk about scheduling or planning. So how many of us we can understand what is scheduling and planning? What it is all about? Point number one, if you can let me know, in what we are talking about point number 1. Yes.
To allot a time for an activity is called scheduling.
Correct.
And to execute that schedule is a plan. So they are vice versa same.
Correct, right? So whenever we are saying we are planning a project or we are scheduling an activities, what it means is that we are writing the activities over there. Okay, we are going to let system know that what date we are going to start this activity, what date we are going to finish this activity, what will be the duration of that activity, who is the resource working on that task, because to execute our task, of course, we will have to deploy some resources. It could be a person, it could be an equipment, okay, it could be any cost over there, right? So resources, so that means we are scheduling that. Let me know if you are able to hear it, right? Okay, perfect. So over here, when we are typing the activities over there, and we have to let project know that this is task 1, this is task B, and task B is taken on task A. Okay, so those kind of relationships we have to keep. So this is nothing that we are scheduling the project. Now, what are the resources? Resources are the resources which we do require to execute those activities. Now, it could be a person, okay, it could be an equipment, it could be device, it could be material, consumable, it could be crane, it could be fund, okay, whatever resources we require to execute those activities. So we have to talk about resources. So we'll talk about resources. Can anyone let me know what is tracking? So that if we have a bit background, you'll understand when I'm taking you to that project. What is tracking or monitoring the project or updating the project?
Whether the things we have planned are going in time or not. That is
in time or not, right? Yes. So suppose if you have a project which is of 30 days. Now, as sir said that very rarely we are going to achieve our project in time. Okay, most of the time it happens that we have a project of 30 days. We took 35 days to complete the project, 40 days to complete the project, 45 days to complete the project. Very rarely it is going to happen that we have a plan of 30 days and we have completed the project within 25 days or not 30 days. Okay, so why the changes are happening? What are we were not able to complete an activity in time? So those kind of reasons we have to monitor. And if we have an activity which was for 10 days, okay, it got for 12 days. 12 days to complete the task. So we are going to have a variance of 2 days. There could be a difference between the cost, right? As we are not able to complete that task in time, the following activities we have to postpone them. Because if we don't complete the previous activities, we will not be able to start next activity or other activities which are dependent on that activity. Right? So over there, time to time we monitor the project. Because if you have a project of 1 year, and if I'm in the first month of that project and something got delayed, like it was scheduled for 10 days, but I took 20 days to complete. So right here in the first month only, are we able to visualize what will happen after 12 months or after 15 months? So maybe if I had something on a very specific day, today itself I can let that person know that I'm going to require this resource so and so and so. Okay? So that is what we are going to work with tracking. Okay? Then we will talk about reports. Time to time, we have to share the reports or the information with all the stakeholders. Now, it could be a project manager, it could be a supervisor, it could be civil people, electric people, right, whatever. So we have to update them, even we have to update to vendors, we have to update to contractors. Okay, so time to time we have to keep on sharing the report with them. So how do we share the report? That we are going to learn. And then we are going to talk about resource pool. At times it happens, one person is working on 2 different projects. So if I'm handling the second project, and if the person is already occupied on the first project, so I don't know that he is occupied on first project on which date. Okay, so if the same resource is working on multiple projects, so how better we can handle, how do we understand his or her time sheet? So that we will talk about resource pool. And then we have sub projects. If you have a very quick project, maybe of 2 years or maybe of 3 years, so probably you might have divided in different phases or independently. You might have done the planning for project 1, project 2, project 3. But at the end, they are one project, right? So what we can do is we can take all 3 projects into one file and we can consider them project 1, project 2, project 3 as a sub-project of this master project. Okay, so these are the topics we are going to cover. Now, before you work practically, what I will do is, I will take you to a project here, how it looks like, right? So the tool, if I opening project here, project professional, So once I open project, so this is what a window we have, and let me create a project from a blank project. If I'm going to take a blank over here, so this is nothing but a project, right? Now over here, as I said, this is the Gantt chart here, right? Okay, so whenever we create any project, if it is from the scratch, it will take us to Gantt chart. And what exactly we mean by Gantt chart, we have to write all the activities over here. In our project, if we have to perform 30 activities, we have to type all 30 activities over here. We have to let project know that how many days, weeks, month we are working on those tasks. Okay, what date we are starting the activity, what date we are going to finish the activity. And here is the predecessors, how the tasks they are linked with each other. Say, I know that it will be too early if I go in detail about predecessor, but just to let you know how the tasks are linked over there. And I have another column which says resource name. Who are the resources? They are going to execute these activities. And we can keep on adding the columns over here. So this is nothing but the interface of this project. And here we have rows like 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't have the rows as of now, but as it is as well as we are working with Excel. It look wise, it is as well as we are working with Excel. We have columns and we have rows. Correct? Now, any guess in project how many columns we have? Like in Excel, how many columns we can have at the max? A, B, C, right?
Except B. Except B.
Except B, yeah. So the total number of column is except B. Okay, will be difficult, right? So we have around 16,000, okay, columns over there. So very close to say 16,500, right? So we have 16,000 columns, but in MS project we don't have those many columns. In MS project we have around 250 columns. And why do we have these 250 columns? To have the information, different information. Like here I'm saying task name. How much time that particular task is going to take? We have to have duration. What date we are going to start? We have start. What date we are going to finish? We have finish date. How they are linked with other activities? We have to type that in predecessors. Who are the resources? They are working on these activities. We have to do that, right? Now, how to insert another columns over here? In project, we cannot create new columns. Okay, so we have to make use of an existing column. Like if I right click here, if I take to the insert column, now we are going to get the list of around 256 columns. Correct? Now I'm saying 256. It depends how many baseline we are going to say. What is baseline? I'll let you know in detail. But these are all the columns we have. Now most of the columns they are pre-calculated. For example, if I'm going to take cost column, and if a resource is working, I'm saying that resource is for 1,000 and the activities of 1 day, the cost is 1,000. But for some reason, if I'm going to change the duration from 1 day to 2 days, the cost will become 2,000 in its own. So most of the columns they are pre-calculated, right? So just to let you know, we have around 256 columns. Now you will say that if everything is there, where can I put the formula? Because at times the project may not give me the exact figure what I am looking for. For example, if you are working with a project, I have deployed the resources, I am going to get the cost, okay, but I would like to add on GST also, right, which is 18%. Now, either I have to insert that GST figure in the cost, or maybe I can put in a separate formula. So project has given us 30 more columns over there. So those are the columns as text 1, text 2, text 3, and here we can keep on writing the remarks, we can keep on putting them on. So just to let you know, we can have columns, we can have the information over there, right? Not it will be very difficult for me if I talk about the blank project. So what I did is I have downloaded one project online, which is like or I can download it from here, right? So let me just talk about one project. I can go to templates. There are many templates available. The project has given us so many templates. If I click on File, New, and here it is giving me the list of all these templates. Like if I'm looking for any project, I go to project. Okay. If I go to project, as of now, let me take any project. Let me take commercial construction. I know that we are. Okay, so let me talk about this commercial construction, and I'm going to download one template. Okay, Okay, so see, this is nothing but I'm talking about Gantt chart, right? So in Gantt chart, we need to type all the activities over here, whatever activities we have to perform, we have to type all these activities. What is the total duration of this project? Is 344 days. We are starting the project on this day and we are finishing the project on this day. Okay, this is nothing but the predecessors that we have written, and these are the resources they are executing this project. And on the right hand side, we have the same activity, like this activity is for 3 days. I'm going to get the activity in bar, like we are going to start this activity on Tuesday, okay, Wednesday and Thursday, and we have to perform this activity for 3 days over here. Right? So that is how this is nothing but a Gantt chart. Now this is what the first chart I'm talking about, which is Gantt chart. Now, I said that we have around 256 columns in this project. As of now, we have one view which is Gantt chart view, where we have to write all the activities and we can fill in the information. But once we have written these activities, we have around 28 views in this project. Now, why do we have these 28 views? Because we can see the same project through 28 angles. As of now, the project is for 344 days, very close to a year. Okay, but now I know that I'm not going to focus on those activities which are following for 11th month or 12th month. I would like to have my focus more on those activities which are following for next month, right? Or for the current month, or maybe for next 15 days. So quickly, if I would like to know the details, I'll click on View tab, and here we have different views. So I said we have around 28 views. So why I'm saying so? Because at times, if we don't know the views, we try to search the information in a view which will not help us much. So project has given us different views. In Excel we have only one view, right? Or we can see the data into chart, or we can create a pivot table. Okay, but over there most of the time we have one view, but in project we have around 28 views. Like as I said, if I would like to see those activities which are following for the next month or for the current month, I'll click on View tab, and there are two sections we have: Task view and the Resource view. Let me talk about other views. Even if I don't know in which view section that comes, I'll take you to other views. And if I say more views, it's going to give you the list of all these views over here. Correct? So let me take this calendar view. If I click on calendar, so over here it is giving the calendar view. So what I'm talking about, we are talking about December 2025 is the calendar, and I'm getting all those activities which are following in the calendar. Now I can have a printout, maybe I can paste it on my table, maybe I can paste that on the notice board. I know that this project there are 20 people working. Okay, few of them they are signed, they have given them the contractor. Okay, so I just keep on pasting this on the notice board so that people they can see all the time, what they have to do. Like I can say that this activity received notice to proceed and sign contract which is for 3 days. We are going to start it on Thursday. We are going to finish it on this Thursday. Sorry, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, right? On Friday we have to perform 5 tasks: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And there is only a task on Friday. I'm starting in morning and I'm finishing in evening time. So my point is, team, we have the same schedule. We don't rewrite the schedule, but the same schedule we are going to get in calendar. Correct? So over here, if I just want to take you back, I'll click on Gantt chart, and that has taken me back. So we just need to update in Gantt chart, and all other views will update to it so that we can see. As I said, I want to focus only on those activities which are falling for December. Okay, or maybe I want to see those activities which are falling for the next month, like in Jan. So again, I can go to calendar view over here, and now we can change it. Just I'm talking about December. If I go, so it is talking about Jan. I can see week wise. I can customize it. Weekly schedule. I would like to see the schedule for 15 days. I can go there and I can see. Correct? Can someone let me know what is network diagram? I'm just taking a simple thing, team, right? First of all, because we should have a bit concept so that when we are writing our own project, we should understand it. Can anyone let me know what is network diagram of any project?
Network diagram shows how the activities are linked, how it is linked to that.
Absolutely, right, correct. So how the activities are linked to each other, we know that in Excel most of the time we have table and we convert that table into chart. Why do we convert that table into chart? Because we should be able to understand data very quickly. Because in table maybe I may have 10,000 rows. Okay, I have 10,000 rows for the sales of 12 months. But at the end I just want to know that the month of Jan and the month of Feb. So I just want to see only 12 columns over there, right? Or 12 bars, or maybe 12 lines to understand 10,000 rows. So my point is, whenever we have to convert the data, the huge amount of data, we want to summarize into chart. Time to time we can keep on converting. The same way, team, here we have around these many activities. I'll just let you know how many activities we have. We have around 144 activities. Correct. Now, if you would like to know these 142 activities, how they are linked to each other, of course, I can take off from here as well, right? But it is very difficult to understand. So, what sir spoke about, I can go to network diagram. So, once we have scheduled it, if I take you to view tab, network diagram. So, network diagram is going to show me the relation of these activities, how they are relevant to each other. So, over here I can see that, we have these tasks. Okay, we are going to get 3 types of symbol. Anti-max, we are going to get 3 types of symbol. One is the parallelogram, the second one we are going to get rectangle, and the third one we are going to get diamond symbol. I'll talk about why we have different symbols over here, but as of now we can see in the rectangle are the activities what exactly we are going to perform. Then we can always zoom in and zoom out, so I can go here, I can read it. If I point my cursor here, so receive, notice to proceed and sign contract, activity ID is 2, this is for 3 days. Now once I finish this activity, then I have to perform these, I have to start these 5 activities over there. What it means is that in network diagram I can understand till I don't finish this task, I won't be able to start these tasks. So whenever we have to have the network diagram, that is, it is the relationship between the activities and we are able to get the flow of a project. That is for the network diagram. Now here, couple of activities, rectangle are the activities too. Couple of activities, they are in red color, red border, and few of them they are in blue color. Can anyone guess what to be, why we have in different ways, red and blue? Just I guess, right? I know that you are not working on project, but if you know the concept, you will say something.
Critical activities.
Which are the critical activities?
Maybe red.
Red. And how do we define the critical activities?
So it's maybe in the longest part. Which activity relation with the longest duration and is had depends on the longest as well as the important.
Okay, actually all the activities are important, right? But what the first thing you said, the longest part of this, the activities which are there on the longest part are the critical activities. Or maybe very quickly I'll just say in that way, I know that most of us, when we understand in our college, just let me have one. Suppose I have an activity, right? I have one task A, this is task B I have, this could be task C, this could be task D, task E, and I have task E over here. Okay. I have here task A, this is task B I have, okay, which is again for 1 day. Okay. This I have task C, which is again which is for 2 days. Here I have task D, okay, which is for 1 day, and here I have task E, which is for 1 day, and assume that this is task F in 1 day. And this is task F, which is for 1 day. Okay, now over here what I'm saying is, I have a project or a network diagram. I have a project or a network diagram. Now over here I'm saying task A is for 1 day, right? Task B is for 1 day, task B is for 1 day again. Now, if suppose once I finish task A on Monday evening, Tuesday morning I can start task A and task B. Correct? So, here let me know what will be the duration of this project. I hope you are looking from there. So, what will be the duration of this project? Can anyone guess? And it will take some time to do the calculation. 5 days, right? So, over here, which activities are the non-critical activities? Non-critical activities you are looking for. Which activities are the non-critical activities? B and E, right? The reason is, if I go with this path here, so we know that this is 1 day, 2 days, right? 4 days and 5 days. But if I go here 1, 2, 3 and 4 days. So over here what is saying is that the longest part of our network diagram is the critical part. And the activities which are there on the critical part are the critical activities. That is 1 day. But not necessary that in your project you are going to have only one network diagram. Okay, in your project you may have more than one critical path. Right? So it is not necessary that you are going to have at least one critical path, but it may happen that you may have two critical paths or three critical paths. So over here I am saying the bottom line, critical activities are the activities which we cannot delay. Like flow, right? So if we don't have any flow, so over here if I'm going to increase the duration of this activity, like if I'm going to increase the duration of this task D by one more day, still the overall duration of project will be 5 days. It will not increase the duration. So my point is the activities which we cannot delay, if we are going to delay that activity, it will delay the overall duration of my project are the critical activities. Right? So over here, now at the max how much I can delay it, at the max, task B is for 1 day. At the max for how long I can delay? How much I can delay?
Maximum 1 day.
Maximum 1 day, either by task B or task C or both together, 1 day is the total slack we have, right? So actually the technical word, how much buffer we have or how much total slack we have 1 day. So here I'm just trying to make you understand the critical activities, non-critical activities, total slack, okay, and the critical part. So 4-5 things if we can understand, that really help us out to understand our plan in better way. Okay, we can optimize our plan in context of duration, in context of cost. Right? So here I want
slack is for that particular you have drawn the task B and task A. The slack is applicable only for the task B and B, sir.
absolutely
Not for B and C,
not for the others, right? So over there, over these two tasks, we can have the slack only for these two tasks, right? This one and this one. And therefore, I am saying the word is total slack. So total slack, either D or E. So the total slack, okay, is 1 day. So either you can delay this by 1.5 day, 1.5 day, or this by 0.5 day, 0.5 day. I mean, the overall duration is 1.5 to 2.5 day, or you can keep it 2 days, 1 day, or you can keep 2 days and 1 day. So the total slack, okay, in this phase we can say is 1 day is the total slack we have. So anyone, any question? Now, we don't create this network diagram, right? Project is going to create the network diagram. Project is going to decide which activities are the critical activities, which are activities are the non-critical activities. That depends on the duration of those tasks. That depends on the duration of those tasks and how we are linked, right? I know that most of us, we might have done CPM part, right, in college. Alright, so we used to count from left to right and from right to left, and whatever gap we have a buffer over here. If you have to do the calculation, manually, it's a very long process. Okay, there are steps to resolve it. So even if you are changing the duration of any of the activity, okay, you have to rework over there. Maybe it's going to take around 30 minutes, 45 minutes to understand how much work you have. But in project, that is not the case. The moment if I'm going to change the duration and the predecessor, automatically it will update the network diagram. So here if I take you to network diagram, I hope you understood this up to a certain limit, and I'm going to do it practically, you will understand that in a better way. So here we understood that red are the critical activities, blue are the non-critical. Now I'll take you back to it. Now I spoke about, we have around 28 views. The first view I spoke about Canva, where we write all the activities. The second view I spoke about calendar, that we can go to the calendar and we can focus only on those activities for 15 days, 1 month. I spoke about network diagram. Correct. Now to execute these activities, we will.
So that critical parts of the red color parts are the activities which are critical activities. The blue color, जो मेरे को दिख रहा है, उसमें slide का अपना option है.
उसमें slide.
Exactly. And the word you have also use the float. Yeah. Float use क्या? What is that?
Say, आप float बोलो, buffer बोलो या slack बोलो, they are
Same.
Okay, they are. So either you can say float, you can say buffer, or you can say slack. But in MS project, the technical word is total slack. Total slack. Total slack. Because I say buffer and float, the reason is the people, they may not understand the total slack. Okay. But in MS project, we say they are the same. Now, if I take you back to Gantt chart over here, say, I already said that I can come to network diagram, और यहाँ network diagram में मुझे ये पता चल रहा है कि ये यहाँ पे slack है, लेकिन इतना slack है that I cannot understand from here. Okay, so like over here, if you would like to understand that part, I already spoke about in MS project we have around 56 columns. So whenever you are seeking any information, you can insert the column. For example, before duration, if I right click, if I say insert column, so there is a column called total slack. Now over here, I have a slack of 19.8 weeks over there. I have a slack of 99 days. Now what this 99 days is indicating, like even if you delay this task for 99 days, it's not going to impact anywhere. Yeah, so you have, so that is a free part we have, right? So अगर कोई resources task के ऊपर work कर रहा है, तो वो जैसे मुझे 4 दिन के लिए छुट्टी चाहिए, तो I don't mind. Or maybe if someone is asking that we have to defer this resource to some other project, okay, we have a slack of 99 days. So even if this task is going to delay for 99 days, it will not impact on the overall duration. Right? So time to time we can go and we can check out the slack. Okay. So just to let you know, either I can go to network diagram, I can check out from there, or I can insert a slack and I can just see from there. Okay. Now to execute this project, we will require some resources, right? So these are the resources we have. Resource pool. Now, if I click on View tab and if I take you to the resource sheet over here, so there's a resource sheet, we have to find all the resources. So over here, now this could be a person, this could be a team, okay, this could be an equipment, this could be a device, this could be crane, this could be consumables like cement, petrol, diesel, right? Okay, now in project we have 3 types of resources. We'll discuss in detail about that. What is work resource, what is material, and what is cost resource. So the type of resources we are going to discuss in detail. But as of now, we can see that few of the resources, they are in red color and few of them they are in auto color. We don't change the color. Project is going to change the color. So can anyone guess why few of the resources are in red color and why few of them are in black?
The need of
Measure the activities.
Critical resource, or how do you
Come in critical part.
okay, so actually the resources, they are in red color if they are working on those activities which are critical. It's not the case. Okay, because you might have assigned a task to me on Monday which is not critical, but I am performing one task on Thursday which is critical. So I may work on critical activities, I may work on non-critical activities. I know that comes to our first thought that the resources, if they are working on critical tasks, are in red color, but it is not even that. Any other guess?
Critical resources,
Critical resources.
Critical resources.
How do you define critical resources?
Find the student will not understand what is the digital and what is not.
These resources are using multiple tasks on multiple tasks.
No, but I can work on Wednesday, I can work on Thursday, I can work on Friday.
So they are overloaded.
With the same resource,
Overloaded resources.
Overloading.
multiple resources.
How do you define overloaded resources?
Multiple activities.
Same resources at the same time, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if the resources are in red color, that means they are overloaded.
Yes.
Overloaded or over-allocated, right? Over-allocated. So what it means is that suppose I have a project, we are supposed to work from 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock. So you gave me a task from 9 o'clock to 7 o'clock, I have over-allocated. I'm working overtime. Okay? But if I'm working only for 2 hours, 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock tasking, 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock tasking. If I'm working on 2 different tasks at the same time, I'm over-allocated. Right? So over-allocation, that means you have assigned a task to the same resource, okay, at the same time. You are attending the training and someone is asking us to sit on the desk. It's not possible, right? Either you will be here or you will be there, right? Okay. So now we will say that, why you are going to assign the resource in that way? It happens. Because we are so much occupied when we are scheduling our project, we don't think much about the resources. But when we keep on deploying the resources, we understand that this resource is working on Monday and this resource is working on Friday also at the same, this resource is working on Monday on task A and this resource is working on Monday on task B. Right? So over the time to time, we have to remove the resource. Now how do we remove the resource over allocation? We'll see it in detail. Okay, that how do we remove the resource over allocation. But just to let you know, they have the resource.
Ideally, nothing should be in red.
Ideally, it should not be, but practically it is not. It may not be possible. Ideally, it should not be green. Why I'm saying that practically it may not be possible? Because you gave me a task of 8 hours, right? 9 o'clock to 6 o'clock, assuming that we have 1 hour lunch time. And now you gave me one more task of 30 minutes. Now you know my capacity that I will be able to complete this task. Maybe I will have on lunch time. I'll do a bit faster way. So 30 minutes task I can adjust, and you know that 30 minutes task we will be able to do. So those kind of order allocation will always be there. But if you are giving me a task of 1 day and you give me a task of 4 hours, so that kind of order allocation will happen. So ideally it should not be in red color, but it may not be like this practically. Sometimes, the people will be orientated by 1 or 4 or 5, sometime here. Sometimes, the 6 o'clock also, if you are waiting some time, if our office is at 6 till 6 o'clock, we get a time we spend 15-20 minutes to complete the task and we close it, right? So those kind of order allocation. Okay, now we know that this particular person is over-allocated, right? He is over-allocated in the project, but on which task he is over-allocated, I don't know. Because this project is there for 1 year. Now on which task, on which month, on which week, on which day he is over-allocated, I don't know, because I have to remove the over-allocation. Correct? So I'm saying that, okay, this person is over-allocated. But कौन सी date में over-allocated है मुझे नहीं पता. So if we have to see the detail, there is a different view. We have view tab, resource usage. If I take you to resource usage, now over here we can see the detail view. This person is working for 130.64 hours and is allocated on this day, on Friday. He is working 8 hours on this task and 4 hours on this task. So that means he is working on submitting on and he is working on obtaining building permits. So maybe you will have to give alternate resource, or maybe you may have to ask him to complete this 4 hours task or something. So it depends, So this person is allocated for 4 by 4 hours on Friday. He is allocated on Monday also. But we are not utilizing him fully. He is supposed to work for 8 hours. He is working only for 6 hours on Tuesday, right? So here we are going to get the time sheet of these resources. So we have a separate view which is resource usage. So my point is, we have Gantt chart view, right? We have calendar view, we have resource sheet, we have resource usage, right? We have network diagram. So there are 28 views we have and time to time. Where the problem comes if we don't know that we have these many views and which view we have to use at what time. We try to search every information over here and that becomes a challenge. We don't understand or it takes a long time. Okay, especially it is useful when we are curious. Okay, any other question over here so far? So it is just a overview of talking about the interface development project, not much.
Resource usage is a
it is in view tab, resource usage. Right?
What is that? What would you want to be our 16 hours of class?
This is for overall for how long they are working, right? So this, if I'm talking about this particular GC project management, this person is working for 130.64 hours overall for this project, right? 16 hours is working on this task, 4 hours is working on this task, and we have this procurement, right? So 56 hours we are working, that person is working, or a team is working, obtaining building permits, he has to spend 16 hours or 2 days, 4 years is working. And on the right hand side, we are going to get the breakup, right? On the right hand side, we are going to get the breakup of these time. If I take you here, so he is working 4 hours over here in 1 day. So he's working on 2 different tasks. I mean, one task 4 hours.
So according to my project, I can edit the time schedule here.
So we have to do that, right? So according to our project, we have to change. But ideally, we don't change it over here. You have to change everything in Gantt chart. I mean, most of the things you are going to change in Gantt chart, and we will get the replication of all this data into those. I hope you understood this part. Anyone, any questions?
CMB sir, he may come. Avinash sir already came here. He sat, he observed, he went there. CMB sir is also working on YouTube. He will come, he will sit, he will not even come to know and he will go back also. They should be participating on majority of YouTube, sit here and learn also. In case you are not able to see what at the back, when I was standing here as well, sir, representative pull the chair and sit here. Okay, in case. If you are comfortable, it's okay. But in our office, please ask sir whatever you want. Regular access, don't worry, subsequently the organization will take a call on it. Right now, we'll go to the learning process. Sorry, I can't get you. tea, coffee will come here only, we are not keeping a break because of paucity of time.
So over there, we understood that we have number of columns over there. We have around 28 views. Time to time, we can keep on moving to different views and we can see the information. So it was just to talk about the interface, how it looks like, because almost all of us we work with Excel day in and day out. We know that what is data tab, what is data tab. But here, this is what the interface is. I hope you understood this part. Okay. Now, what I will do is I'll just take a very simple project. Actually, our concern is not to focus more on the line items, we are going to focus more on the concept. Okay, so I'll just let you know, we are going to have a project, a very simple project. We have to schedule a training program. Okay, and assume that 20 people they have to attend the training program. So we are going to email to 20 participants. We are going to get the acknowledgement from them. We are going to email to the trainer. We are going to get the acknowledgement from both the sides. Once we got the acknowledgement, okay, we have two types of course material. We have to distribute the hard copy to them. So we are going to type, we will format, we will print, and we are hiring the training room. Okay, so we have to install the computer over there, the hardware. We are going to install the software. And once both the milestones are done, okay, we will conduct the training. We are going to take feedback, and then we'll say our project. So I'm typing a very simple project. Okay, so how do I do that? Those they have the project, they can work with me. If they have the tool, they can work with me. Those they don't have any option. If they want, they can share the laptop. Okay. So over here, I'll start the project from the scratch, right? So I'm taking a blank project. I think I'll zoom it. Sometime I cannot zoom it as of now, but I'll zoom it so that if you're not able to read, you can read. But focus what I'm saying. Okay, even if you type the schedule in Excel file, you can type the schedule in Excel file. At least you'll be able to know that what activities you have to do. Okay, so that you can understand if you're not able to. So you type these activities, you can try. So here I'm going to say arrange one-day training. Arrange one-day training. This is the project name I'm typing. Okay, after that I'm going to say email to trainer. I'm going to say email to participants. I'm going to say confirmation from trainer. Confirmation from participants. Right? I'm sorry for this spelling mistake. Then I'm going to say typing, or I'll just say preparing course material. I'm going to say typing, formatting, printing, material reading, preparing training room, installation of computer, installation of software, I'll say room ready. I'm going to say conducting training, feedback, and the training is over. More project. Now let me just increase our font size there. If I can increase to its maximum so that you can read it from there. Okay, so these are the 16 activities we have, right? So as I said, if suppose we are preparing a plan to conduct one training, correct? Now to conduct this training, I'll have to email to participants, I'll have to email to trainer, correct? Once we get the confirmation from both the sides, then we'll start preparing the course material. And when we're going to start preparing the course material, we have to type, format, print, okay? And then we can say my material is ready. And then after that, we are going to prepare a training room, installation of computer, installation of software. Okay, now just a question. If you are talking about any plan, what do you do first? As I'm typing the task over here, what do you do first? After typing the task, what do you need to do first? You think of any of your projects, right?
If you are planning for the implement of materials on the side like establishment of the site office. So
Yeah, so these are the activities.
These are the
right?
activities.
So you have written the activities over there. So once you are done, what is the next step? Duration. Before duration. Before duration of each individual activity.
You have to simply the leaders.
Correct, right? So whenever we are working with any project, we have to think of WBS first. And what is WBS? Work breakdown structure. And why do we do that?
Decomposition of the project.
Say, if we have a project, right, so we divide the same project in different pieces so that we can handle them easily. I can understand that who is responsible for this particular phase. Like I'm saying, we are dividing the project in different phases over there. Correct? And the technical word is WBS, work breakdown structure, so that it becomes easy for us to communicate with other people that who is responsible for phase 1, how much time phase 1 is going to take, okay, how much amount we will require to complete the phase 1. So that is nothing but WBS, work breakdown structure. Correct. Now, before I take you to work breakdown structure, I will have to schedule all these activities as auto schedule. So as of now, these activities are manually scheduled, right? We can see that we have two types of activities, manually scheduled and auto schedule. So what I need to do is the first thing we have to schedule these activities auto schedule. Now why the option manually schedule is there? Till I don't have the full information of this task. Say I'm a project manager, I don't know how much time that is going to take to type 100 pages. Even I don't know how many pages we have to type because I'm a project manager. I'll have to take an update from the trainer that how many pages you are going to type. I'll have to check with the typist. So till I don't have the full information, I can keep the activity as manually scheduled. But finally, all the activities they have to be auto scheduled. If all the activities are not auto scheduled, that means our plan is not complete, right? So how do I schedule all these activities auto schedule? I'm selecting all these tasks over here. And then in task tab, I have this auto schedule. Once I click on auto schedule, so we can see, on the Gantt chart on the right hand side, I'm getting this activity is for 1 day, and all the activities, the duration is of 1 day. Question mark. And what do we mean by question mark? It is an estimated duration. We are not sure how much time it is going to take. So whenever you schedule any activities auto schedule, by default it is going to give me 1 day question mark. Okay, the next part we talk about WBS, work breakdown structure. Noting I already spoke about we have around 256 columns in MS project, and you can keep on inserting them. So let me insert a column as WBS. There is a column called WBS. So how do I insert any column? Before task name, I will right click here. I'm going to say insert column, and here I'm going to say WBS, work breakdown structure. So this work breakdown structure, it is as well as we have the task ID, like it is 1, 2, 3, 4. We have the same task ID here. I did not do the WBS. I have just inserted a column as WBS. Correct. Now, first of all, we will create a title of this project. The title is very much necessary. We have to have the title. If I don't have the title, I will not be able to get to know overall duration of my project. Okay, if we have the critical part, the total slide has to be 0. So my point is, we have to have the title of the project so that whatever the overall calculation we are getting, that will be there in the sum. So arrange one day training is not an activity, it is the title of the project. So what I want to do is, I would like to make that as title. So under this title, whatever task we have, I would like to indent. I would like to perform all these tasks under that title. So how do we indent? I'm selecting all these tasks. I will not select task 1. I'm selecting from task 2 to 17. And here I'll click on task tab, and here we have indent. Now the moment if I click on indent, what it means is that this has become the title of the project, and under that title I'm going to perform all these tasks. It's a summary, right? So over here now we can see WBS is 1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Okay, so this is nothing but we are doing. Okay, now email to trainer is an activity. Email to participant is again an activity. So these are the 4 activities we are going to perform. Now preparing course material is the name of one phase, right? You know that as you said that procurement is one phase, right? Testing is another, installation is third phase. So maybe I'm saying preparing course material is the phase, one of the phases of my project, and under which you are going to perform typing, formatting and printing. And once they are done, I can say my material is ready. So preparing course material, again I would like to make that as summary task. So I'll not select the summary task, I'm going to select all subtasks. I'm selecting typing, formatting, printing, material reading. and I will go to task tab, and again I'm going to say indent. Once I say indent, now we can see team preparing course material has become the summary, and under which we are going to perform this task. And we can notice the WBS is now 1.5.1, 1.55 language. Correct? Then preparing training room is not an activity, right? I would like to consider it as a name of another phase, preparing training room, under which I'm going to say installation of computer, installation of software and room ready. So I'm selecting these tasks over here, and I'm going to indent them. I'll click on task, I'm going to indent, and now we can see installation of computers, installation of software, and correct. Now over here we can see that we have 1.1, and here we have 1.5, and then now in that summary we are performing these tasks. Okay, say I may have 7-8 phases in a project. As of now, I don't want to focus on this particular phase. What I can do is I can simply minimize it. Maybe I can minimize it. So I will be able to see all other activities. Now, if I'm a manager or if I'm handling this particular phase, maybe I can expand it and I can be more precise to look on those activities. Okay? So it is all up to us team. Time to time we can minimize the phase and we can add. Now, if I have achieved something, we know that we have achieved one milestone. Like if I perform set of activities, if I'm going to say typing, formatting, printing, I can say if I perform these 3 tasks, I can say my material is ready. Okay, so I would like to mark this activity as milestone. So how do I mark this activity as milestone? In duration, I have to type 0. So here we can see if I'm going to type 0 and if I press enter, we can see that we have achieved one milestone. And I'm getting the date over here on what date I'm able to achieve. Say as of now it has given me the current date because I did not specify on what date we are going to start the project. It gave me the current date. Okay, so material ready is a milestone. Once I say 0, I got milestone, right? Okay, then I'm going to say room ready is another milestone. So I go there, duration, I'm going to say 0, and if I press enter, so that will be the milestone. Now, what could be another milestone? Training over, right? I'll just go there, I'm going to type 0. So there are 3 milestones we have in our project. Okay, so this is what W is. So my point is, whenever you type any task in a MS project, the first thing you have to say auto-schedule. The second thing you have to do the If you don't do the WPS properly, we will not get the proper duration of the project. We may not get the proper cost, right? Even the resources we may not deploy in the proper. So you have to do the WPS properly. You should know your project and you have to divide the project. Now it depends on the thought flow team, right? It depends how you are going to do. For example, if I have to construct 3 buildings, and each building is of 15 floors, right? I have to develop 3 buildings, and each building is of 3 floors. Now over here, how I'm going to plan, that depends what resources I have. If I think that, I don't have much fund, I'll construct building 1 first. I'm going to sell some flats, residential structure I'm talking about. So I'm going to sell some flats, and then I'm going to have earning. I'm going to include those funds to construct the second. In this case, what will happen is, maybe I may have first building, or maybe first 5 floor of building 1 is phase 1, next 5 floor of building 2 is phase 2, next 5 floor of building 3 is phase 1, right? So over here, what I'm doing is I'm deciding to construct building 1. If suppose I have enough resources, right, I don't have to worry much about funds. I know I have 3 teams parallel they can work on all 3 buildings. So maybe I can say first 5 floor of all 3 buildings is phase 1. Because I will start working on all 3 buildings at the same time. So it depends, team, what is your resources you have and how you will start. So that depends. The project is same, but the way of working is different. It depends how much. I hope you are following me, right? So therefore the WBS is very important, right? So we can understand. If you have any question, anyone let me know.
Actually, zero duration task, not only milestone. Suppose in regular basis, construction activities has some particular duration. Conducting meeting with the client or with internal meeting. That has continuous process. There is no duration required for that. So maybe time out, you can say.
No, you are talking about milestone or you are talking about recurring?
So you are saying that zero duration is a milestone. But in a regular project, having a meeting of client along with the client, it's a regular process.
Yeah, but you have to consider this one. It's a time-consuming task, right? Okay. Because you are going to the client. Maybe if the client is coming to your office, but you are going to spend some time. Okay, if you are going to have a
Submitting the grades, submitting the drawings or any supervision.
maybe you can take that as miscellaneous task, but you need to put a duration, because if you want to calculate the cost, then you have to put the duration. I do understand that I'm working on the payroll of a company, right? But even if I'm going half day out, so there is a burden to the company. I mean, there is a cost involved in the company, right? They are paying me the salary. So if I'm going to go out, even if I'm a meeting for 15, 20 minutes, okay, it will happen. If you don't want to consider that task, maybe you don't take that in the part. So it depends, at what minute level you want to schedule.
If you give a 0, then it takes as a milestone.
It will take as a milestone.
But that's not a milestone.
That is not a milestone.
Yeah.
We can do the other way around. If you are saying that material ready. Now I'm going to say material ready. I can say material ready only when I'm taking a review of that material. Now to take the review of that material maybe requires 30 minutes. Maybe I can say 30 minutes the duration, but still I can mark that activity as milestone. My point is, in the duration, if you type 0 days, it will become milestone. At times, if you have a duration, and still if you want to mark it as milestone, then you can double click on that task, and there, we can mark this milestone here. So I can mark it as milestone. So an activity may have a duration and could be a milestone. But if an activity has 0 days, it is always a milestone, right? Not that. So this is nothing but WBS system.
So we have got 3 points. One, again, one is what is the technology that is for the
Title.
title. Second one is preparation of post-studies.
A summary class.
Third one, milestone.
Yeah, it is in
Can we change the sequence of this?
You can always change the sequence, right? You can take this up, you can take it down, you can insert a task over here, right? You can delete the task, and if you want, you can move on, but rather moving it, you can cut and paste over there. So you can always swap it. Okay, now I already spoke about in network diagram, we have 3 types involved, right? So I would like to see the network diagram of this project. I know that as of now we did not put the duration, but just to let you know, if I click on View tab, if I take you to network diagram, so in network diagram, I spoke about we have 3 types of symbol. So the parallelogram is the summary task or the title, right? All the parallelogram, they are the summary task. Rectangle are the task, and this diamond symbol is your milestone. Okay, so in network diagram, just to let you know why we have different symbols, we are going to get 3 types of symbol. Okay, summary, task, and milestone. Okay. If I take you back to View tab, and if I take you to Gantt chart, so we are back to Gantt chart.
But that rectangle is the summary task. Rectangle
Is the task. Parallelogram is the summary task. Rectangle is an activity or the task.
Uh-huh.
And diamond symbol is the milestone.
What symbol?
Diamond. This.
Diamond symbol. So the zoom
Material. Okay. There is this moving. Then the project is over. Training is over. So these are the points. Okay. So we have written the task, auto schedule, WBS. What next? Baseline will come much later. Before predecessors. Duration of activities, right? We did not define the duration because these are an estimated duration. Wherever we have question mark, that means it is an estimated duration, right? So over here we have to type the duration. Now we never type the duration for the summary task because once we complete the duration for sub task, automatically it will give me the calculation of the overall project, right? So here arrange one day training is the title, will not put the duration over there. Suppose event trainer is going to take 1 day. Not in my set, will focus more on the concept rather focusing on these tasks. So event to trainer is 1 day. Event to participant is 1 day. Confirmation from trainer is 1 day. Confirmation from participant is 1 day. Correct? Now this is what a summary task we have preparing course material. So I will not type anything in this duration. I will go to typing, and typing is going to take 2 days over here. Correct. Formatting is going to take 1 day. Printing is going to take 1 day. And now, the moment if I type 1 over here, you'll notice that I'm going to get an exact duration for this preparing course material. As of now, we have question mark. Correct. But the moment if I type 1, you'll notice that the question mark is marked. Of course, the duration is not correct for the summary task as of now because we did not link these tasks. We never say that once I complete typing, then only I'm going to start formatting. So once we say that, then we are going to get the exact calculation. But we never put the duration for the summary task. We always put the duration for the task. Okay. Now over here, preferring training loop, how much duration should I type here? Anyone answer? No duration, right? The reason is this is a summary task here. Installation of computers, I said that assume 20 people they are going to attend the training. So we have to install 20 computers. Now to install 20 hardware, we will require 2 days. And to install software on those 20 computers, we will require 1 day. Okay, and we can say our room is ready. So you can see that 2 days is the overall duration of our preparing. Then conducting training is for 1 day. So I'll just go there. And 1 day is the training. I'm going to type 1 day. And feedback is for 15 minutes. So over here I can type 15 MIN. So 15 minutes is the feedback. Not the moment if I type 15 MIN, you will notice that I will not have the question mark over here. Right? It is going to give me the duration. If I press enter 15 MIN, now we can see the overall duration of this project. So we had written the task, auto schedule, WPS, and then the task duration. What next?
Relationship.
Link it, right? Predecessor. Because we know that the overall of duration may not be 2 days because email to trainer is going to be 1 day. Once I email, then only I can get the confirmation from that person. So then only I'm going to get the confirmation. So that is 1 day plus 1 day, 2 days. Once I get the confirmation, then only we are going to start typing. Okay, those 2 days and this 4 days. Once the typing is over, then only we are going to start formatting 5 days. Then we are going to have printing 6 days. So from outside only we can calculate that the project has to be more than 6 days, right? Okay, but that overall duration is 2 days because as of now all the tasks we have started working parallel, right? Because all the tasks we are starting on Tuesday. So how do I say that once I email to trainer, then only I'm going to start, then only I can get the confirmation. My point is, once I email to trainer, then only I can get the confirmation from trainer. We have to make my plan understand, project understand, that once I complete this task, then only I'm going to start this task. What kind of relationship we have between these two tasks? Finish to start, right? Once we finish this task, then only we can start this task. So how many relationships we have in project team? 4. Which are they?
Finish to start to finish.
Correct, right? So over here, what I will do is I just take you a basic part of this relationship and we are going to implement it. Right? So that you can. I've already written somewhere the concept of it, but just to understand the relationship between the activities, I'm going to save this project. Time to time I will keep on saving this project. Let me have my project. Okay, just to understand the relationship between the project, I'm going to take a blank project, a very simple project I'm going to have team. Okay, so here I have task A, and I have task B, right? And both the tasks are of, this task is, let me have auto schedule. I'm going to have auto schedule. Now the duration of this task is for 4 days and this is for 2 days. Correct? Now what I'm saying is that once I finish task A, then only I will have to start task B. So the relationship that we have is finish to start. Once I finish this task, then only I will start this task. So here in predecessor, what I need to do is I will have to say 1 finish to start. Now whether I say FS or if I don't say FS, okay, by default that will be taken as finish to start. So what I am saying is that once I finish this task A, which is getting finished on Friday, okay, then that will start on Monday. The reason is in this calendar, Saturday, Sunday we are not working. I think you are not able to see the green color over there. Let me have this color, right? So actually, I hope this. Okay, so we can see that here on Saturday, Sunday we are not working, so we have a grey marker. Okay, that means we are not working. So what I am saying is that okay, initially we are working both the tasks parallelly, but I'm saying once task A is over, then only I'm going to start task B. So I'm going to type 1. Once I type 1, then we can see once I finish task A, then only I can start task B. Okay? This is nothing but finish to start we have. Okay? What is the other relationship we have? Finish to finish, for example. What I'm saying is that we don't have any concern what time we start the task, but we have to finish at the same time. Like if we take today's example, we have to start this training at 10 o'clock. What time you start from here is not a concern. Someone might be coming from, we all are coming from different locations, right? So someone might have started at 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8:30, 9 o'clock, right? So we don't have any concern what time you start, but we have to finish this task at 10 o'clock, right? So that is what we are saying is, I don't have any concern what date we are going to start, but we have to finish both the tasks at the same time. So that is one FF, one finish to finish. So we can see that we are going to finish both the tasks at the same time. For some reason, if I'm going to change the duration of this task to 5 days, automatically this will also get finished at the same time. Right? So this is nothing but the relationship we have finish to finish. Okay? Now the next one, so I said finish to start, finish to finish. Another one is start to start. If I'm going to say one SS, so what we are saying is we have to start both the tasks at the same time. Say as of now both the tasks are getting started on the same time. Okay, but they are not linked. For some reason, if I'm going to start this task on some other day, so this will not shift. So if I want, both the tasks they should start at the same time. So I'm saying one SS. So for some reason, if I'm going to change the date of this task to 24, automatically this will get shifted to 24. So we would like to start both the tasks at the same time. Right? That is a start to start. What is the another relationship? We have start to finish. Right? So if I'm going to say one, start to finish. So basically what we are saying is, I would like to finish task B first, then I would like to start task A. But as we are putting the relationship here, the dependency here, I can say task A is father, B is son, right? Son is dependent on it. So what I'm saying is that task A will not move. We'll have to click on task B. Right? If I'm going to press enter, so here we can see it is asking me that we are going to have a conflict, but it's all okay. We have to finish task B first, and then only we are going to start task. Very rarely we are going to use this kind of relationship. We use this relationship only if you have not written the task in sequence. Otherwise, I could have taken task B first, task A later, and could have said finish to start. Okay? Very rarely we are going to use this. But just to let you know, we have this kind of thing.
Must say that कि अगर हमारी टाइम से नहीं हमें डबल बेस एक्सेस सीक्वेंस नहीं बनाया है, then only SF will come into the picture.
Will come into
Otherwise there is no.
Otherwise there is no usage. या अगर आपको क्लाइंट को यही बताने कि ये टास्क पहले है ये बाद में है उस सीक्वेंस, then only in that case you can use. Otherwise you don't have to. Okay. Now what I'm saying is that I know that if I'm going to say one finish to start, so that means I'm finishing task A first and then I'm going to start task A. But purposely, I would like to give a gap of 1 day. I would like to finish task A, then I would like to have a gap of 1 day, and then I'm going to start task B. Lag, right? So that is called as lag. So how do I do that? 1 finish to start plus I'm going to say 1 day. So plus 1 day means I'm giving a lag of 1 day. So here we can notice purposely I'm leaving Monday blank, okay, and then I'm going to start. Because once I finish task F, now I want someone who should go and literally inspect, and I need to keep 1 day. Maybe it could be for anything. Maybe you might have done some civil work. For query purpose, you want to leave 1 day over there. Okay, so you are going to say gap of 1 day, and then you will start. Then, if I would like to start task B, once the task A is over by 4 days, I'm going to say 1 SS plus 2 days, right? What I'm saying is that task A is for 4 days. But once the 2 days of task is over, I would like to start task B. So here we can say this is 2 days. So once the 2 days of task is over, we are starting task B. Correct. Now for some reason, if I'm going to change the duration of this task from 4 days to 6 days. So now what I want is, I would like to start this task on the 3rd day. If I press enter, so we can notice it is not starting on 3rd day. Because I said, so I will have to come here, I will have to change 3 manually. For some reason, if I want to increase the duration of this task by 8 days, then I'll have to come and I will have to type 4 manually. So what I want is, I want, whenever the 50% task is over, I would like to start task. So that way, what we can do is we can put the predecessor in percentage, right? I'm going to say 1 SS plus 50%. So here we can see, once the 2 days of task is over, then we are going to start task. For some reason, if I'm going to change the duration from 4 days to 6 days, automatically it will start on that basis. Or if I'm going to change it to 8 days, it will start on. Okay, so I'm just trying to explain the relationship in one call and show you all the relationship.
We can also do minus.
And we can have that in minus also, right? So over that in, if I have 4 days, I would like to finish task B 1 day before task A finishes. So here I'm going to say 1 FF minus 1 day, right? So we are able to finish this task 1 day before. I can say in percentage also 1 FF minus 25%, right? So I'm able to finish this task once the 25% left finishing task. Okay, so we can put the predecessor. So just to let you know, whenever we have the task, we have some relationship and we need to identify what kind of relationship we have. Okay, so in one way if you have to write somewhere, I'll just let you know these are the.
Actually, more than 2 activities.
Yes.
2 activities we can easily do. There are 3 activities.
We can link, right? So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, SS plus 50%, 1, 2, SS plus 50%.
We can link n number.
And no. But ideally, once first phase 1 is over, and now you are starting the activity which is at the end of phase 1. So you don't link all the above activities, which is linked to minus 1. Because we have achieved this minus 1, then you are going to start phase 2. So here, team, just to let you know that these are the links we have taken: 1 finish to start, 1 finish to finish, SS, asset, I said lag time, okay. It could be after finish, it could be at the start, it could be in percentage, it could be in minus 2, right? So these are the tasks. And once the training is over, I'm going to share this file with you, right? So that you can understand. I will typing the duration over there. If you can remember, I will be typing the duration is 1 day, 2 days. And here for feedback, we are taking it only for 15 minutes, right? So just to let you know, team, here I'm taking the concept, then we can put the duration. We can put the duration in day, in minutes. We can put the duration as week. If you have an activity which is for 1 week, so I can say 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. I can say 0.5 day, right? We can put it in decimal. Or maybe I can say 4 hours. Assuming if you have a calendar of 8 hours, and if I'm saying I'm working for half day, that means you are working for 4 hours. So either you can type 0.5 day, or you can say 4 hours. Okay, so this is just to let you know, these are the links, and these are the links. Okay, so just to let you know the link.
How do we find that 0.5 days is equal to 4 hours? If I am supposed to work for 10 hours in a day, and then 0.5 days I will type, then it should be 5 hours actually.
Absolutely. Okay.
And
how do we decide that? You have to set the calendar, right? We did not set the calendar, but you have to go to project, you have to set the calendar, and over there you say that, for how long you are working in a day, right? So I'm working 8 hours per day. If you are working 10 hours per day, so from which day to which time to which time, so that we have to set the calendar.
1.5 day means half day. 4 hours.
4 hours, because we are assuming that we have 8 hours, right? If you are working 10 hours in a project, so you have to declare a calendar. So how do we set the calendar? That is
okay.
Yeah. So we are going to talk about the calendar. How do we set it? So because as of now we are not working on Saturday, Sunday, right? So if you want to work on Saturday, so how do we mark that calendar here? So here we have written the task, auto schedule, WPS. Okay, we have written the duration over there, and we are talking about linking the task. Can we take a break? So over here, we are going to link the task, but before we link, we'll take 15 minutes break. So now it is 11:40. Now 15 minutes, right? Yeah. So please be time, please, because we have.
This cover we are doing a serious service likely to come here. You told me just now also. Take मतलब थोड़ा washroom ये वो. जो लोगों ने नाश्ता मिस किया, यहाँ पे स्पाउट सभी के in case you want, yes, 10 minutes break.
10 minutes. So first thing, we have to write the activities over there. Correct. Then we went with auto schedule, WPS, duration, and now we are going to talk about premises. Correct. So over here, I already spoke about the overall duration of the project is 2 days only. Now, even to trainer, okay, these two activities are independent activities. Once we start these activities, that means we are starting our project. Okay. So therefore, we will not have any predecessor for these two tasks. Now, I'm going to say confirmation from trainer. Now, when I'm going to get the confirmation from trainer, that question is once we email to him, right? So, what kind of link we are going to have here? If you can guess, finish to start, right? Now, over here, I'm going to say to finish to start. Now, I already said whether I type FS or I don't type FS. Okay, that means this FS will get removed, and we can notice this task will get shifted to the next working day, right? So here we can see, and whatever changes are happening, okay, you are going to get that in light blue color. So over here, I have set 2, and here we are getting this task. Confirmation from participants. Once I email trainer, once I email to participants, then only I can get the confirmation from them. So here I'm going to say, ideally, we don't put the link to summary task. Now, why we don't put the link to summary task, that I will show to you in some time. But here, I'm going to say typing. Now, typing is depend on what? Can anyone guess when we are going to touch to typing part?
Once one confirmation from trainer and participants.
Participants, right? So someone raised a question, how do I link 2 tasks to a thing? So I can say here I'm going to say 4, 5. So simply I'm going to say 4, 5, and now we can see both the tasks, this task will get shifted here, and as of now the duration is 2 days. Now we can see the duration is increased by 4 days. Okay, so we have to give this part. Now if I'm saying charting, assume that we have to type 100 pages. Once the 50 pages or once the 50% typing is over, I can start formatting. What kind of link has to be there? If I would like to give in the start,
70%.
minus 50%, right? Or maybe I can say in the start also, it could be 7SS plus 50%, right? So once I start, I would like to have a lag of 2 days. So 50% I will. I'm going to say 7SS plus 50%. And here we are starting this task. Now I'm saying formatting. Once the formatting is done, then only I can take a printout. So what should I do here? 8, right? I'm going to say 8 because at finish to start, right? So 8, and now we can see the duration has become 5 days. Now once the printing is over, okay, I'm going to say my material is ready. So in this case, what should I type? Once the printing is over, I can say my material is over. It should be 9 there, right? Okay, if I'm going to say 9, so that means I have completed this phase over here, and the overall duration of this phase is 3 days. Earlier it was giving me 2 days, but now we have this phase preparing course material for 3 days. Am I right? Okay, now over here, we will not put the link to this particular task, preparing training room. I'm not going to put the link over here. I'm going to say installation of computers, right? Now, could you guess this is depend on what? When we are going to start installing the computer? Confirmation from trainer and participants both, right? Because this phase has no relation with this. Of course, they are the part, both the phases are the part of this particular project, but I'm saying this has no relation with this phase as of now, independently, right? So here I'm going to say this is dependent on 4, 5. Correct? I'm going to say we have to install 20 computers. 120 hardware is installed, then I can start installing software in there. So I can say once 50%, okay, so I can say 12 SS plus 50%. Am I right? So here I'm going to say 12 SS plus 50%. Now I can say my room is ready. Once the installation of software is done, I can say my room is ready. So here I'm going to type 13. Am I right? I'll press enter. Now conducting training. When we are going to conduct training team? When both the milestones are ready, right? So once the material is ready and the room is ready, right? So here I'm going to say 10, 14. If I press enter, so he has achieved his milestone and the overall duration of project is 6 days. Okay, I'm going to take feedback. Once the training is over, I can take feedback, right? So it depends on 15 only. Am I right? And now I'm saying once the feedback is over, I can say my project is over. So I'm going to say 6. So this is nothing but if we had written the task. Okay, we went with WBS or auto schedule, WBS, task duration, and we went with predecessor. Now this predecessor again we have to do it in a proper way, right? If you don't put the link in a proper way, you will not get the correct schedule. So time to time we have to cross check and we can do it. Now if you can notice, okay, I'll just increase the font size over here if you are not able to read it from there. So if you notice, like if I'm taking this training in a room, we are taking the training in a classroom and we would like to take the feedback on the paper, right? It is not online. If I'm going to take feedback on a paper, could you guess what actual problem we are going to face over here? Maybe I can change the date format like up to a certain limit. At any point of time, if you have to change the date format, I can always click on File, Options, and over here I can go to Display tab, General tab. Let me have the date in this format so that we can know the day also. Okay, so over here, if you can just let me know what challenge we are going to face if we have scheduled the project in that way. If you especially focus on these two activities, conducting training and feedback.
What is your question?
The question is, I have done this planning, right? I'm into planning, and I'm saying that we have this plan. Now, what actual problem we are going to face for these two activities? I'm taking the training.
It is completely the same way, but because conducting training is 4 days already taken, some adjustment will done
For the 15 minutes, right? So I'm saying, team, we are taking the training on Tuesday and we are taking the feedback on Wednesday, and it is only for 15 minutes. So this should not be there, right? Because we are taking the training on Tuesday, so we would like to take the feedback on Tuesday only for a reason, because it is only for 15 minutes. Now for 15 minutes, we cannot call the people on the next working day and come and fill up the feedback. As I already said that we would like to have the feedback on paper, it is not online. So over here, what should I do in this case? I hope you understood the challenge. Right? Okay, so I would like to take the feedback on Tuesday itself. What should I do?
Increase working hours for the
I can increase the working hour for this particular day, right? But assume that for this particular project, 50 resources are working, 50 people are working, and for this training, only 20 people are involved. So if I'm going to increase the time for that specific day, those 30 resources will also have to work 15 minutes extra. We don't want that to happen. So if I want, I can increase the time for that specific day. For 30th December, I can increase the time. But if I'm going to increase the time, that means I'm increasing the time for all the resources.
So same day will be required for the feedback activities.
So how do we do that? That is the question we have. We would like to have the feedback on the same day. Why is going on 31st then?
because we have already done 1 day.
Yeah, so just once the 1 day is over, and after that, even if we have an activity which is for 1 minute, it will go to the next working day. So we don't want to take it to the next working day. So one solution is there, we can increase the time for the full day, right? For that Tuesday we can increase the time. But I already shown you the challenge.
Finish to finish.
Finish to finish, right? If I go here, if I type 15 FF, so that means we have to finish both the tasks at the same time. So we can see, we are taking the feedback on 30th December. Correct? But over here, if suppose I am sharing this project with the client, and client is saying that last 15 minutes you are working on parallelly on 2 activities. That is not possible practically, as you that we have that kind of task that you have to finish the training first and then you have to take the feedback. So to be more precise, what I will do is I'll just take the time also. If I click on File, I'll go to Options here, and in here in General tab, what I will do is I'll just take this into time format. So let me take this time format. Okay, so on Tuesday, like as he said, finish on Tuesday we are taking training from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. and on Wednesday we are taking the feedback from 4:45 to 5 o'clock. That is last 15 minutes we are working on both the tasks at the same time. Practically we will not, which is not possible. What should be the other case? Correct, right? So we can, the other way what we can do is we can reduce the training time, right? So here conducting trainings for 1 day, I already said that we can put it in decimal. Let me have 0.96 days, and here we know that we are taking the training from 8 o'clock to 4:41, and from 4:41 to 4:26 we are taking feedback. Or to be very specific, I can say 7.75 hours, right? So here we can see that we are taking the training from 8 o'clock to 4:45, and from 4:45 to 5 o'clock we are taking feedback. So how many possibilities are there? We can increase the time of that day, okay, but we have a challenge. Maybe I can say 15 FF, but suppose that we don't want to disclose that we are working parallelly. So the third part is we can reduce the training time, right? But now my manager is saying if the training duration is for 1 day, you need to take it for 1 day full. And after that you take the feedback. So ideally is asking me, this one thing. She's asking me, we have to take the training from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and from 5 to 5:15 we have to take the feedback. So how do I schedule it to the next 15 days? Not if anyone is saying that I can go and I can change the time management. If I want, I can do that thing, right? I can do start and finish. I can go and I can change the time or date. But ideally we are not going to change this date and time. Let it go as per the link. I'm not saying we cannot change. If we are changing, that means we are putting the constraints over it. And we put the constraints for a very specific case. So I'll talk about after some time what is constraints. So team, how do I take it to the next after 15, after 5 o'clock over 18? I can say elapsed time. Elapsed time is a very useful concept we have in project. If I'm going to say 15 EMIN, EMIN what it means is that we are elapsing the time of that particular activity. So we can see that we are taking the training from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and from 5 to 5:15 we are taking the feedback. So this elapsed time is very useful too. Okay, at times we cannot stop the project in between, or we cannot stop the task in between. Okay, we don't have to look on the time. We would like to complete that task. Like if I have to take backup, I'm talking computer backup. If I'm going to take data backup, and I know that it is going to take 3 hours. If I've started taking that backup at 4 o'clock, I know that it will go 4, 5, 6, 7, right? However, my time is getting over till 5 o'clock. I cannot stop the backup in between. Because if I could stop the backup in between, okay, my fear is the data will get corrupt. Or even if I could stop in between, next day I will have to restart it, right? So at times, we cannot stop the task in between. We want to complete that task, okay, without looking at the end time. So that way we can make it on this elapsed time.
But effectively you are increasing the timeline for that particular day, no?
For that particular task, sir, not for particular day, right? So for particular task, right? So I'm saying for feedback, we have increased the time. What it means is that for feedback, if 20 people are involved, okay, those 20 people, they have to increase till, they have to work till 5 days. If I'm going to increase the time for the full day, that means all 50 resources, they are bound to work till 5 days. That is what it means, right? So what you said is absolutely right. So we are increasing the time, but not of day of that task. Okay? So that if 20 people are involved, only 20 people they will have to work. If I'm going to increase the time of that day, all 50 people they are bound to work. Yes, sir.
E means like E-days also.
Ideally, we don't put it in E-days, will become 24 hours calendar. You can say hours, right?
Yes.
Hours, right? Say E-day, you can say if you are not working on Saturday and Sunday, and if you have a task which is on Friday, then if you are going to say E-day, you can work. But better convert it in hours and then you work, right? So E minutes and E hours, okay, don't take it in.
Please E hours, 2 hours, 2 E hours.
2 E hours, right?
This is calculated on the 8 hours in a day.
It is calculated because we have defined the calendar. How do we change the calendar? We will change it. Right? How many hours you work a day? 8 hours, right? Okay. If you want to work for 9 hours, we can change the calendar. If you want to work for 7 hours, it depends. So we did not set the calendar. We are going to set the calendar. We are working as default calendar. So here let me take here. I hope we understood this part. So elapsed unit is very useful. Okay, so we can change the time, right? And it's not like Excel, we select the cells with right click format cell and we can change. Because if we are going to change the format, it will change whatever date columns we have. Let me change the date format here. I'll click on File, I'll take it to Options, and in General tab, I'm going to go here and I'll take that to this date format where I'm able to see date, and month. Now, team, what we are doing is we are hiring the training group. Assume that we are paying 5,000 rupees per day for the training group. Okay, so here we do require training group for how many days? Training group we do require to conduct the training, it is 1 day, but we have to do some pre-work also, right? So here it is 2 days, right? So we do require training group only for 3 days, but we are hiring it on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, right? Thursday, Friday. Okay, suppose we have a commitment with that vendor that we will not pay him for the non-working time, right? So over here I'm saying we will not pay him for Saturday, Sunday. So okay, we have that kind of commitment. But even if I'm going to pay, if I'm not going to pay him for Saturday, Sunday, but still we can see him, we are hiring him for 4 days: Thursday, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. We do require training group only for 3 days, but we are hiring him for 4 days. Why it is happening? That we need to understand. I hope you are following me, right? Okay. So the question is, I'm saying, okay, and we do require training only for 3 days. Why we are having for 4 days? That question we have.
Compared to the install, that is 2 days. In training group, you need to install the computer.
Right. So that is 2 days we require. We will require those 2 days because we have to install it, right? So my point is, sir, we do require it for 3 days, right? Overall. So preparing training group, we do require for 2 days, and to conduct the training it is 1 day. So overall, we do require it for 3 days, but we are hiring for 4 days, right? We can see that we are taking from Thursday, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. Thursday, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. Of course, we are not doing anything in the training on Monday, but still we have to pay the cost. So my point is, why we are not doing anything on Monday?
The space is already occupied by your computer. Somebody else is not going to use that.
No, but they are saying, okay, Monday we may get a contract over there. So the space is not utilized, that is correct, right?
Week off is in between. After room ready, conducting training should be on Monday, sir, not actually on Tuesday.
हाँ तो क्यों जा रहा है?
Because मटेरियल रेडी जो ट्रेनिंग कोर्स होने के लिए एडिशनल वन मंडे तक आपका मटेरियल जो रेडी होने के लिए
रेडी होने के लिए टाइम लगता है, राइट? तो एक्चुअली हम लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं कि जो ट्रेनिंग है, कंडक्टिंग ट्रेनिंग, ये 2 फेज के ऊपर डिपेंड है, राइट? पहला वाला फेज है प्रिपेयरिंग कोर्स मटेरियल, जो कि 3 दिन का फेज है, और सेकंड वाला जो फेज है प्रिपेयरिंग ट्रेनिंग, वो 2 दिन का फेज है. तो जब तक ये दोनों फेज कंप्लीट नहीं हो गया, आई कैन नॉट स्टार्ट ट्रेनिंग. Correct. So over here, what we are saying is this phase is going to take 3 days, and this phase is going to take 2 days. Now over here, we will complete this phase in 3 days over there, and we have completed this phase within 2 days. So we have to wait on Monday. Actually, we are not doing anything in finishing on Monday. We are setting ideal because our course material is not coming. You understand my point? Which phase is critical? It's critical, right? So ठीक, अगर मुझे यहाँ पे इसका कॉस्ट सेव करना है, तो मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड माय पॉइंट, राइट? तो पहला तो ये है कि ये हम लोग 4 दिन के लिए इसका हायर कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमको वेट करना है मटेरियल के लिए.
हमें एक दिन अहेड हो जाना पड़ेगा प्रिपेयरिंग ट्रेनिंग.
तो अभी मुझे कॉस्ट सेव करना है, तो बेसिकली व्हाट आई वांट टू से इज टीम, जो installation of computer है, अगर मैं उसको Thursday को ना करूँ, if I'm going to do it on Friday, whatever we are doing on Friday, we will do it on Monday. And anyway, Tuesday we have training, right? So that means we can save the cost of one day here. Then, so my point is, whatever we are doing on Thursday, we'll do it on Friday, and whatever we are doing on Friday, we'll do it on Monday. You understand my point?
Yes.
But I can take decision here because we have very limited number of activities. How should I understand very quickly if we are working around 700, 500 rows? How should I understand quickly? Okay, so the bottom line is, team, I'm saying, if I'm going to shift this task on next working day, I can save the cost. But how I'm going to take that decision when I can shift this task to next working day so that it will not impact in the overall duration of my project? So we are talking about three things, right? पहले तो हो क्यों रहा है, ठीक है? Second वाला, ये ऐसा क्या रीजन, मतलब क्या करना पड़ेगा so that if I'm going to shift this task to some other day, will it impact in the overall duration of my project? That is the second one. But how do you know that? ये तभी आप फिगर पे calculate कर सकते हैं.
For that particular body floats.
And how do I know that?
The activity is having a free float.
Very quickly, how do I know that? Because मुझे ये पता है कि आप जो बोल रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे float है, यहाँ पे slack है, तो I can shift it. But how do I know it quickly? Okay, I spoke about column, right? Remember, when I was talking about view.
Yes.
Okay, so you can recollect that part. So I think what I will do is, let me just insert a column as total slack, right? I think we went with this chart, right? So over here, what I will do is, I'm just going to insert column, and I'm going to say total slack, right? So we can see, we have a slack of 1 here. So with this slack, I can take this here. What it means is that even if I'm going to delay this task by 1 day, it's not going to impact in the overall duration. So पहली चीज तो एक क्यों हो रहा है. Second चीज, can I shift this? So I understood that अगर इस slack है तो मैं shift कर सकता हूँ. तीसरा पॉइंट है, इसको मैं shift कैसे करूँ. बट पहले मैं आपको लेके जाऊँ shift कैसे करूँ. I'll just take you to my network diagram. Okay, कौन सा फेस रेड कलर में होगा? ये फेस रेड कलर में होगा, ये फेस. Preparing course material, right? We spoke about network diagram. If I take you to view tab, network diagram here. So network diagram, we can see that this is what the network diagram we have, and we can see that typing, formatting, printing, this particular phase is in red color, and this is in blue color. That means we have some slack over there, right? And how much slack we had, that we can just insert a column as total slack, and we understood that we have one slack. So first thing, why it was happening. Second thing, how do I resolve? If I'm going to shift it. Now the third thing, how do I shift it? Because मुझे shift करना है Friday को, और मैंने already बताया है कि date मैं manually change नहीं करूँगा, right? मैं कर सकता हूँ, but I don't want to change it manually as of now. I want project to schedule this task on Friday. So how should I do? What should I do? I hope you are following me.
I can change the start date.
I can change the start date, but you are putting a constraints over. तो फिर ये लिंक अपनी मीनिंग नहीं है. अगर आप मैन्युअली चेंज कर रहे हो तो लिंक अपनी तो don't change this. कहाँ पे सर? 4 में या 5 में? सर बता रहे हैं यहाँ पे मुझे 1 लाख टाइम डालना पड़ेगा, राइट? एक दिन का. बट मैं 4 में डालूँ या 5 में?
4 is.
Why 4?
After confirmation from trainer, we can start the installation of it.
Right. So as of now, what I'm saying, this task is dependent on both the tasks, right? 4,5. Now I can put the lag either in 4 or in 5. That doesn't matter because दोनों का finish date same. Correct? तो जैसे सर आप बता रहे हैं यहाँ पे मैं 4,5 finish to start plus Monday कर सकता हूँ, right? Okay? तो जैसे मैं enter की press करूँगा ठीक, ये Friday को चले जाएगा. Sorry, team actually case sensitive होता है. Okay? So I'm going to say it is 4,5. Okay, finish to start plus Monday, right? So you notice, this will go on Friday, and whatever we are doing, we were doing on Friday, we are doing it on Monday. Now we can see we don't have a slack. Okay, that means this task has become critical. As this task has become critical, it should be in red color in my network diagram. If I click on View tab, network diagram, so we can see here. Sorry, network diagram. So we can see, this space has become in red color. Both are, everything is critical now. You understand my point? So of course the task has become critical, but our concern was not to make it critical or non-critical. Our concern was to save the cost. Not to save the cost. If the task has become critical, that's all okay. That is not. We need to perform the task on the same. I hope you understood this.
It means although it is not a critical activity, we are just to save our cost, we are delaying our task. That's
Absolutely right.
exactly no?
Correct. Right? So to save our cost, what we did is, we have used that Slack to save the cost. So that, now we are not having the training room on Thursday. Right? Otherwise, we have to pay on Thursday, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. So now we are saving the cost of Thursday and we are utilizing Monday to solve. I hope you understood this part. Yes. So if you understand Slack, critical, non-critical, okay, which activities are getting involved in cost, probably I can use that Slack to remove the resource overallocation. See many cases. Anyone? Any question here?
Can I put this 4 plus 1 day, 5 in that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Or not?
No, it will not. Right. So I can say 4, finish to start plus 1 day, 5. We can do that. Now, I'll just take you to one point here, right? I'll just take you to a new project. Just to take for example here. Suppose I have 3 tasks over here. I have task A, task A, task B, and we have task C. We have 3 tasks over here. Task A, B, and C. Let me have auto schedule. I'm going to have auto schedule. The size. This task is for 7 days. Okay, this task is for 1 day. This task is for 1 day. Now, over here I'm saying task A and B, they are independent tasks. But task C is dependent on these 2 tasks. I'm going to say this 1, 2. Okay, this is dependent on 1. Now, task B is getting involved in some costing part. For example, task B is purchasing 5,000 cement bags. Now, if I'm going to purchase 5,000 cement bags, task B, we are going to purchase it on Tuesday, right? And we'll have to maintain them for those many days, these many days, because we would like to use those bags only on Wednesday. Only on Thursday, right? Or maybe on Wednesday. So my point is, if I'm going to purchase on 23rd December, I'll have to maintain them on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe on Monday, Tuesday. I'll have to invest some cost to keep them, right? Maybe I may have to hire a warehouse. We may have to deploy some security people over there. So what should I do in this case? So that I want to save the cost, because unnecessarily I'm spending the cost. I hope you understood my point. Anyone, any suggestion? What should I do?
We cannot use the concept of products like this because the tasks are not dependent.
It is an independent task.
Exactly.
No, we can use.
No, we can use a Slack.
Yeah, we have Slack over there, right? We have Slack, right? We have Slack, right? We have the Slack of 6 days. So basically, I'm saying we are unnecessarily spending the cost of 6 days. Yes. FF कहाँ पे? क्या FF कौन सा? 1 FF, right? So if I say 1 FF, that is correct, right? I'm going to finish it 1 over here, right? So we know that if I'm going to finish by 1, so that means now we have this task for 1 day. So basically we are purchasing the cement bag on Wednesday, and maybe we can ask the dealer to directly deliver it to the site, right? So we don't want to take those bags anywhere in the world. So you can save the cost. But what I'm saying is, once I put 1 FF, actually unnecessarily we are making our plan complex. We would like to achieve the same thing, but we will not do the predecessor here. The reason is, it is not dependent on it, right? It is an independent task. But still, if I would like to achieve this, what we will do is, we are going to work with constraints over there. So I'm just trying to explain you the difference between the predecessor and the constraints. Predecessor will be only when you have the relationship between the tasks. If you don't have the relation, then you work with constraints. So over here, what I want to do is, I would like to perform this task as late as possible. मैं जितना late करूँगा, उतना मैं cost save करूँगा. So over here, what I can do is I can double click on this task B, and here I'm going to take you to advanced tab, and now we can see we have the constraints tab. There are many constraints we have. One of them is by default it is as soon as possible. Now I'll just say as late as possible. We can see we have slack of 6 days, but the moment if I say as late as possible, so here we don't have the slack, and we can see that we are able to perform this task. We did not type anything in predecessor, but still we are able to achieve the same. So this I don't have to burden on my thought कि यहाँ पे predecessor मैंने किया है. You understand the point? Okay, I'm doing this plan, but if I have to make someone understand that why I'm doing the predecessor, I will have to give him a lot of explanation that I have to save the cost. Once I keep that as late as possible, the person can easily understand as late as possible. There will be something we have to get an advantage if we do this task as late as possible. I hope you understood my point, right?
So there is no summary task assigned to task B, okay? There is no summary task. Then how it is being calculated that 31st December is the actual as late as possible? 31st December.
Because I said this task is different on these two tasks, right? This task is different on these two tasks. Say if I delete this relationship, then over here, whatever the last activity is there, if I'm going to take 10 days, so it will go as late as possible. That means whenever the project is getting finished, we are as late as possible. Actually, what is the last date of this? Say, what we are saying is that this is a project we have, right? I do understand your concern is that we did not make a summary.
So suppose we have the task 1,000 number of tasks, and we are clicking, we are making the constraint as late as possible. Then does it mean the last day of the any type of activities which will assign to that particular day?
As late as possible. Absolutely. Very good. So over here, whatever the last date is there of any of the activities, right? That is it is the as late as possible.
So can we add constraints in dependent activity?
Can we
Add constraints and dependent activity?
we can have, right? We can have both the things.
How many options are there?
No, there are many constraints. I just say. So over here, let me take that as soon as possible only. As of by default, it is as soon as possible, right? Now over here, I'll just keep it as 1 and 2. Now over here, we have another constraint over there, right? Remember what I said? I'm not going to change the date manually. If I'm going to change the date manually, what it means is that we are putting the constraints. As of now, I know that my project is getting started on 23rd because whatever the current date is there, it has taken. And this is an independent activity, 23rd to start. For some reason, if I go there and if I'm going to say 24, basically I'm putting the constraints, right? And what constraints I'm putting, if I'm going to say 24, so that means I'm saying, and you can see that constraints type here, right? Okay, now if I just take you over there, what is the constraint that is given? This task has start no earlier than 24 December. So the moment you change the date over here, what you are saying is that we are not doing as per the schedule. You want to start this task on 24th. If I double click, now we can see that the constraint has already taken start no earlier than 24th. So here if I take you, so we have as late as possible, as soon as possible, finish no earlier than, finish no later than, must finish on, must start on, start no earlier than. As of now, what I said is start no earlier than, right? So that I read and I have changed the date in the start. If I just go here and if I say as soon as possible, could you guess what will happen over here? Okay, it will keep on to 23rd December. Right? Okay, if I go here, this 23rd December I am saying. Okay, if I go there and if I'm going to say 25th December, what will happen? You know that we are saying which constraints I'm putting?
Must finish on that particular day.
No, it is not must. Finish. Okay, so if I'm going to say here, I'm saying finish no earlier than 25th December. Because I said the date here, right? So finish no earlier than 25th December. If I click over there, okay, we can just take out finish no earlier than how many December. So whenever you change the date here, whenever you change the date, that means it will give the priority to constraints and then to predecessor.
you can finish this task after 25th December. Maybe 26th.
No, finish. No earlier. Yeah. After 25th December again, but finish no earlier then. तो अगर कुछ रीजन है कि यहाँ पे 25 दिसंबर के पहले खत्म नहीं होगा,
25 दिसंबर को हो सकता है,
25 दिसंबर को हो सकता है, उसके बाद भी हो सकता है, पर उसके पहले।
Can you please insert one task between K?
मैं एक मुझे बताया
लास्ट में you have just added formatting, तो मेरे को डेट नहीं मिला, डेट मेरे को ब्लैंक मिला, तो डेट मैंने मैनुअल डाला, तो this is what constraint I am add addition of task.
कहाँ पे? C और B
और C के बीच में. Yes. Task B, whatever. You answer. Sure. Okay. वो auto schedule.
हाँ ये by default फिर auto schedule है.
Then only you will get the.
So over there, what I'm saying is that now assume that I have this task is for 7 days, this task is for 1 day, and here I'm going to say, if I'm going to say 1, you know that what I'm saying is that once I finish this task, then only I would like to start this. Am I right? Okay, I'll just talk about 2 tasks now. Okay, I have this task A, which is for 5 days, for example, correct? And this task is for 1 day. Now, if I go here and if I'm going to say 30th December, let me have Feb over here, right? If I'm going to say 2nd Jan, what will happen to I'm giving the constraints finish no earlier than 2nd Jan, right? So what will happen is I know that I gave a link over here, but link has no price. Actually, the link is there, but I already said finish no earlier than 2nd Jan because I changed the date manually. Now, at times what happens is we change the date manually, and for some reason we prepone the phrase, so we don't remember it over here. What has happened? Like if I'm going to delete this, what will happen if I'm going to delete this predecessor? It's still, it will be right there, right? It will not move. So we don't have a meaning for that link now. If I say as soon as possible here, if I double click, if I say as soon as possible, now I should be able to finish it on Tuesday. I should be able to finish it on Tuesday. So my point is, this is a technical thing. I mean, that can apply to our thought. Whenever you go there, you see the list of constraints. Okay, so just to let you know, we have predecessor and we have constraints. Something we do through predecessor. I mean, if the tasks are really linked, we handle it through predecessor. If they are not linked, but if you want to achieve something, we handle it through constraints. Right? So I just take you back to this project over here. I was working on this project. Now, I said we have to start. Earlier it was 4,5, and we have a slack of 1 day. We are starting this task on Thursday. But what if we have to start this task on Friday? So for that purpose, I went there and I put a lag. Now, it will be difficult for me to explain to others why I'm putting a lag. Why I need a gap of 1 day. Once you are finishing a task, immediately we can start. Once you are finishing the previous task, immediately we can start this task. Why do you have a lag of 1 day? Then I have to give you my explanation that I want to save the cost. So keep the link which is required, and on top of it, we can put some constraints in. Right? So here I'm saying 4,5, and if I double it, I'm going to say as late as possible. What it means is that I'm going to have the slack, and this task will go on Friday. I'll double click here, and I'll go to this constraints. I'm going to say as late as possible. Once you see okay, so we are able to achieve the same thing, but we built in constraints. I hope you are following me.
Is it so critical? No.
It is critical, right?
Now this is critical.
Even if you go to network diagram, this is still critical. It is critical. So my point is, at times the result will be same, but thought process will really be different, right? And you have to do it in a proper way. कि कहाँ पे actually हमको चाहिए, कहाँ पे change करना है, that depends, right? तो मैंने यहाँ पे इसलिए lag नहीं दिया क्योंकि मुझे पता है direct relationship 4,5 है. मैं अगर lag 1 day बताता हूँ, तो then I have to give a lot of explanation, or maybe I may have to think कि मैंने lag निकाला. तो अगर direct relationship 4,5 है, बाकी की चीज़ we can handle it. Okay, so as of now, I'm assuming
someone asked me now why you have already हमने 2 दिन पहले कर सकते थे, ठीक है, cost जाता हमारा. But how do we know as a मैं रिपोर्ट देख रहा हूँ कि हाँ ये हमने intentionally इसको Slack को डिले किया है, डिले करके ताकि अपना cost निकले.
time to time you can keep on writing the notes over there, right? There is a column called note. I'll right click here, I'm going to say insert, and there's a column called notes, right? So we have to show here, then you can keep on typing whatever you have to say. Here is the reason, right? Whatever you have to type. Now once you type it over there, you are to get this. This is called as indicator column. Now if you have the constraints, okay, if the resource is over allocated, if you have written the note, every indication we are going to get it in here. Even I can double click here in the indicator column itself, and here also I can go to notes, and here is the second note. So once I say okay, that will be there with the note. So if you think that you may be in the shortage of space, so that time you can hide the column, you can go there, you can read it, or whenever you read it, you can always resolve it.
So you're saying that instead of using lag, so you have to use constraints.
Correct. In this case, right? Yeah. So depends, what is the situation. When you have to use lag, when you have to put constraints, when you have to predecessor, you have to go with it. But linking के अलावा अगर आपको कुछ adjustment करना है तो पहले आप check कर लो constraints है क्या. Constraints have to use constraints. Okay. And top of predecessor, you can have the constraints like what we are doing it for this task.
Successor को use करना.
Successor.
Predecessor.
Predecessors, right? Successor, I'll let you know. I hope we are done. Constraints are there. Okay, now we assume that this time we are assuming we don't have to worry about the cost. We are using the internal infrastructure. So even if we are taking this training on Thursday, that does not matter much to us. So what I will do is I'll remove the constraints. I'll go there and I'll go to advanced tab, and here let me have the constraints as soon as possible. We know that we are going to have Slack. Okay, we know that we are going to use training room for 4 days now. That's all okay. We don't have to worry much about the cost of the now. We use this Slack in some other ways. And if I take you to the network diagram, you can see the network diagram. Okay, this has become not good because we have a Slack. I'll click on that. I'll take. Okay, and if I have to delete this node, I can go there. Maybe in the nodes from here also I can delete, or could I have deleted from the node column? Okay, so this is what a planning we have done, right? So we had written the task, auto schedule, WTS, duration, predecessor, that means linking of the task, and we went with constraints, correct? So now a very important point we have is we should not have any open node in our project. Now what do we mean by open node? Open node, what it means is that probably we may not have linked the task in a proper way. Okay? And how do I understand? Let me create open node purposely here. I'll just go conducting training. This is written on 10, 14, right? For some reason, if I'm typing 14 only, I will not give the link. What it means is that I have an open node in my project. And how do I identify the open node? Open node, very clearly, I'll go to view tab. I'll take you to network diagram. In network diagram, we can see, we have an open node. What we are saying is that I've completed this part, I'm typing, formatting, printing, and my material is ready. But once the material is ready, I'm not making use of that material anywhere in my code. We have to use where the material is ready, what we are going to do with that material, we are going to distribute during the training, right? So that link is missing. So my point is, in project at times it happens that we are performing the task, and once we perform, we are not making use of that task anywhere in the project. Then why we have done that task? You understand my point, right? So now we don't do it purposely, it happens. Okay. Now how do I remove the open node? That point we have. Like here, if I go to this part over there, if I go to this part, now very easily I can understand from here that this material is ready, and after that I'm going to take the training. So maybe I can drag and drop right here, I can link and I can close the open node. But if you have so many open nodes, how do I understand that we have open nodes? From network diagram I can understand, but if I would like to remove the open node, and if you want to understand the open node, what we do is we insert one node column as successor. Now we make use of successor column only for if you have to remove the open node. Okay, I'll right click here, I'm going to say insert column, and here I'm going to say successor. Okay. Now successor, wherever we are getting the successor blank, that means we may have Okay, the last activity will never have the successor. Okay, and the summary task will not have the successor. Rest everywhere we have to have the successor. Correct? So we can see here, this is the summary task, so we don't have the successor. Here is the summary task, that is all okay. But we can see here, we have material ready. The successor is missing. Okay, so how we have to read it team? Once the material is ready, where we are going to make use of this material? We have to think in a reverse way, Once you have completed one task, after that, which is the next task we are going to start? Okay, so that we have to search. So I'm saying, once the material is ready, I'm going to make use of that material inside the training room. So what should be the successor over there? Can anyone guess? 15, right? And not if I type 15 here, conducting training, automatically I should get a note in predecessor as well. If I'm going to type 15 here, we can see that we are getting the predecessor also. And now my open node is removed. If I take you to view tab, network diagram, and here we can see that we have moved. So time to time you have to check, and that is the common mistake happens. Right? I found so many projects, and I know that the people they will till you don't link your project, will not get the correct version. I hope you understood the concept of open node.
Every activity should have successor number.
So you have to know that this activity is actually there is no further activities.
Yeah, once you finish this activity, what is the next activity you are starting? If you are not starting, that means that is the last activity. Or even if it is not the last activity, you have to link it to the last milestone. So at times it happened that you got an approval, but after approval you are going to do something, right? But you are saying once you got an approval, that is all okay. Okay, and that once approval is okay, your government certificate is required. After that, whatever things you have done, that is all okay. But you can say once the government certificate is there, you cannot start the project. If you are linking it that way, it is okay. Otherwise, link it to the last. Okay. So if anyone is sending me the project, okay, the first thing you can just look at the open node. If you have open node, that means the plan is not there. If open node is not there, plan could be correct. But if the open node is there, that means the plan is not correct. How much incorrect is this? That is the secondary part, but it is not. So time to time we have to.
Ultimately, milestone and so.
Milestone, we have to link it to milestone. We know that if you are very expert in the same project, if you are working with the same project since a long time, okay, even by looking at the Slack, you can understand that you may have open node. Why I'm saying so, like I get the open node over here, purposely. Here we had an open node. Here I was talking about code. Now if I take you to view tab, network diagram, in network diagram, assume I have done the material is ready. After that, I have 2-3 phases more here. What it means is that from this point till the end date of project, we are going to have that much slack. You understand my point? Say we have a project of 6 months. ये material ready पहले month में complete हो गया. तो material ready से लेकर last तक के we still have 5 months. तो 5 months को आपको slack बताएगा इस activity. Okay, so in any of the activity, if you are getting unexpected slack, that means the chances are there that you may have.
Can we check in the Gantt chart?
In Gantt chart, you can, as of now, we have a very small activities, but you can see it in the Gantt chart also.
Can we add this as a milestone? Put it as a milestone.
It is already milestone. It is already milestone 0. But I'm saying even this milestone, you have to link it to the last part. So I'm saying if you think that after materiality, आपको use ही नहीं कर रहे थे, ये last part है, so then you have to link this milestone to the end.
But if you have a different structure, sir, suppose a lab building, next storage building, so slab हो गया, completed. So वहाँ तो दूसरों से लिंक नहीं होगा ना?
नहीं, लेकिन आपको जो स्लैब हो गया आपका राइट, तो आपको कहीं ना कहीं नीचे तो लिंक करना पड़ेगा ना. सर स्लैब हो गया तो आपका बिल्डिंग तो अभी बाकी है ना, प्रोजेक्ट आपका तभी कंप्लीट हो गया जब आपका एक
particular building is completed, entire finishing, handing over.
Okay.
So this is separate, and another building is separate. You are working as W base 1, W base 2, building one, building
that
2.
is all okay. So you have 3 projects basically. So you have 3 milestones, and you are saying you have 3 projects. So you are saying building 1, handover is completed.
Yeah.
You are saying building 2,
Handover is also milestone.
building 3. So maybe we can say that the पूरा building जो complete हुआ उसके एक अलग से milestone ले लो, तब entire project is completed. और वो जो building 1 का milestone है last में add करो, building 2 का handover को last में add करो. You can say that पूरा project. कहीं ना कहीं आपको लिंक करना है। अगर आपको लग रहा है कि वो फेस आपको वैसे इंडिपेंडेंट प्रोजेक्ट करना है तो फिर आपके 3 प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं। अरे वो एक फाइल है लेकिन 3 प्रोजेक्ट्स है, दैट इज ऑल्सो। अभी मैं आपको आपका प्रोजेक्ट बताता हूँ। सो दैट वाज द रीजन आई हैव नॉट इनिशिएटेड दैट प्रोजेक्ट। सो इसमें हम लोग एक बार चेक करते हैं कितने ओपन नोड्स है एंड दोज दे नो अबाउट दिस प्रोजेक्ट दे कैन हैव सम वर्ड्स। सो कि ये एक प्रोजेक्ट है। I don't know how many people they are working on this project, if they know this project. Okay, अगर मुझे पता करना है कि प्रोजेक्ट में मैं बेटर कैसे कर सकता हूँ या क्या फेस पे मैं वर्क कर सकता हूँ, I can make use of AI tool, right? So AI tool, I think you work with AI tools, couple of AI tools, ChatGPT, Copilot, right? So what I can do is I can just understand a bit about this project. Suppose I'm a new person, I don't know much about this project, and I would like to have a better plan. Okay, or I would like to understand where is the open node. These are the predecessors we have understood. So first of all, अगर मुझे ये नहीं पता है कि ये क्या प्रोजेक्ट है, तो I can take some help from AI tool, right? What I can do is now AI tool, as of now, no AI tool supporting project directly. What I can do is I can copy this task and let me understand the overview from AI, right? What I will do is I'll just take this part, okay, Control C, because ये प्रोजेक्ट का फाइल है, मैं इसको Excel के अंदर लेता हूँ. I just want to understand the overview of this project, right? So what I will do is I'll just select this part. Okay, so let me have, I'll just save this. Okay, so I have taken that as test 1. Now, I'm going to upload that project because, as I said, no AI tool is supporting project file directly. Let me take here in desktop test 1, right? So मैं फाइल अपलोड कर रहा हूँ और ये फाइल अपलोड कर रहा हूँ अगर मैं इसमें तो इसका मतलब ये वन ड्राइव पे पर जाता है, right? So it will not be on the public domain, still it is secret, right? Now if I would like to know here, get me the summary of this project, right? Okay, so over here too, what I will do is I'll just copy and paste that, right, to AI tool. So here, I have already uploaded that file. Now if I'm going to paste it, probably it will give me some summary. So the project is a large scale substation capacity deployment, right? So core objectives work, major work stream क्या है? Engineering and design है, right? Procurement and manufacturing. So keep over here what it has given me, it has given me the summary, right? So civil का कितना task है? अगर मैं उसको बोलता हूँ कि किस percentage में कितना cost जा रहा है, so even I can get that part, you know, overall time it has given me. Okay, anyways, you have shared that part, so maybe I can go in detail and I can understand that project. But the first thing I'm saying to you, if I'm talking about this particular project, this is from you, right? What I will do is, first of all, I'll check out the open nodes. Do we have any open node? Now to check the open node, what I said is, we have to go to network diagram, right? I'll click on view tab, I'll take you to network diagram. Once I take you to network diagram, so here is the network diagram. The easiest is the successor, right? Okay, we can go there, we'll have to apply filter, but as of now, we just wanted to understand how many open nodes we have. So here we just want to know, you know, we have open nodes, right? Because this is not. Now, what we have is, over here we have this task, right? Submission approval. Okay, we have this part over here, okay, submission approval. We have these tasks and we have an open node over here. We have open node over here, right? We have open nodes. So there are so many open nodes. Now you let me know once I complete any material delivery at site. Now once we got the material at the site, what we have to do with that material we don't know. You understand my point? Material अगर आया है तो उसका कहीं ना कहीं तो यूज करना पड़ेगा. इसलिए डिजाइन. I hope you are following me. Anyone is getting involved in this project? आप ये आपने कराया आपके तो जो भी है तो यहाँ पे we can understand sir कि यहाँ पे जो मटेरियल आया मैंने जो भी आपको एग्जांपल किया say like if I go over there whatever task material deliver at site now what we have is again the same part so once we got the deliver the material got delivered at the site after that we have to use those materials वो यहाँ पे missing okay तो ऐसे बहुत सारे open nodes हैं ये ओपन नोट्स जब तक कि आपका क्लियर नहीं रहेगा योर प्रोजेक्ट प्लान मैं जूम इन यहां तो मटेरियल रेडी है दिस मटेरियल डिलीवरी राइट ओके इंस्पेक्शन डिस्पैच तो आपका एक बार अगर मटेरियल साइट पे आगे उसके बाद में कहा यार मालूम नहीं तो this is stone spreading right so after that we don't have this final layer back so what sir is saying that one way that I can see this part in the network diagram one if I take you to view tab I'll take you to Gantt chart. And what is the other way we have is the successor, right? So I'll right click here, I'll click on insert column, and let me take a successor. If I'm going to say successor, now first of all, what I will do is, I don't want to have, okay, I'll just apply for plan. So we can see in here, ये यहाँ पे आपका missing, right? Submission approval. Submission और approve होने के बाद में आपको क्या करना है सर? 15 दिन आपने इस पे लगाया है. इसके बाद में आपको अप्रूवल मिलेगा तो उसके बाद आप कुछ ना कुछ स्टार्ट करें तो वो आपको यहाँ पे बताना है क्या स्टार्ट करें तो वो यहाँ पे उसका आईडी नंबर मिलेगा आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड माय पॉइंट राइट सो ओवर दैट इफ यू हैव सक्सेसर इन सक्सेसर यू कैन गो कि जब तक कि आपको ओपन नोड नहीं निकलेगा आपका प्रोजेक्ट प्लान सो देयर आर सो मेनी
यहाँ सक्सेसर जरूरत ही नहीं वो केस लिंक करना ही करना है
अरे सक्सेस का नहीं है तो आप लास्ट वाले इस पे लिंक करो आप बताओ मुझे ऐसा कौन सा टास्क है जो सक्सेस कर रही है आपको
कोई सबमिशन हो गया अप्रूवल हो गया उसको कुछ रिलेशन नहीं है
सबमिशन हो गया अप्रूवल हो गया राइट अप्रूवल के बाद में अप्रूवल जब मिला उसका उस अप्रूवल को आपको मैंने फालतू करना पड़ेगा उस अप्रूवल के ऊपर आप पेमेंट दे रहे या अप्रूवल हो गया तो कम से कम ये करिए प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट होगा राइट तो आपको जो लास्ट वाला माइलस्टोन प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट क्योंकि क्या है आपको उसका स्लैग आता है अभी हम लोगों ने स्लैग भी देखा तो टोटल ड्यूरेशन कितना है सर टोटल ड्यूरेशन इज 628 days राइट इफ आई राइट क्लिक हियर इफ आई जस्ट से इंसर्ट कॉलम एंड इफ आई जस्ट से टोटल स्लैग तो वी कैन सी दैट अगर 628 डेज के अंदर इफ दिस सबमिशन अप्रूवल को 569 है
पहले क्यों कर रहा हूं
क्योंकि आपको सबमिट करोगे अप्रूवल लोगे तो उसके बाद में ही आपको कुछ ना कुछ स्टार्ट होगा जब तक अप्रूवल नहीं होगा इसका मतलब ये होगा कि अगर आपने लास्ट के 2-3 दिन भी अप्रूवल लिया तो मतलब हो ही नहीं सकता
As per the data, submission and approval can be as late as possible.
As per the data. As per the data. So as per we can say we don't have any meaning of approval. We don't have any meaning of approval.
Exactly.
So you know that जब तक कि अप्रूवल नहीं होगा तो परचेसिंग स्टार्ट नहीं करेंगे वेंडर फाइनलाइजेशन तब होगा जब आपको आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड सो टीम हम लोग इसको फाइन ट्यून करेंगे राइट ऑन द थर्ड डे ओके तो जब आप पूरे कॉन्सेप्ट समझ जाओगे तो आई थिंक इतना बेटर पोजीशन पे एंड विल मार्क ओके सो हियर आई विल टेक यू बैक टू द सेम प्रोजेक्ट I'll click on View tab. I'll take you to Gantt chart here. Okay, now I'm talking about character, right? So open load is very much important here. Okay, and for open load I have taken one column as successor. Now for some reason if I don't want the successor now, I can also, do I have any open load? Yes, I have. So I just close it. I have to start training. So I just say 15. Okay. So if the successor is blank to read that task, and after that you have to think once you have completed this task, which is the next task to start. Another thing, right? What we do is we focus more on the predecessor. Like if you have a successor blank, so you have to think in the other way around. Once you have completed this task, which is the next task to start, can you do? Let me hide this successor column. I'll write it and go hide this. Now this time I said that we are not working on performance accuracy. I'm just saying, since suppose we are starting this project on 23rd December. If suppose I have to start this project on 1st Jan, because today we are planning, but we are planning it to start this project on 1st Jan 2026, right? So how do I change it? You know that if I'm going to change, it is like I'm putting a constraint. Okay, so if I have to start this project on 1st Jan, I'll click on project. I'll take you to project information, and in project information, we have this start date. I'll go there and I'm going to change the start date of the project. So let me schedule it from 1st Jan, Thursday, or maybe let me have it on 5th Jan, which is Monday. Once I say straight, and if I say okay, you will notice everything will get changed over here. So we're starting this project on 5th Jan, and we are able to finish this project on 12th.
Can I not change that particular time? Just thinking on that row. Yes.
Yeah. Say if you want, we can change it, but what you are doing is you are putting a constraint zone.
This is not constraint?
This is not constraint. This is the start date of project. We click on project. So this is not constraint. So if I double click over here, if I say advanced, it is as soon as possible. अगर आपने वहाँ पे डेट मैनुअली चेंज किया होता है, यहाँ पे अगर मैं जाके 4 Jan किया होता है, Sunday, or maybe let me have 2nd Jan. That what it means is we are putting a constraint over here. So if I double click here, so we said in the advanced step, we are saying actually when date 5th Jan से क्यों इसको 3 point किया. So basically, we went with the constraints over there, and actually it has become the मैंने 3 point किया, post point करता था इसका constraint हो जाए. So I'm saying let me postpone it, right? So मेरा project actually 5th से start हो रहा है, पर अगर मैं यहाँ पे 7 से कर रहा हूँ, 7 Jan से, so what I'm doing is I'm putting a constraints over there. Actually यहाँ पे मुझे allow नहीं करेगा कि मैं यहाँ पे change करूँ, क्योंकि वो auto schedule हो गया, auto schedule हो गया, automation. The bottom line is, you don't change the name. You have to click on project, and you have to go to project information, and from here only you have to change. I hope you understood this part.
So you mean project में time extension अभी होता है 6 month का 2 years का प्रोजेक्ट है, आपको थोड़ा डिले हुआ तो आप 6 month का एक्सटेंशन फिर हमें मिलता है, तो उसको किस तरीके से हम दिखा सकते हैं?
हाँ, वो ट्रैकिंग है.
ट्रैकिंग.
So I spoke about agenda here. So once you have to start tracking. What time we have lunch break, sir? 1 o'clock. So over here we understood that whenever we have to start the day project, we have to click on project and we have to say project information, and from here we can start the day. Now at times we get the due date of the project. For example, as of now we are able to finish this project on 12 Jan. But for some reason, if we have to finish this project on 9 Jan, so what we can do is we can schedule the project from the back date also. How do I do that? I need to click on project. I'm going to say project information, and here I'm going to schedule the project from the end date, project end date. I'll go there, and if I have to finish this project on 9th Jan, so it will let me know at what date we have to start. So we will have to start this project from 1st Jan. So that is start date plus duration. It will give you the finish date, or finish date minus duration. It will give you the start date. But we will always be in a good situation if we schedule the project from the start date. We know that we get the due date, right? Almost all the time we get the due date. We have to finish this project on this date. Okay, you go, finish date, just check out what is the date you are getting. And if you are going to get very close date, 1 or 2 days here and there, you can go there and you can manage. Okay, start. So I'm saying that we will always be in a good position if we go over there and we schedule the project from the start date. So project is started, and suppose we are starting this project. So this is how we can change the start. So looking after right?
duration में dates, date to कीजिएगा, email to trainer.
Date change.
Duration change करने से constraint जाएगा sir.
Okay, if I say true over here.
Is it a constraint?
No, it's not a constraint.
It's not. If you change the date,
If you change the date, it is a constraint.
there is a possibility.
Oh, it's 100% constraint.
वो मैनुअली शेड्यूल होता है
मैनुअली जब आप कर रहे हो तो constraint. ये अगर ऑटो शेड्यूल हो रहा है, practice is going as per the duration the link. So if it is automatically changing, that is
कॉन्स्टेंट को लिंक नहीं कर सकते
हाँ, एक्चुअली इसका जो प्रायोरिटी देता हूँ कंस्ट्रेंट्स को देता है, बाद में देता हूँ. कंस्ट्रेंट्स आपको जब लगते हैं तभी यूज करते हैं. So now we have to learn the calendar. And calendar we are going to take how the Naviga's calendar, second Saturday holiday, that will be. We'll take a break for 45 minutes. 45. So 145.
We'll come back at 1:45. Okay? 2 o'clock, English and practice will come. So please be here by 1:45. You will be coming from behind, you will not come. So 45 minutes from
Before break, I spoke about how do we change the start date of our project, right? So here we said that if we have to start the project on 5th Jan, so we have to click on project tab. Here we are going to say project information. Then project information, either we can have the start date of project, okay, or we can have the finish date of project. So I said the start date plus duration, it will give the finish date, or finish date minus duration, it will give us the start date. Now the second part we are talking about, how do we change the calendar, correct? Now there are three types of calendar we have. We have project calendar, we have task calendar, and we have resource calendar. Okay, so first of all I am talking about project calendar. Now what do we mean by project calendar? Like how many days we are working in a project. Okay, this time we are not working for Saturday, Sunday. So I'll let you know by default what calendar we have over here is, by default we are working from 8 o'clock, okay, 8 o'clock to 12 noon, and then we are working from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, right? And we are working from Monday to Friday. This is what the existing calendar we have. So we can see that if I take you to project, I know that due to this project we are not able to see the non-working time. I'll change the color. So here, if I'm going to say this is the non-working time I'm talking about, so this time you know that we are not working on Saturday, Sunday. Correct? But I would like to set new calendar over here, and I have already shown you the time also. Okay, you know that we are working from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Okay, when we were talking about elapsed time, that time I have shown you. Okay, we can see the time. But here we want to change the calendar. What new calendar we would like to set? We would like to work from 9 a.m. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then we would like to work from 2 p.m. right to 6 p.m. Okay, so we are working 8 hours in a day, but we are going to work from Monday to Saturday, right? So this is the way we would like to set the calendar. As of now, we are working with this calendar, okay, but now we have to set this calendar. So could you please let me know, before I change calendar, could you visualize what impact we are going to have over here? What will be the duration of our project?
And date will come reduced by 2 days.
Finish date will reduce by actually we are starting from Monday, so only by 1 day. Okay, so over here we should be able to finish our project on Friday. Correct? It should be on this particular day, so it should be we should be able to finish it on 10. Am I right? Because Saturday we are working, so sorry, Saturday will become a working day, so we should be able to finish this project on Saturday. Right? 1 and 2. Will it change the duration? It won't change the duration, right? Because the duration will always count the working days. So how do we change the calendar? That part I'm talking about. So to change the calendar, I need to go here in project, and here we have change working time. If I say change working, Jan 7 we are not working. So whatever name we have to give for that holiday, company day, and I'll choose Jan 7, which is Wednesday, and I'm not going to work on Wednesday. Now we know that we will be able to finish this project on 11 Jan because we are not going to work on Wednesday here. We should get a holiday mark here, and the duration of project will be same. If I say okay, so we can see here we have marked the holiday. We have marked the holiday and we have it. Is that correct? So we can see that the activity what we had on Wednesday, now we are able to do it on Thursday. So whenever we have to declare all the holidays, we come here and in one more we can declare all the holidays. Anyone any question here?
So when we receive a contract from the client, then it was normally for 12 months, okay? Starting from 1st Jan and it will be completed by 31st of December 2026 or whatever. And the total number of days is 365.
Yeah.
When we plot our calendar in this type of scenario, then how much days duration it will be like? Either it is 365 or somewhere around 280 or 290 because after deduction
280, 290, it will always count the working days. Correct. It will always count the working days. Like here the working days is 6 days. If I'm going to say 12 Jan minus 5th Jan, right? So we know how much it is going to. It is 7 days. Am I right?
Yes, of course, sir.
Yeah. So we know that the time spent is 7 days, but actual working is only for 6 days because we are not working on Wednesday.
then how someone knows the contractual period is how many days? Suppose this is just my brief summary. Someone is reviewing a project. Then how does he know that ये project total हमको 365 days में करना है, but the actual working day is 284. That is reflecting on that project.
Yes.
But the 365 days is actually our total time, including all leaves and all Saturday, Sunday and all that thing. That 365 is not going to reflect anywhere in this project.
No, it won't. It will just let you know the date here, 12 Jan to 5th Jan.
Okay.
So you'll not be, so Sardapan is saying that, you have to start a project on 1st Jan and you finish this project on 31st Jan. Right? Now how many actual working days are there? Okay, that project is going to give you. Okay, but the time span, how much you have, then you have to calculate that date minus this date manually, offline, and you get to know it is 365 days. So out of 365 days, you are working only for 280 days. That 280 days will be here.
If you want Saturday to off day working, in that case.
Then you can mark it as Saturday this one.
Off day, if it is 7 days. 6
right.
days में one day.
Understood.
Time.
Saturday is half.
I'll take that, right? So over that we have understood that how do we work from 5 days to 6 days. So we are working for all the Saturdays. If we have to declare a holiday, how do we declare a holiday? That we have understood.
You told me only for 1 day. So how much will you do 4 days? Then third day add those. I don't understand. How much you have added for 1 day?
Yeah.
4-5 days.
So if we have to 4-5 days, then you will have to go there and in change working time, you will have to keep on adding. So if you have 14 days, so you have to have all 14 days. So you have to do that. And then it is one-time activity because all the time, we have 13 or 14 holidays in a year. So you are working with project 1, project 2, project 3. That does not mean that you have to do this calendar every time. You do this calendar and set that as template and use that template for other project it will be the same calendar. So you don't have to recreate it again once you decide. You can use it. Now, how do I delete this holiday? Say I will go there in project. I will take you to change working time, and in change working time, I'll just select this part, and here I'm going to say delete. Once I say okay, I've deleted. Now we can see that there is no holiday mark on Wednesday, and we are able to work for 6 days. Now suppose Saturday we are working, right? Okay, but for one specific Saturday. So over the team for just give me a minute. So over the team, for one specific Saturday, for example, second Saturday we are not working, right? We have to mark a holiday for second Saturday. So second Saturday we are not working. Now according to our project, second Saturday is 10 Jan. Okay, we would like to work for all the Saturdays except of second Saturday of all the months. So how do we mark that? That part I'm showing with you. So what I need to do is I have to click on project again. I'll take you to change working time. And we are not talking about all the Saturdays. If we are talking about all the Saturdays, it will be work weeks. But we are talking about exceptions, right? Only second Saturday. So I'll go to exceptions tab. And in exceptions tab, I can put whatever name we have to say. I'm going to say second Saturday. Second Saturday, and now I'll just go here and we would like to decide it from 1st Jan, right? So I mean for next month. So here I'm going to say 10, okay? And for how many occurrences we would like to consider it for 1 year or maybe for 2 years, right? So I'm going to say details. Once I click on details, now we are saying non-working time, right? So Saturday is a non-working time. I'm going to say monthly. I'll choose monthly. The second Saturday of every 1 month. Okay, for how many occurrences? Let me change it to say suppose 12 occurrences or maybe for 2 years, 24 occurrences. So for 24 months, second Saturday, we are marking it as holiday. If I'm going to say okay, and if I say okay, so we can see this is second Saturday. Correct? After that, we may have third Saturday, we may have third Saturday, fourth Saturday, again it is a first Saturday, and now, okay, that was a 5th Saturday. We have second Saturday, it is a holiday. Correct? Third Saturday, we don't have, we are working. Fourth Saturday also we are working. Okay, then fourth Saturday we are working, and again the second Saturday. So we can see the second Saturday we are not working. So at any point of time, if you have to mark the holiday, second Saturday we are not working. Now if you have to consider fourth Saturday also you are not working, so you have to add it. There is a question for holiday, the same you get. I hope you understood it. Correct? If you want to delete the second Saturday, okay, so what I will do is, I'll click on Home tab, Project tab, change calendar, and here I'll just select this. I'll click on delete. Once I see OK, so I've deleted. So now we are working for all the Saturdays. We can see that we don't have any holiday. Now for some reason, if I'm working Saturday, all the Saturdays I'm talking about, for all the Saturdays we are working for half day. We are working from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock, right? Now are we talking about exceptions or work weeks? Work weeks, right? Because in this, we are not talking about one Saturday, we are talking about all the Saturdays. So if I'm going to mark that as holiday, could you let me know what will be the impact in our project? Before I mark, we can just understand what will be the impact. When we will be able to finish our training, because Saturdays,
Monday.
Yes,
On
Monday. Monday what time?
That first half. In first half.
First half, right? And we went with elapsed time, so we should be able to finish our training on Monday 1:50. Okay, just to understand that in better way, what I will do is I'll just change the work calendar here. Okay, I'm in the date format. I'll just go there. Let me have this date format. So we should be able to finish our training on Monday, and it should be 1:15. As of for Saturday, 6:15, right? Okay, so how do we mark all the Saturdays half day? I'll click on project. I'll take you to change working time here, and in change working time, I'll click on work weeks. I'll click on details, and we are talking about Saturday. In Saturday, we will not work for the second half, so we are working from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. That's it. And what I will do is I'll click on options tab here. In options, I'm going to say I'm working 8 hours per day in general, and I'm going to work for 44 hours in a week. Correct? Now, if I see OK, and if I see OK, so we can see, Saturday we are working for half day, so 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock we are taking training. As this training is for 1 day, so 1 day, the next half we'll have to work on Monday, and we are able to finish this on, like this is going from Saturday 9 o'clock to afternoon Saturday, right? And feedback we are taking from 1 o'clock to 1 as we went. I hope you understood my point. Okay.
So what will happen if we will not change in that particular calendar section from 48 hours to 44 hours?
It won't much impact over there. It will not impact, but it will impact when you are deploying the resources. Okay. So better you should go. You have to change at both the places. As of now, we may not realize, even if you don't change, that does not matter. So the question is, what question we have team? We know that we have changed the time, but if I click on option, so what if you don't change the time?
I said that our people are working on Sundays also, correct? Most of our projects, officially Sundays are weekly off. So we are asking personally, when I went to Gonda, I went to Arunachal Pradesh and Assam, they work on Sundays also.
Okay.
So how are you going to toggle that? Because some site people working, there's a resource being allocated on Sundays, and progress will be happening. Especially solar project is working 24/7. There is no such thing as Sunday, 30 days काम करना पड़ेगा.
Okay.
Then how will they work out here?
Yeah, so, as we discussed, there are 3 types of calendar we have, right? So, one is the calendar, we have this project calendar, right? Another one is the task calendar. Now, if you know that for this project, I'm doing the planning, this work is going on in our office, but couple of activities are from the plan side, and those people, they are working for 24 hours. As of now, I'll just take some other example. So, what we can do is, we can deploy that calendar to this part. So, I'll just go there, and I'm going to say advanced, and we have calendar. As of now, it is none. That is a standard, and I can keep on creating the calendar. I can deploy.
When you're looking on the screen, you're very free.
But sir, this I cannot zoom it. If it is Excel, I can zoom it. So over here, what I'm saying is that we can keep on creating the number of calendars. Okay? So I'm going to create another calendar, and I will let you know. But before that, just cross check on your project what calendar we have set, right? Okay. Yeah.
How if every Saturday is half day? By default, you are putting 44, it will take Saturdays.
No, we have to put the time also, sir. Which half day?
Saturday is half day.
But Saturday is first half day or second half day. So we'll have to specify that. So we went over there, sir, right? If you can click on project, change working time, and in change working time, we went over here, and I went to Saturday, and in Saturday, I've deleted that time, right? Okay, earlier it was 14, right?
This can also be 1600 hours instead of 1 hour. Correct, Vikran? For example, yes, Saturday is 44-hour day. And he wants that, no, we want it up to 4 p.m. rather than
Yes.
that can be
Yes, yes, that can be done. Yes, so that can be done. So 14 to 18. So basically,
How
even
can
if
we
you
manage the task if any defined task will not happen in defined time limit? And its dependency is there on certain further tasks. So we cannot proceed for further tasks if our earlier plan is failed. Then what will be the mode of operandi for compensating that task, or any gap is there, any space is there to complete this defined task? Because until unless I will not complete my earlier defined task, I cannot proceed further.
Absolutely.
And dependency is there, so I cannot left it also, because further tasks also I cannot catch up because of dependency or earlier dependency. So what will be the plan of action in this system for that? If any defined task will not happen in defined time.
Okay, so that is what that tracking is, So if we have a task which is scheduled for 3 days, and for some reason I took 4 days over there, so you have to specify that you have taken 4 days. So you'll have to set this project as baseline, and then you need to track it. So that is a part of your actual working on that project. Today we are talking about the planning and the resources. So next session we'll talk about the tracking. So once your plan is completed, okay, and now if you are lagging behind, then how do we manage? So that's a part of tracking. So I'll take you to that tracking. So over here, I'll just take one question. If we can keep on creating the number of calendars over there, and we can do that. But before I create the other calendar, we just check out if you have set any project calendar to your project, right? So time to time, we just cross check here. So here we have a project, right? Your project. And if you want to see the calendar, I can click on project. I'll take you to, okay, how quickly should I understand that thing? If you have set the calendar for your project, the people who have prepared this project, I got this project from your end. So if you want to understand, did we create the calendar? I think no, right? The reason is, this default calendar, we can see it is going from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Now, most of us, we work in India from 9 o'clock or maybe from 10 o'clock, right? So probably the calendar is not set. So here, we are getting the date. It will be say we are working this Sunday also, right? So might be given, so let's just see, project. If I take you to change working time, in change working time, if I take you to work weeks, details, so actually we have set the calendar on Monday, Tuesday, okay, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Okay, all 7 days we are working, and we are working from 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock over there, right? But now we can see, over here, 6 o'clock I think we don't have anything. We have, right? So just see project, change working time, and in change working time, again I'll click on work weeks, details, okay, and let me just see options. So we are working from, so here is a mistake we have done, right? Ideally it should not happen, okay? If you are doing it, will not impact much over here. The reason is you did not take any resource. As of now, you don't have your resource in the project, but ideally it has to be for 18 hours, okay? So you have to set this, because it is one-time activity, 8, and I think how many hours we are working in a week?
8 hours.
48 plus 8 also, right? 52. Because Sunday also we are working. So it is 52, right? 48 plus 8, 56 also. Yeah, so here 56, and we are working 26 days in a month. So actually this option is not set, but I think you have to set this option. As of now, it will not impact much. 30 days. So 30 days over there. If I'm going to say okay, and if I'm going to say okay, so over here it will not impact because we are working, but this is the right way. So someone has set the calendar, but that setting has to be done. Okay, now I'll just take you to the next point. Suppose if we have 2 calendars, like I was talking about, I have this calendar with this project. Correct. Now, this task, we are doing it in office, and this particular task is for the plant task. And the plant people, they have some different calendar. So what we can do is for plant 1 or maybe for site 1, site 2, we can keep on creating number of calendars. Maybe as of now, if you are working in Punjab side and assume that the power is not there on Tuesday, so ideally we don't work on Tuesday over there, correct? Maybe in some other eastern part, if the power is not there on Monday, we work on Sunday, but we don't work on Monday, right? So over there, if you have to set the calendar, I can go there, project, I'll take you to change calendar, change working time. Sorry, okay, I'm at the right place, project, change working time here. And in change working time, what I can do is I can create the new calendar. So this is the standard calendar I have. I'll say create new calendar. And let me have a copy of the standard calendar. Okay, let me have planned calendar, right? Or test calendar. Calendar 1 I will say. I'm going to say okay. So I made a copy and I'm going to say okay. Let me just change the time here too. Suppose this I'm working from Monday to Saturday, but I'm going to work from 8 o'clock. I'm going to work from 8 o'clock. So I'm going to work from 8 o'clock to 12 noon, and here I'm going to work from 13 to 15. 13 to 17, right? I'm going to say okay, and let me click on option. Here I'm going to say we are working from 8 to 17, okay? And actually it has to be 48 hours, right? I'll say okay. I'm going to say okay. Now, as of now we can see that this typing we are starting from 9 o'clock, and Thursday we are finishing from 8 o'clock. Correct? Now formatting, I would like to deploy it to calendar 1. Now could you guess what will happen with formatting? As of now, all the tasks they are assigned as per the standard calendar. But now if I'm going to assign formatting to calendar 1, like formatting task I have to perform as per calendar 1. Could you guess what will happen here? Or maybe to printing will assume that, right? To printing, because it is 1 day task. This is also 1 day task, but the predecessor is a bit difficult here. Time will be from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock, right? Because this task we are going to perform as per calendar. Now how do I change it? I'll double click on that task, I'll click on advanced tab, and here we have calendar is none. If I'm going to say calendar 1, and if I say okay, so we can see, this printing, we are going to do it on 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And as material it is a milestone, so we are able to finish it on the same time. You understand your point? So you can keep on creating the calendar. So one calendar is for your office, okay, one calendar for site 1, site 2, site 3. Now this project is all of us we are getting involved, all the sites in the office, so you can keep on creating number of calendars and you can deploy.
So from this card we are able to understand which are the activities are following calendar 1, calendar 2 or this. Either maybe it is highlighted or some how it is.
Then that could be in the report part, right? तो आप एक calendar यहाँ पे insert कर लो column और उसके अंदर आप highlight कर लो calendar 1 के activities को से calendar 2 के we can group it also. So that could be the part. So the bottom line is how do you identify quickly these are the activities of plant and these activities of site 2, these are the activities of office land. We can identify.
And how many calendars can we get?
No limits. But जितना ज़्यादा calendar रहेगा उतना confused.
Like you said, suppose there are 3, my site is at eastern part of India, where the day start only. My customer at suppose north, they have some changes, and I am operating from, so there is possibility of 3 calendars.
3 calendar is very easily possible, right? Even if you are working at the same time, 28 states, we have different timing. Even if you create 28 calendars, you can do. But my point is, if the number of more calendars, you will get different, right? But I think 3-4 calendars are easy. Anyone, any questions? So I think we have
changed the calendar for one task activity. Suppose there is a series of activities and there is some preparing course material. If you will change calendar at preparing course material, will it get changed at all below?
Absolutely right, because it's a calendar, right? And we are deploying that calendar. So over here, confirmation of trainer, if I will say this. This this is again for calendar 1. So if I'm going to say calendar 1, you know that it will impact the working.
You have to click on the task.
No, 1.5. Activity number 1.5. Preparing course material. What is it?
1.5 preparing course material is phase हो गया सर.
That is
Freeze हो गया.
हाँ. अगर आपको लगता है कि पूरा फेज एक ही साइड का है,
Exactly.
तो आप इस फेज को चेंज कर दो.
फेस में कैलेंडर चेंज करने से सारे एक्टिविटीज
तो सारे एक्टिविटीज नीचे के चेंज हो जाएंगे.
हाँ, ऐसे होगा सर.
हाँ, आप फेस पे डिप्लॉय कर सकते हैं, बट मेरा सजेशन है पूरे फेस पे नहीं डिप्लॉय करना चाहिए. राइट, अगर आपने पूरी एक्टिविटीज भी अगर एक फेस पूरा
सपोज
ठीक है, मैं यहाँ पे डबल क्लिक करता हूँ फेस के ऊपर, वापस से नई तरी जो होगी कैलेंडर वर्क कर रही है. जैसे हम लोग टास्क क्लिक करते हैं वैसे फेस क्लिक करें. ओके, वांट टू डू दिस फास्ट, सेलेक्ट आइटम्स टू बर्न एंड सो ओवर हियर टीम आई हैव डन इट राइट. बट वो मेरे को सजेस्ट कर रहा है कि आप इसके बजाय व्हाट यू कैन डू इज यू सिलेक्ट ऑल दीज टास्क ओवर देयर, ऑल दीज टास्क सारे फेस है, और उसके अंदर टास्क टैब के ऊपर यू हैव टू पुट इंफॉर्मेशन एंड फ्रॉम योर चेंज. सो इट इज आस्किंग इफ यू वांट यू कैन डू इट फॉर summary task, but later way do it for task from here. It is in task tab and information. So I hope we are done, right? Okay. As of now, I would like to select all the tasks into normal calendar only. So I just go and let me deploy it to calendar. I mean, I'm going to say none. So this is standard calendar. I can select all these tasks, task tab, information. I click on advanced tab, and here in calendar, I'm going to say this none. So all the calendars are the first calendar, and I think I made a mistake in first calendar. I did not change the time. Change working time, and here in work weeks I think I went option, and here I have to say OT. Let's correct it. Oh, this 6 hours. I'm talking about calendar.
छोटा कंफ्यूजन ये है, दो जगह कैलेंडर आ रहा है, एक हमारा समरी में भी और एक इधर भी कैलेंडर. थोड़ा एक ऑप्शंस में कैलेंडर आ रहा है सर, यहाँ पे आप चेंज कर रहे हैं बहुत सारा. यस, दिस इज द यहाँ पे चेंज करना है, वहाँ चेंज करना है. हाँ, थोड़ा सा बैठ.
ओके, तो ठीक यहाँ पे एक्चुअली क्या है, आपको कैलेंडर जब करते हो तो यहाँ पे आपको ऑप्शंस पे जाना है. ये इट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ कैलेंडर. इफ यू मेक अ प्रैक्टिस, व्हेन यू क्रिएटेड अ कैलेंडर, you need to click on options, and in options over here you are just saying what is the default start time. Okay, so default start time as per our calendar, we are starting it from 9 o'clock. See, even if you don't change, that will not impact too much as of now, right? But the moment you click on deploy the resources, then it will impact. तो आपको यहाँ पे ये याद रखना है कि आपका जो स्टार्ट टाइम यहाँ पे डालना है, फिनिश टाइम यहाँ पे डालना है,
हमारे उस टाइम से
मैच करेंगे.
जो आपका जो
पहले जो हमारा कैलेंडर था वो मैच करेंगे.
So default is for resource, task, as well as
Default is project calendar.
not applicable for the task or not for resource.
Once you create a project calendar, it is applicable for everything.
Yeah.
Till you don't specify that this task is on calendar.
Okay. So once you made this, then it's applicable to three.
All three. So you don't have to keep on creating number of calendars. You create one calendar. अगर आपको लगता है कि सेकंड कैलेंडर बहुत सारी एक्टिविटी साइट 1 की है और उनके लिए कैलेंडर बनाना है, तो ये आप बनाने को.
So options is the base.
These options. या हर कैलेंडर के लिए आपको ऑप्शन मिलेगा, राइट? सो ओवर हियर वी आर गोइंग टू दिस प्रोजेक्ट. सो प्रोजेक्ट हियर आई विल टेक यू टू प्रोजेक्ट पेज वर्किंग दिस स्टैंडर्ड कैलेंडर. जब आप उसका ऑप्शन करते हैं यहाँ पे, सो ऑप्शन इज देयर फॉर ईच इंडिविजुअल. ओके, तो बेसिकली आप जब नया कैलेंडर बनाओगे तो आपको ऑप्शन पे जाने पड़ेगा. जैसे जो पहला वाला कैलेंडर है जो स्टैंडर्ड है, आई जस्ट क्लिक ऑन ऑप्शन एंड द सेम थिंग आई हैव टू डू ऑन. So don't think much about the option, right? Option में ये है, आप जो कैलेंडर में कर रहे हो, right? ये जो हमने टाइम डाला है, ये चीज आपको आपने रिपीट करवानी है, right?
Time you should.
So we click on options and वही चीज आपको
Another question. Suppose preparing international project. So, how style to different, how is able to?
Say over that, then you have to go with project online, right? So अगर आप कोई एक मीटिंग शेड्यूल करो टीम्स के अंदर, मैं अगर कहीं और कंट्री में बैठा हूँ और मेरा वहाँ पे टाइम जोन सेट है, तो मुझे बराबर आपका टाइम और मेरा टाइम मैच होके वो टाइम। तो जो प्रोजेक्ट ऑनलाइन रहेगा, तो once you deploy any activity to a resource and is from outside, automatically it applicates to the process. So time zone अगर है आपको कॉन्फ़िगर करो, it is as good as you are taking the meeting. Any question, any thought comes to your mind in process of calendar team, because I have taken almost all the options. If you don't do it in a proper way, of course it will disturb all. So I hope we are done with this calendar. Okay, I'll just change it to normal day. I'll click on 5 options here, 5 options. I'll click on this date, general tab, and let me have date only. I'll have this. Okay, now to execute this project, we will require some resources, right? Okay. Now, I'm going to take, there are 2 types of resources. Actually, there are 3 types of resources. If I take you to View tab, Resource Sheet, so we have 3 types of resources: work resource, material resource, and cost resource. Okay. Cost resource, I'm going to talk after some time, but we would like to understand the difference between a work resource and a material resource. So can someone let me know what is work resource and material resource?
Work with manpower as well as a machinery.
Work is manpower and
As well as a machinery.
Right.
Material, material. It's a part of material.
Example,
any
cement, consumable, right?
Consumable.
Okay. So over that comes to our thought, and that is absolutely correct, right? Okay. But more on that, what we are saying is work resource, we can say the resource what we can reuse. Material, it is a consumable. Once we consume, we will not be able to use. Right? So that is what the difference we have between the work resource and the material resource. The second difference I'm saying, work resource will be over-allocated, may be over-allocated, right? So like, we know the over-allocation, I have shown you at the time of view. So like if I'm working on task A and at the same time we have assigned task B, so I'm over-allocated because I'm working on 2 different tasks at the same time. So work resource will give me the over-allocation, right? If they are over-allocated, material will never give me the over-allocation. So maybe suppose, as you said, cement, right? So if I have a bag of cement and if I'm going to divide that cement in 2 different containers, I can use the same cement at 3 places, 2 places at the same time. There is no question of over-allocation, right? So material will never give me the over-allocation. In work resource, we can assign that how many resources will require at the beginning of the project. Okay? Like suppose if I'm developing a software, I will require 10 programmers, so I can say that I will require 10 programmers. But suppose if I do require 5 cement bags, so that I cannot specify that I will require 5 cement bags. That will have to specify activity. So here I'm going to say maximum unit. Okay, I can specify work resource. For material, I won't be able to specify. We'll understand that in better way once I deploy the resource. But here, these are the basic differences we have. Okay, and now work resource, I said reuse. Material, which is consumable. Okay, but not necessarily that always we will take the machine and equipment as work resource. At times we can take that as material. Depends how we are using it. Like as you said, machinery is a work resource because we are going to reuse it, right? But at times we take material and we take that machine as material. In some of the cases, I'll let you know in what cases we can take that as material. So what we will do is we will go to this project, and here I came from here, Gantt chart. So I was working with Gantt chart, okay. And now to have the resources, we have to create the resources. So I'll click on View tab. I'll go to Resource Sheet here, and in Resource Sheet, let me take the resources. Now to execute this, I'm going to say I require a trainer, hardware engineer. Okay, we are going to require ABC printers, Okay, we are going to outsource few tasks. Okay, I'm going to take computers, series. Okay, as of now, I'm just taking these 6 resources. Okay, so these are the 6 resources we are taking to our resource. Now over here, coordinator is a work resource because it is a person. Material, we cannot type anything in material over here. Once we are going to take material, you will understand that column. Initial has nothing to do with any calculation. It is just a nickname, okay, of that particular resource. As of now, it is just going to give me C, the first letter of that resource name. And group, it will, this resource is from which group? Like if these 2 resources are from admin department, and we would like to know how much work has been done by admin department. So his work plus his work. So if I want to group them, at the end I will be able to know that how much efforts that particular department has put in, right? So we can take them in one group. Okay, maximum unit, here we can have in percentage or we can have it decimal if you are those they are working with project. So probably they might be getting percentage, but we can change it from percentage to decimal. So if as of now work, one resource, that means one coordinator. Correct? Then standard unit, how much amount we are going to do. Now it could be per hour, per day, per month, per annum. So we can put the cost. Let me consider we are paying 1,000 rupees per day to coordinator, right? So we are paying him 1,000 per day to coordinator. Okay, trainer, I'm going to take work resource, and again the trainer is one trainer. I'm going to pay him 900 per day. Correct? Hardware engineer is a work resource. One hardware engineer will pay him 700 per day. Correct? Now ABC printer is a work resource and actually it is a vendor. Okay, I'm going to outsource printing task to him. Okay, so as of now, I don't know the cost, how much cost is there. Later on I'm going to pay, I will decide. It's a regular vendor, so I don't know the cost as of now. Computer stream, I'm going to take that as material. Now, one taking that as material, I'll answer it to you in some time. We know that computer, we can reuse it, but still I'm taking that as material, I'm taking that as consumable. So here in computers, I'll just go there and I'll take that as material. Now, what is material over here? It's a measuring unit, how do we count computers? Do we count the computer in dozens, in liters? Okay, so we are going to count them in numbers, for example. So numbers, right? And here is the initial we have understood. And now maximum unit I cannot specify. We know that 20 people they are going to attend this training. I will have to type 20 computers. I will require 20 computers, but I cannot type that over here.
But
we'll have
the efficiency.
Yeah.
Which is an efficiency, no? 100% efficiency, 90% efficiency. It depends on the machinery, it depends on the resource, person. How much efficient it is.
For this computer, right?
Yeah. Whether it is a machinery also.
Yeah, it is a machine.
New machinery work, good productivity. Old machinery work, low productivity. Depends on the. You cannot keep one only in that case.
Over here we cannot keep one. What I'm saying is that I'm not keeping it one over here, right? Actually, I would like to keep 20 because I'm saying we are going to use 20 computers over there. There are 20 people, right? So my point is, in material, I cannot specify how many units we are going to use as of now, the total. So at the beginning of project, I will not be able to know how many quantity we will require. Okay, so like if you are working with a big project, right? Now how much steel you will require, of course steel is a material, right? But how much steel you will require, you cannot put that. You know that you will require 10 metric ton or whatever, 20, right? But you cannot specify that at the beginning of the project. You have to say, okay, you have used 5 kgs of steel here, 10 kgs of steel here, and likewise, this is what the total steel comes. Right? So that, as I said, if you can remember this part, so for material, I cannot specify the maximum. Okay, so here computers we are saying, and rupees, I'm going to say 100 per computer. I cannot say per computer because once I say 100, it is understood it is per unit, per quantity. So I'm saying 100. I cannot say 100 per day, okay, because 100 per day is only for the work resource, 100 per day. So here I'm just going to say 100. Correct? CDs, I'm going to take that as material, and here I'm going to take that as numbers only, and I'm going to pay 25%. So over here, we have to type the resources. Now, once you have defined the cost of all the resources in a proper way, and the moment you deploy the resource in your project, you will get to know the cost of it. Okay? At times, the people they use MS Project for the budgeting purpose. Okay, so they want to understand it. Like in your project, as of now, you don't have the cost over. I mean, you did not take the resource. So once the day is over, you can try deploy the resource. Maybe you can download. Later on, we'll discuss at the end of the project. You can download the free software and give the link. Okay, so your IT is not allowing you to use this laptop, but maybe I don't know how they will do it. So you can just check. I'll let you know.
The initial computer and 3D techniques only the same problem.
Actually, it is just going to take the first letter, right? It has nothing to do with anywhere in the calculation.
Where is going to use
Actually, it's a nickname, sir. So, whenever you have, for example, sometimes you don't want to be a bit designation. You are saying labor, right? No, labor, it could be labor, you are saying just, it could be skilled labor, it could be semi-skilled labor, right? Okay, so that time you can use the initial. It is for the reporting purpose if you want to use it. So, for calculation purpose, we don't have it.
I can change.
Yeah, you can always change it, right? It is said, I'm just going to say E over there. So it is handy. So basically you have to type the nickname over there. So we don't have too many resources right now. So this is the way we have created these resources. I'll go back to my view tab. I'll take you back to Gantt chart. Now in Gantt chart over here, what we want is we would like to deploy these resources. Correct? So email to trainer, I will give this part to coordinator. Not in, as we have created the resources, I should be able to get the list of all the resources. Okay? So either I can choose from here coordinator, or if I'm typing the correct spelling, okay, so that is there in the list. If I press enter, so I've assigned coordinator to task, to this task, right? Now the moment if I assign coordinator, because email to participant is again a task of coordinator, if I choose coordinator, we can see that we are getting some sign over here in indicator. Could you guess why we are getting this sign? Over allocated, right? So till I don't deploy the resource over here for the second task, we are not getting that sign. Okay, but the moment if I choose coordinator, we know that we are getting the sign of over allocation because both the tasks are on 5th Jan. So he got over allocated because 5th Jan, this task is for 1 day, this task is also for 1 day. So 2 days are there, so he's over allocated. Now confirmation, let him be over allocated. How do we move the over allocation? We'll see it in some time. Now confirmation from trainer, we give this task to coordinator. Confirmation from participant again is to coordinator. Correct? Now in typing we don't have a separate typist. We'll give this task to trainer. So I'll just go there and I'm going to say trainer. Formatting, we'll give this task to trainer. So the moment if I type trainer, now trainer got over allocated. Could you guess trainer is over allocated on which date? If you can notice, if you can read it from there. 8, right? He is over allocated only on Thursday because typing he is doing on Wednesday and Thursday, and on Thursday he is doing the form. So for Thursday he is over allocated. Okay, let it be over allocated. Now we are going to say printing. Printing will give it to ABC printer. Correct? Material ready. I don't want to take any resource over there. If you think that someone is responsible for this phase, you want to type the manager, the name of that person who is handling this phase, you can put his name over. You can take his name on material ready, but not on preparing course material. The reason is the moment if I deploy that resource, this cost will get calculated of 3 days. As it is 0 days, so the cost will not be there. I'll show you the cost in some time. Okay. Now here the installation of computer, we would like to have 2 types of resources, work and material, hardware engineer, and we will require computers, 20 computers, right? Now how do I deploy multiple resources? I can click over here, I'll say hardware engineer, and I'll take you to computers. If I press enter, now we can see here, we have deployed hardware engineer, and how many computers we have deployed? By default, it is showing me 1 number. The same thing what I have written in resource sheet. If I take you to view tab, resource sheet here, it's in resource sheet, you can see that, this is numbers, so this is giving me the same unit. We can type whatever we have. If I take you view tab, okay, Gantt chart, so 1 computer. If you want, I can go here and I can change it to 2 numbers. If I'm going to say 2, so, sorry, 20 computers, right? So I can go here and I can say I will require 20 computers. So I just type 20. Correct? Way 1 or way 2, what I can do is I can keep my cursor on this cell and I will click on resource tab. In resource tab, I'm going to say assign resources. And in assign resources, it will give you the list of all the resources. I'm going to say computer, I'm going to say assign, and computers, sorry, it is 20 computers. So I'll say 20 computers, and hardware engineer, I'll go there and do assign. So one hardware engineer and 20 computers. If I click on close, so we have assigned hardware engineer and 20. Correct? The same way, if you have to assign installation of software, we do require hardware engineer and 20 series, because when we are installing the software, we will require series. So I'll keep my cursor here. I'll click on resource tab, assign resources. So hardware engineer, I'm going to say assign, and series, I'll type 20 series here. Once I click on assign, so we have assigned both the resources, I'm going to click on close. Now, conducting training will give this task to trainer, and feedback will be taken by all. So this is the way team we have deployed the resources. Now, if I would like to know what is the cost of this project, because we have already declared the cost of these resources. So if you want to know the overall cost, I can click on project. If I go to project information, here we have statistics, and we can see team, the total cost of this project is 12,231. Okay, this is what the total cost we have. Okay, if you want to know the cost for each individual phase, if I would like to understand if course material में हमारा कितना cost जा रहा है, preparing training room में हमारा कितना cost जा रहा है, या फिर each individual activity के लिए कितना cost जा रहा है, could you guess how do I know that?
Add column.
Add a column as cost, right? So team, whenever you are looking for any information, okay, you think for the column, and that is the way we can run those columns. I said we have around 256 columns. So in one go we cannot understand all the columns. Whenever you are looking for any information, think of the column. If we have the column, we are going to insert. So let me insert a column before total slack. I'll right click, insert column total slack, and we can see, sorry, cost, right? So let me hide this. I'll write. Let me hide this also, right? I'll right click here. I'm going to say insert column, and if I'm going to say cost, so the overall cost of this project is 12,231.25, and preparing course material we are spending 2,700. Okay, this much amount we are spending for the training room, 4,600, and for each individual. I hope you understood the point.
If I want to add up the room rating, maybe room rent, if I want to add up just 300, is it sufficient or something else? Room rating, I have to take the room of rent.
Room
is the cost allocation.
Yeah.
So I want to add another 1 lakh rupees for the room rent.
You have to assign a middle task.
Task. और simply I can add
1.6.1 से पहले आपके task add करना पड़ेगा.
And he's saying room rating, he just want to invest 1,000 rupees or 1 lakh rupees straight up, right? It has nothing to do with the calculation, but I have understood. Okay, so
in the order.
So you can go there and you can type it, But what will happen? This cost will always be calculated in that case. It will go in the fixed cost. So I'll explain that, and you will get the answer of your question. So we can see that as of now, printing, we are not paying any cost over it. Right? Why we are not paying the cost is zero? I mean, ABC is printer working because if I click on View tab and if I take it to resource sheet here, we did not define any cost to ABC printer. It is zero. Correct. Now, how the cost is getting calculated? Cost will get calculated in two ways. Either by duration, I mean days, if it is a work resource, or by quantity, if it is a material. Like if you can notice, this 3,400. How is 3,400? We are paying 700 per day to hardware engineer. This is for 2 days, so 1,400, and 2,000 for computers. 100 per computer, and that is how 3,400. Like if I'm going to add one more computer over here, so it should be 3,500, right? It is 3,500. So my point is still, the cost will always get calculated either on duration for work resource or number of units by, if it is a material resource. Or suppose over here, if we have to give the cost without any calculation. So that time we say it's a fixed cost. Okay, so in fixed cost you can adjust that. So team, how do we adjust the fixed cost over there? Like for printing, we know that this task is for 1 day. Now to ABC printer, I don't want to pay him neither on duration. I don't know when he's working in afternoon because I also see उसका 10 आदमी लगा है, एक ही बंदा काम कर रहा है, रात में काम कर रहा है. Okay, but I'm saying मुझे एक दिन में चाहिए तो मैंने इसको duration उस हिसाब से एक दिन लिखा है. Okay, but for how long he's working? Like 1 day के अंदर अगर उसने 8 बंदे लगाए तो 80 घंटे का काम कर रहे हो. But I have nothing to do with 80 hours work कर रहा है. या मुझे ये भी नहीं पता है कि वो 20 कॉपीज देने वाला है, एक ही कॉपी देने वाला है. I just want to give him the straight away 500. So over that thing, what I need to do is I have to insert a column as fixed cost. I'll click here, insert column, and I'm going to say fixed cost. So I just want to pay him lump sum amount as 500. Now the moment you type 500, actually as you said, you can type cost is 500. Actually आप यहाँ पे लिखो तो यहाँ पे आएगा, यहाँ लिखो तो आएगा. Bottom line वो fixed cost है. तो अगर आप यहाँ पे भी 500 लिखते हैं तो यहाँ पे 500. So basically the technical word is fixed cost. So you have to take one column as fixed cost if you don't want to go with standard calculation. Correct? So suppose अगर मैं यहाँ पे टाइपिंग ट्रेलर का कॉस्ट कितना है 900 पर डे. करेक्ट? 900 पर डे तो मेरा रिसोर्स शीट में उसका कॉस्ट लगा के रखा है. करेक्ट? बट मैं उससे यहाँ पे निगोशिएट कर रहा हूँ. I'm going to say I'll pay him 1600. Right? तो अगर मैं यहाँ पे 1600 कर देता हूँ तो वो 1600 हो जाएगा. What it means is that फिक्स कॉस्ट के अंदर कितना हो जाएगा. अगर उसमें यहाँ पे 1600 दे रहा हूँ तो फिक्स कॉस्ट के अंदर -200 है. What it means, so here if I'm going to say 1600, the actual cost हमेशा कैलकुलेट होगा कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से, बट एडजस्टमेंट जो होगा फिक्स कॉस्ट. तो दैट मीन्स आप उसको 200 रुपीज राइट. या अगर सपोज मैं उसको यहाँ पे दे रहा हूँ 2000 तो फिक्स कॉस्ट के अंदर 200 प्लस. सो माय पॉइंट इज कॉस्ट विल ऑलवेज गेट कैलकुलेटेड बेस्ड ऑन द कैलकुलेशन. बट अगर आप वहाँ पे मैनिपुलेट कर रहे हो तो डिफरेंस जो है फिक्स कॉस्ट. दैट इज हाउ we have fixed cost and cost. So my point is, cost will always get calculated on the formula, but if you have to adjust, if you have some amount which you cannot calculate, you just want to keep one amount and you want to close that story, so better you take that fixed cost. I hope you understood this part. Anyone, any question?
प्रिंटिंग में सर हमने 500 कॉस्ट डाल दिया. अगर मेरे को प्रिंटिंग पता है कि मेरे को 1000 पेजेस ही प्रिंट करवाने हैं और उसका प्राइस 4 रुपये है या 5 रुपये, तो क्या ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है इसमें? प्रिंटिंग में मेरे को पता है कि 1000
में जाएगा.
हाँ तो वही एक बार.
हाँ तो अगर आपको लग रहा है कि एक आपको 1000 पेज प्रिंट करवाना है और पर पेजर आपका 4 रुपीज कॉस्ट है, तो आप यहाँ पे क्या करो, यहाँ पे व्यू टैब पे जाओ. राइट, मैं भी कहीं रिसोर्स व्यू टैब पे जाओ, रिसोर्स शीट पे जाता हूँ. राइट, रिसोर्स शीट, व्यू टैब, रिसोर्स शीट. राइट, यहाँ पे मैं एक नया रिसोर्स लेता हूँ, पेपर्स. ओके, नाउ यू आर सेइंग दिस एज यू आर सेइंग मटेरियल. टेक दैट एज मटेरियल. और यहाँ पे आप 4 रुपए पर पेज कॉस्ट हो गए. मटेरियल मतलब इज पर पेज. राइट, राइट. सो 4 रुपीज पर पेज पेपर्स जो भी है. सॉरी. ओके, अभी मैं यहाँ पे जाता हूँ व्यू टैब पे. I'll just scan chart, right? And as of now, for printing में ये वाला रिसोर्स निकाल देता हूँ. ठीक है, ये फिक्स कॉस्ट तो मैंने दिया है, इसको मैं जीरो कर देता हूँ. अब अगर मैं पेज डिप्लॉय कर रहा हूँ पेज, तो आप बता सकते हो अभी कॉस्ट में कितना आएगा? 4 रुपये. राइट, क्योंकि अगर मैं क्वांटिटी बाय डिफॉल्ट वो 1 ही जा रहा है. राइट, तो 4 रुपये. अभी आपको पता है कि आप 4000 जितने भी आप बोल रहे हो, यहाँ पे जाके अगर मैं उसको 2000 कर देता हूँ तो 2000 टाइम्स 4 कॉस्ट. तो ये कॉस्ट आपका, मुझे पता है आपको मटेरियल में लगेगा जब भी आप प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हो. राइट, तो वो आपका एक बार कॉस्ट शीट, इट इज वन टाइम एक्टिविटी थी. राइट, जब तक कि आपका कॉस्ट चेंज नहीं होता है तब तक कि आपका वो रहेगा.
सर ट्रैवल करना पड़ता है होटल से एम्प्लॉयज को क्लाइंट, उसके लिए कॉस्ट लगेगा विद इन द प्रोजेक्ट.
यस.
सो वो रिसोर्स टास्क में नहीं आता है. आई मीन यू कैन नॉट ऐड इन वर्क, सो यू हैव टू ऐड इन कॉस्ट ओनली.
हाँ, तो आप एक जो कॉस्ट है हम फिक्स कॉस्ट में आप ऐड कर सकते हैं. हाँ, फिक्स कॉस्ट अगर आपको पता है, लाइक अगर सपोज ये टाइपिंग हो रहा है, हम लोग ट्रेनर को बुला रहे हैं बाहर से, तो आपको पता है कि यहाँ पे जो ट्रेनर है बाहर से ही आ रहा है. तो आपका जो टिकट कॉस्ट है वहाँ पे आप टिकट ले लो और ये रिसोर्स में आप टिकट भी लगा.
वो टास्क रिपीट हो रहा है मल्टीपल डेज हो रहा है. फ्रीक्वेंटली दे आर विजिटिंग टू द साइट एंड दे आर स्टेइंग इन होटल.
हाँ, तो फिर आप एक जगह एक्टिविटी ले लो. राइट, फिर जो आपका एक्चुअल एक्टिविटी है वो ले लो कि टाइपिंग. मैं समझ रहा हूँ कि ट्रेनर अगर आप टाइपिंग कर रहे हो, ये एक्टिविटी आपका 10 दिन का है. इसका एयर टिकट तो एक ही बार लगे, एक बार आने का और एक बार जाने का लगा. राइट, लेकिन वो 10 दिन का जो स्टेप वो होटल का लगा, टिकट का अलग है, होटल का अलग है. जो 10 दिन है वो फिर आप एक 2 एक्टिविटी ले लो, टाइपिंग, ट्रेनर, या फिर आप 2 नवी एक्टिविटी कर लो. आई होप यू आर फॉलो। तो वो आपको थोड़ा सोच के आप कमी
रिसोर्स भी 3 टाइप का है ना, एक कॉस्ट रिसोर्स भी है ना, उसमें ऐड कर सकते हैं।
हाँ, कॉस्ट रिसोर्स में ऐड कर सकते हैं, लेकिन मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ कि अगर आप जैसा तो व्हाट यू आर सेइंग इज एब्सोल्युटली राइट। इफ आई क्लिक ऑन व्यू टैब रिसोर्स शीट, तो आप जैसे यहाँ पे मैं टिकट बताऊंगी, तो आप इसको कॉस्ट रिसोर्स बताओगे, दिस इज कॉस्ट। एक्चुअली कॉस्ट आपका फिक्स कॉस्ट ही होता है। सो कॉस्ट से सपोज इफ आई एम पेइंग दिस इज 2000, थैंक यू सर। ये मैं कॉस्ट रिसोर्स आपको दूसरे वे से स्टेप पे बताता हूँ, राइट। तो लेकिन आपका मेरा बॉटम लाइन है फिक्स कॉस्ट है। I'll just go here till right my tool यहाँ पे right, because here I'm going to say this is for 500. So the total cost of my project is 12,731.5, right? और जब भी आप जितना रिसोर्स यूज करें कॉस्ट उतना ही कैलकुलेट होगा। फॉर एग्जाम्पल हम लोग कोऑर्डिनेटर को पे कर रहे हैं आई थिंक 1000 पर डे एंड वी आर यूजिंग हिम ओनली फॉर 15 मिनट्स हियर फॉर फीडबैक, राइट? सो द कॉस्ट इज 31.25. So at times if you are preparing a project and you think that I'm working on that project, I'm on your payroll, you are paying say suppose 30,000 per month, right? So you will say that okay, if I'm working for 2 days or I'm working for 1 hour or 30,000 for, or maybe if you are paying 12 lakhs per month, right? Okay, so 12 lakhs per month, at least you can say 12 lakhs per month. Now even if I'm going to work for 1 day, automatically or 15 minutes, automatically the cost will be calculated. So my point is over here, you have to click on view tab, resource sheet, and then you have to keep it. You can keep either in days, in months, in weeks, okay, automatically calculated. So I've shown you, as we are using coordinator only for 15 minutes, it is giving the cost of 15 minutes.
सर कोऑर्डिनेटर अगर मैं वहाँ पे 30,000 पर मंथ लिखता हूँ,
हाँ,
तो क्या वो 1000 पर डे आएगा या फिर डिवाइडेड बाय 26 होगा? 15 मिनट का है 30,000 पर मंथ रिसोर्स।
हाँ,
तो पर डे का कॉस्ट क्या आएगा? 1000 का आएगा या 1200 का आएगा जो डिवाइडेड बाय 26?
ओके, राइट। तो कोऑर्डिनेटर का हम लोग एक दिन का टास्क पकड़ लेते हैं अभी, राइट?
हाँ,
फीडबैक में एक दिन पकड़ लेता हूँ, राइट? अभी का ठीक है, ये कॉस्ट इसका
मिनट हो गया।
दे देगा। ओके, सो ठीक, ये 1000 जा रहा है, राइट? अब अगर मैं यहाँ पे व्यू पे जाता हूँ, रिसोर्स शीट के ऊपर जाता हूँ एंड कोऑर्डिनेटर को यू आर सेइंग 30,000 पर मंथ। ओके, सो हियर अभी आपके हिसाब से क्या जाना चाहिए?
1100 ही जाएगा।
Okay, so if I click on View tab, if I'm going to say resource sheet here, sorry, Gantt chart, okay, the cost जा रहा है 1,153. Okay, आपको पता है कैलेंडर में हम लोगों ने 26 किया था, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so that will get divided by 26 days and that cost is very calculated. Okay.
Yes, it is very much conflicting, sir. मतलब फिर हम कैसे पता करेंगे? बिकॉज कंपनी तो एक CTC दिखा देती है एम्प्लॉइज का किसी के लिए, तो वो CTC में उसका जो नॉन वर्किंग डेज है वो भी इंक्लूडेड रहता है। तो ऑन दैट पार्ट सर भाई जो कॉस्ट एलोकेशन है ये तो क्रेडिट आएगा ही नहीं।
तो कंपनी का जो CTC है सब थोड़ा बहुत डिफरेंस जाएगा, बहुत ज्यादा नहीं जाएगा। एक सेकंड, हम लोग इसका पर डे पहले कॉस्ट निकाल लेते हैं, ये 30,000 है ना? ये कॉस्ट कितना गया है? एक काम करते हैं, 30,000 डिवाइडेड बाय 26 करके देखते हैं,
उतना ही आएगा सर।
ठीक है? तो इतना आ रहा है 1153, राइट? सेम कॉस्ट आ रहा है। तो अभी ये जो मंथ है हम लोगों ने डाला कि 26 डेज वी आर वर्किंग। तो आप जो अगर CTC है तो व्हाट यू कैन डू इज यू कैन डिवाइड इट विद 26 एंड देन इट विल पुट इट ओवर, लाइक व्हाट यू डू इज दैट
तो आपको पेड मिलता है,
हॉलीडे से कौन कर रहे हो उसमें? शेड्यूल को चेंज नहीं कर सकते,
वर्किंग डे में ऐड हो जाएगा।
रिसोर्स का वजह से शेड्यूल को चेंज नहीं कर सकते।
एक्चुअली ये जो कॉस्ट है बराबर ही कैलकुलेट।
नो नो नो, ऐसा नहीं। जब ओबीसी कैलकुलेट करते हैं, ओपीसी कैलकुलेट करते हैं, एक एम्प्लॉय का सैलरी दे रहे विच इज इंक्लूडेड इन अ प्रोजेक्ट। अगर इसका सैलरी 10 लाख है, 10 लाख शुड बी प्लॉटेड। अगर वो 26 डेज ही वर्किंग करो, 30 डेज वर्किंग करो, बट एज पर द प्रोजेक्ट 26 डेज ही वर्क करें, बट इसका पे जा रहे 30 डेज। When you divide it with the 26, there is a difference. ओवरऑल कॉस्ट में इम्पैक्ट आता है। ऐसा एक 100 एम्प्लॉय थे, 100 एम्प्लॉय का 30 डेज का पे कर रहे कंपनी, बट हियर ओनली यू आर गेटिंग 26 डेज का कॉस्ट आया, तो 4 डेज का नहीं आया।
जो एक्टिविटी जो हमने किया है वो 26 डे का एक्टिविटी होता है, जो कॉस्ट पे भी पूरा किया होता है। You will pay.
You have to go with fixed cost.
हाँ, वो वार्ड करना
वेरिएबल नहीं बोल रहे हो ना, डिक्लेयर कर रहे हो फिक्स।
सर जब बजट बनाते हैं एवरी कॉस्ट एम्प्लॉय का जो फुल सैलरी तो टोटल कैलकुलेट होता है, बट इधर वर्किंग डेज है 20, बट इसका पे करे टोटल मंथ का, बट हियर व्हेन यू आर डूइंग कॉस्टिंग इट विल ओनली रिफ्लेक्ट 26 डेज का, सो देयर इज अ डिफरेंस ऑफ 4 डेज।
₹153 जो ऊपर का है
वो सही में जा रहा है।
MSP captures variable data only. Variable what is your labor cost will be variable, so fixed cost is fixed cost. Average fixed and
No, okay.
it is counting order.
एक्चुअली कैलकुलेशन बराबर जा रहा है।
कैलकुलेशन बराबर 23 डेज
कैलकुलेशन बराबर जा रहा है, एक्चुअल जो पे कर रहे हैं वो अलग है ना, सो ही विल नॉट पे फॉर 26 डेज ओनली, ही विल पे फॉर 30 डेज।
वही बोल रहा है सर, क्या वो 30 डेज का पे कर रहे थे, 30 डेज के हिसाब से ही जा रहे हैं सर।
30 डेज 1 साल वाला पूरा 30 डेज
एक्चुअली कैसे ऐसा नहीं है, इसको मल्टीप्लाई बाय 30 ऐसा नहीं होगा, ये मल्टीप्लाई बाय 26 होगा, बिकॉज दैट पर्सन इज वर्किंग फॉर 26 डेज, राइट। तो आप जैसा बोलो कि 30 डेज का पेमेंट हम लोग कर रहे हैं, तो 30 डेज का आप पेमेंट कर रहे हो, लेकिन वो एक्चुअल मतलब 26 ही डेज का आप कर रहे हैं, तो आप 26 का कर रहे हो कि 30 का कर रहे हो? 30 का कर रहे हो, तो 30 के हिसाब से ही जा रहे हैं। 4 डेज संडे जो है वो बंद नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन उसका इंक्लूड हो रहा था सर, बराबर जा रहा है।
आपका मंथली पैकेज 1 लाख का है, तो 30 डेज का बंद होगा तो क्या आपको 26 वो
सभी काट के नहीं देते।
Even if you are working for 26 days, but the cost is 30,000. 1 month जो कैलेंडर है हमारा 30 डेज का है,
आपको 31 दिन में आएगा तो उतना ही पैसा आता है, 30 दिन में आएगा तो उतना ही पैसा आता है।
ओनली क्वेश्चन है कि प्रीमियरी लेबर जो आता है जिस दिन आया उस दिन
वो अलग है, वो अलग है।
वेरिएबल का है,
आपको उसको पर डे डाल दीजिए, पर डे डाल दीजिए।
वेरी डिफरेंट।
तो एक्चुअली जो आप प्रोजेक्ट में, आप कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर एम्प्लॉय का जो है, तो वो जो आप सीटीसी रहता है, सीटीसी का कैलकुलेशन बनाते हैं,
सबसे बेस्ट है
सीटीसी का
पर डे वेकेशन में पर डे डालने का
पर डे जो डेली वेजेस पर डे। Okay, so I think we understood this part, right, team? Okay, now we know that these resources are over-allocated, but before we remove the over-allocation, ठीक एक प्रोजेक्ट है, राइट। प्रोजेक्ट में हम लोग एक ट्रेनर को कॉस्ट दे रहे हैं 900 पर डे। यह प्रोजेक्ट 1 साल का प्रोजेक्ट है, पहले 3 महीने हम उसको 900 पर डे दे रहे थे, अब उसका कॉस्ट बढ़ गया, तो बीच में कैसे एडजस्ट करते हैं, दैट पार्ट वी आर ट्राइंग टू एक्सप्लेन। You understand my point? So at times it happens that we are purchasing the material, the cement bag is of ₹300, right? Now once we have started the project, we know that now the cost has increased, it has become 400. So how do we adjust that cost in between, that part I'm showing you. So as of now, to trainer we are paying him 900 per day. Suppose that उसका Jan 9 से उसका कॉस्ट बढ़ गया 1200 पर डे, तो ये जो टाइपिंग का कॉस्ट है ये 1800 जा रहा है, बिकॉज Jan 7 से Jan 9 से उसका कॉस्ट बढ़ गया है, मतलब उसका कॉस्ट सिर्फ यहाँ बढ़ना चाहिए कंडक्टिंग ट्रेनिंग में, राइट, क्योंकि ये जो ट्रेनिंग है ये 10 को दे रहे हैं। यू अंडरस्टैंड माय पॉइंट? ओके, सो ओवर हियर टीम द कॉस्ट ऑफ, यू कैन नोटिस दिस पार्ट हियर, यू नो, दिस कॉस्ट विल रिमेन सेम, this cost and this cost we can notice. So how do we adjust the cost in between, that part I'm talking about. So we have to increase the cost of trainer from 9th Jan. So how do I do that? I'll click on view tab, I'll take you to resource sheet. Okay, जिस भी resource का cost बढ़ रहा है, we have to double click on that resource, and here we have cost tab, right? I'll take you to cost tab. We are taking 900 per day. अगर आपको लगता है उसका कॉस्ट बढ़ गया 9 Jan से, so you'll go to effective date. And in effective date, I'm going to say 9 Jan. So I'll go there 9 Jan, which is Friday, and here I'm going to pay him 1200 per day. Right? So once I say 1200 per day, and if I click on OK, if I click on View tab, and if I take you to this Gantt chart, now we can see कि यहाँ पे उसका कॉस्ट चेंज हो रहा है, बट यहाँ पे नहीं हो रहा है. उसका कॉस्ट हम लोग ने 9 Jan से करा है. तो पुरानी जो एक्टिविटीज है वो ओल्ड कमर्शियल के हिसाब से कर रहा है, नई एक्टिविटी will go according to the cost. Now it go for material also, right? As it is for more, it's going for material. Because we know that in a project, at times the costs are going to keep on changing. We understand this?
जैसे कि आपने टाइपिंग के लिए बताया ना, तो उससे टाइपिंग का रेट मेरा बढ़ गया आफ्टर सर्टेन पीरियड.
हाँ, टाइपिंग का लेकिन रेट किस वजह से बढ़ा, सर वो बताना पड़ेगा ना. ट्रेनर की वजह से बढ़ा
नहीं, एक रेट है. जैसे केस में होता है कि हमारा रेट नहीं, हम लोग को काम नहीं होता है, उसका रेट में
सपोज एक्स मटेरियल एक महीने के लिए 4, 10, 1 मंथ हमको देना है, तो उसमें से सपोज 100 क्वांटिटी दे दी है, तो 100 क्वांटिटी में से सपोज हो गया पहले दिन से चालू कर दिया, 10वें दिन के बाद पता चला 10वें दिन के बाद सेम 10 क्वांटिटी डिलीवर करके बाकी 90 के लिए रेट बढ़ा है, तो उसको कैसे ऐड कर पाएगा?
नहीं, तो वो तो ट्रैकिंग में आएगा ना सर, क्योंकि प्लानिंग का
तो दिस पॉसिबली मे बी ऐड. सपोज आई एम मेकिंग प्लानिंग फॉर 1 year प्रोजेक्ट, ठीक है, तो 1 year प्रोजेक्ट के लिए some of the materials will start from 3rd month to suppose 8th month, but I know that monsoon period में उसका रेट कम हो सकता है. Accordingly, whether I am able to during planning also can I make calculate कि इसका कॉस्ट ये हो सकता है.
हाँ, तो ये कर दे
क्वांटिटी के लिए. Now
it goes for the material and it goes for the work also.
so that material जो सपोज हम लोग टाइमलाइन लेके 3 महीने का 4 महीने का, तो वही एक्टिविटी में अगर चेंज हो रहा है, तो आई थिंक जो यहाँ पे कॉस्ट दिखा रहा है इफेक्टिवली जो हमें 1800 दिखा रहा है, इट विल इफेक्टिवली दिखाएगा ज्यादा, वहाँ पे चेंज करना.
नहीं, व्यू पे जा रहा हूँ, रिसोर्स शीट पे जा रहा हूँ, राइट. अगर आप क्वांटिटी की बात करें, मैं यहाँ पे डबल क्लिक कर रहा हूँ. अब आप विजुअलाइज कर सकते हो कि क्वांटिटी जैसा बोल रहे हो कि आप 1 साल का प्रोजेक्ट है, पहले 3 महीने आपको ये एक्सपेक्टेड है कि कॉस्ट 100 है, बाद में हो सकता है 150 हो जाए, बाद में 200 हो जाए. आपको एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था, यहाँ पे आप डेट में एक्सपेक्ट कर लो कि ये डेट से ये कॉस्ट होगा, ये डेट से ये कॉस्ट होगा. तो जो एक्टिविटीज इस डेट तक की आ रही है वो एक कॉस्ट होता, जो एक्टिविटीज बढ़ के आ रही है उसके अंदर एक कॉस्ट होता है. करेक्ट. अब अगर आपकी एक एक्टिविटी है जो कि पूरे 9 महीने की एक्टिविटी है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल स्टार्टिंग में एक ही एक्टिविटी, और उसके अंदर आप जितने क्वांटिटी लगाओगे तो वो उस हिसाब से आपको जो क्वांटिटी है पूरा एवरेज होगा. ऐसा बहुत कम बार होगा कि आपका एक ही एक्टिविटी है उसके अंदर ही कॉस्ट बढ़ रहा है. आप आइडियली क्या करते हो, अगर ये है तो एक्टिविटी को डिवाइड कर देते हैं, एक्टिविटी 1, एक्टिविटी 2, एक्टिविटी 4. अभी आपको पता है एक्टिविटी 1 जो है वही एक्टिविटी के अंदर आपको अगर 100 क्वांटिटी आया, पहले 30 क्वांटिटी किसी और कॉस्ट से आया, तो आप उसके लिए टास्क 1, टास्क 2, टास्क 3 यू ब्रेक इट. दैट इज द वे. बहुत कम बार ऐसा होता है कि आपने एक एक्टिविटी स्टार्ट की और उसी के अंदर अगर एक ही आइडियली एक ही एक्टिविटी आपको ज्यादा से ज्यादा कितना होना चाहिए, तो आप ब्रेक कर दो सर, अगर वैसा है ब्रेक.
जब हमको कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मिला, सपोज सीमेंट जनरल टर्म्स में 300 रुपीज, तो प्रोजेक्ट मिल गया 300 रुपीज में, बट लेटर ऑन मंथ टू मंथ और चेंज हो रहा है, फ्रीक्वेंट चेंजेस, वाइल वी आर ट्रैकिंग वी आर अपडेटेड. सो टोटल 9 months में जहाँ चेंजेस हुआ हम लोग को एक व्यू में देख सकते हैं.
हाँ, वो रिपोर्ट में आपको
रिपोर्ट में
मिलेगा कहाँ चेंजेस हुआ, मतलब टीवी क्लाइंट्स में यूज होगा, प्राइस वेरिएशन क्लाइंट्स में कोई यूज होता है.
नहीं, वो रिपोर्ट आई नो इट इज वेरी यूजफुल, तो मिलेगा. तो हम लोगों ने रिपोर्ट को टेस्ट नहीं किया. रिपोर्ट एक्चुअली रिपोर्ट एक अपना एक अलग स्किल है. आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कि आपका डेटा जा किधर रहा और तो वहां से डेटा को आप कैसे बेटर वे से निकाल सकते हो, वो है. सो बेसिकली रिपोर्ट आई विल से इट इज अ डिफरेंट स्किल सेट. So first of all, we need to understand how the data is going inside, and then how do we plot the data so that. But what you said absolutely not. We can get that report. So team, I hope we understood this, but how do we handle the cost if they are changing in between. मैं अभी एक ही cost रख देता हूँ team. I'll just click on view tab, resource sheet. I'll just double click on trainer और trainer के वाला cost में निकाल देता हूँ. I'll just say okay. I'll click on view tab and I'm going to say yeah, chart. We have the same cost. Now it will take 15 minutes then. Should we take after 15 minutes? So we are going to take. Okay, so over here we have understood that how if the cost are getting changed. Now we are going to remove the resource or allocation. How do we remove the resource or allocation? That part. Now over allocation we can understand that over allocation, that means the resource is working on two different tasks. So first of all, we will remove the resource or allocation of hardware engineer. Could we guess hardware engineer किस डेट पे ओवर एलोकेटेड है? ओके, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल टीम, अगर आपको ओवर एलोकेशन निकालना है तो आप कैसे ओवर एलोकेशन निकालोगे, वो क्वेश्चन है. नॉट टू आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट इन जनरल. आपने मुझे दो टास्क दिया, मंडे को टास्क ए भी दिया है, बी भी दिया है, दोनों आंसर करने का टास्क है, तो मैं तो ओवर एलोकेटेड हूँ. तो आपको ओवर एलोकेशन कैसे निकालोगे? क्योंकि मंडे जब आएगा तो मैं आपको डेफिनेटली बोलूंगा सर मैं कोई एक ही टास्क में काम कर सकता हूँ और आपको एड एडिशनल रिसोर्स. ओके, 1 वे रिसोर्स अगर नहीं है आपके पास एडिशनल, हाँ लेबल कर सकते हैं. ओके, सो वन ऑप्शन इज दैट वी कैन ऐड द रिसोर्स. व्हाट अल्टरनेट वी हैव? अगर रिसोर्स नहीं है तो
डिले कर सकते हैं.
वो टास्क को मैं आगे बढ़ा सकता हूँ, नहीं डिले हो जाएगा प्रोजेक्ट. सेकेंड, ओवर टाइम में रिक्वेस्ट कर सकता हूँ उसी रिसोर्स को कि आफ्टर 6 o'clock sit and complete this, you take off of some other day.
पैरेलल वर्कर्स,
पैरेलल इज नॉट
पैरेलल तो पैरेलल नहीं होगा सर क्योंकि ओवर एलोकेटेड है. मैं वो टास्क को आउटसोर्स कर देता हूँ. So there are so many, we have couple of options, right? We can ask to the same resource to do overtime. We can add the resource. Okay, we can shift that task to the next working day. Correct? Or we can outsource that activity. We have these options. Now, as a project manager, you need to decide which option is better. Now, अभी यहाँ पे क्या है? Hardware engineer is over allocated. Could you guess he is over allocated on which date? 8, right? He is over allocated on 8. Now, as we know that hardware engineer is working only on these two activities, we are able to understand it. But अगर वो 4 टास्क पे यहाँ पे काम कर रहा हूँ, वापस से 10 टास्क पे वो 6 महीने के बाद काम कर रहा हूँ, I mean on one screen I will not be able to understand where is over allocated, right? So if you would like to know how it is over allocated in detail, we have resource usage. Okay, I click on view tab. I already spoke about in resource sheet. If the resources are in red color, they are over allocated. Unfortunately, 3 work resources, they all are over allocated. So now we have to remove the over allocation of hardware engineer. So if I want to see the detail that how is over allocated, we have a separate view which is resource usage. I'll click on view tab and I will take you to resource usage. Once I click on resource usage, so here we are talking about hardware engineer. Hardware engineer is working for 24 hours in this project. Right? He is working for 24 hours in this project and installation of computer is going to 60 hours. Not on which date is over allocated, I can pull out the relevant data here. Now we know that we will have to navigate all the way from left to right. That could be challenged. So what I can do is, in whichever view you are there, if you have to pull out the relevant data, I'm just going to keep my cursor here, like hardware engineer, and we have task there, and this icon is important. At any point of time, quickly if you have to have that data, so I just click on scroll to task, it will pull out the data. So now we can see in hardware engineer is over allocated on, okay, is over allocated on Thursday, right? Because on Wednesday and Thursday, installation of computer is doing on Wednesday and Thursday, and on Thursday he is doing installation of software. So it's over allocated on Thursday. So my point is, if you have to see in detail that how the hardware engineer is over allocated, better you go to resource usage. Say, as of now we have a very small number of activities, so I can easily understand from that. Now let me know how should I remove this over allocation. Shift करूँ, overtime का बोलूँ.
If there is an option of slack in that particular activity,
then we can shift, right? So that is what the bottom line I'm just trying to explain. Whenever we have to remove the over allocation of any resource, first of all, you need to check slack. If you have slack, use that slack. If you don't have slack, then you have to think whether you have to overstand. So over here, how do I see over allocation? Slack. I'll just right click here before cost. Let me insert a column as total slack. So we can see, here we have slack time because we want to shift this task, installation of software, right? Because we want this task to shift to next working day. So installation of software, if I'm going to shift it, it will not impact in the overall duration of my project because slack means, okay, even if I'm going to delay this task by 1 day, it will not change the overall duration of the project. It will not change the finish rate. I hope you understood my point, right? So we know that this installation of software, we have slack, so we are going to use this slack to remove the allocation of our engineer. Now, how should I remove this slack? If you can let me know, how should I remove this slack? Or how should I shift installation of software to Friday, not on Thursday? Because मैं उसको बोलूँगा Wednesday, Thursday peacefully you do installation of software, and on Friday you do the installation of software. So I have to shift this task to Friday. What should I do? How should I shift it? Any suggestion? I hope you understood my question.
Constraints, strategic constraints, closing constraints.
Constraints, okay. As late as possible. Okay. What else?
Status set.
No, using the decisions is not actually
See, अगर मैं यहाँ पे constraints use करता हूँ, as late as possible, I'm okay with it. But this time I will not use the constraints. Last time I used the constraints. लेकिन अचीव वही होगा, लेकिन मैं यहाँ पे constraints use नहीं करूँगा, क्योंकि actually मैंने यहाँ पे link दिया है 12 SS plus 50%. So better है मैं यहाँ पे predecessor use करूँ. You understand my point? तो actually किस टाइम पे कहाँ पे चेंज करना है, रिजल्ट हो सकता है सेम है, बट किस टाइम पे कहाँ पे चेंज करना है, that is again important. Because मैं जब प्लान बना रहा था, I was very much occupied in concentrating on my schedule, right? I did not think much about my resources. I never thought that okay, I have the shortage of resources, right? So that time I was not focusing on the resources. My focus was there on that task, right? So that time मैंने बोला ठीक है, parallel adjust हो सकते हैं, मैं करूँगा. Now I get to know that okay, resource की और shortage हो सकते हैं. So this time I will not go parallel. I'm not saying that you cannot say constraints as late as possible, but that is not the right choice here. We have to say 12, right? Because हम लोग parallel work कर रहे थे, so I say I will not work parallel. So if I say 12 over here, we should know I should not have the over allocation sign here. So the over allocation sign has moved. We can see that the duration is still same, the finish is still same, the cost is same, everything is same, right? But we have used the slide here so as to remove the over allocation. I hope you understood my point.
We have made changes in predecessors.
In predecessor, right? Okay? क्योंकि जब हम लोग कर रहे थे तो मुझे ऐसा लगा हम लोग पैरेलली वर्क कर सकते हैं, right? क्योंकि मैंने जब सोचा ठीक है,
yes, at that time
I thought, right? Planning, right? Now कि जब मैं resource deploy कर रहा हूँ तो फिर मुझे लग रहा है नहीं resource नहीं हो सकता, तो मैंने यहाँ पे
when you were explaining the slack concept, sir, actually you did something when all slacks become zero.
Last time, right?
What was that, sir? Actually, if you keep that 12 plus 50% and that is step, actually I missed it.
As late as possible, constraints. तो यहाँ पे अगर मैं इसको डबल क्लिक करता हूँ, we went with as late as possible.
Okay. Then also over allocation खत्म हो गया हमारा.
हाँ, यहाँ से भी over allocation चले गया, right?
लेकिन आपका constraint आ गया इसमें.
हाँ, constraints आ गया और actually यहाँ पे ये 12 SS plus 50% का भी मीनिंग नहीं निकलेगा ना. एक्चुअली भी हम लोग पैरेलल वर्क ही नहीं कर रहे ना, इसका कोई मीनिंग ही नहीं निकलेगा लिंक का, तो फिर ये लिंक मैंने रखा नहीं, इसको पहले ही करना.
हाँ, वो constraint और ये.
तो एक्चुअली आपको प्रीडिसेसर और कंस्ट्रेंट्स कब कहाँ पे यूज करना है वो थोड़ा ठीक
अभी क्लैरिटी. अगर प्रेडिसेसर का क्लैरिटी होकर काम हो रहा है तो then we need not to use a constraint actually.
Absolutely correct. आपको प्रीडिसेसर जो जरूरी है वही डालना है, राइट? और अगर आपको लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे 12 SS प्लस 50% डाला है, फिर आपने कंस्ट्रेंट्स करे तो प्रीडिसेसर पे आपको पहले फोकस करना है, फिर वहां पे आपको कंस्ट्रेंट्स करना है. आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड दिस पॉइंट. करेक्ट? Note it, over here we have to remove the over-allocation of trainer. Trainer is also over-allocated. Let me know how should I remove the over-allocation of trainer. Can I remove the over-allocation of trainer the way I have removed it for hardware engineer? Okay, trainer is over-allocated on which date? So we are talking about trainer, right? Trainer is over-allocated on which date? 8, right? Okay, he is over-allocated the same way as my hardware engineer was over-allocated.
Exactly.
Correct? He is over-allocated on Thursday. But can I remove the over-allocation of trainer the way I have removed it for hardware engineer? Because slack is not there, right? So team मैंने यहाँ पे 12SS plus 50% निकाला था, यहाँ पे अगर मैं 7SS plus 50% निकालता हूँ, so what will happen? ये slack नहीं है, तो प्रोजेक्ट का ड्यूरेशन बढ़ेगा, राइट? प्रोजेक्ट की फिनिश रेट भी बढ़ेगा. अभी डिपेंड कैसे है कि अगर प्रोजेक्ट का ड्यूरेशन बढ़ रहा है और मुझे यहाँ पे कुछ इम्पैक्ट नहीं करना है, तो वी आर ओके विद इट, राइट? बट अगर प्रोजेक्ट का ड्यूरेशन बढ़ रहा है, डेट मींस अगर हो सकता है यहाँ पे सैटरडे को हम लोग ट्रेनिंग ले रहे थे. नाउ we have hired at hotels, maybe we have booked the tickets, the people they are coming from outside. Now I cannot ship this training, right? Because we have invested a lot over there. So that time when आपको सोचना है कि अगर आप you cannot ship this date, so you have to think about adding the resource over there. So my point is, as a project manager, you need to decide what is feasible for us, what is better for us. Correct? So we understood कि यहाँ पे trainer का over allocation निकालना है. So number one, I can remove the over allocation the way we have removed for hardware engineer, but here it will increase the project duration. What if I don't want to increase the project duration? We would like to complete the project on the same day. What alternate we have? I can ask to the same trainer for overtime, right? If it's not ready for overtime, then I can deploy one more resource. Then मैं बोलूँगा ठीक है 2 ट्रेनर ले लेते हैं. एक ट्रेनर जो है वो टाइप करेगा 2 दिन और एक ट्रेनर जो है वो फॉर्मेट करेगा. तो अब अगर मैं एक और ट्रेनर यहाँ पे डिप्लॉय करता हूँ, will it increase the cost of my project?
Of course not. No.
Yeah, it will explain it, right? So you are saying the cost will not increase.
Cost will
Increase. Okay, so we will just add the trainer, right? As of now, we can see that the cost is 12,731.25, right? Now we have one trainer, okay? We don't have more allocation side. We have. Now let me add another trainer. How do I add another trainer? I'll click on the review tab, resource sheet, and we have one trainer. Let me add one more trainer as 2 over here, right? जैसे मैं यहाँ पे 2 करता हूँ, तो it is no more rate करना. That means over allocation is removed. If I click on view tab, if I take it to Gantt chart, so we don't have the over allocation sign, but the cost is still same.
Why we have put it there? Why we have not put it in formatting column trainer like this? Trainer to sir. Yeah.
नहीं रिसोर्स एक ही है सर. आप क्वांटिटी वहाँ पे बढ़ा दो ना. क्वांटिटी बढ़ा दैट डजंट मैटर. आपको अगर 50 लेबर बताने आप नहीं बोलोगे लेबर 1 लेबर 2 लेबर 3. आप वहाँ पे एंटर करके 50 लेबर्स.
यहाँ पे हम ट्रेनर 2 नहीं कर सकते हैं.
ठीक है वो ट्रेनर 2 फिर आपको एक स्पेसिफिक
not trainer 2, not trainer 2. I'm not trainer 1, trainer 2. I'm not.
क्वांटिटी नहीं है ना.
What is trainer and big bracket 2 besides?
वो क्वांटिटी के लिए आता है सर इसको.
Okay.
ये जो ना मटेरियल रिसोर्स ये वर्क रिसोर्स के लिए.
Okay.
वर्क रिसोर्स को आपको वही डालना.
Okay.
राइट. तो वर्क रिसोर्स को जैसे हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे कंपेयर किया था, वर्क रिसोर्स को आपको मैक्सिमम यूनिट वहां डालना है. अभी सर आप बताओ अपनी कॉस्ट की. तो आप बोल रहे थे नहीं करेंगे तो you need to give us explanation.
Why not change because cost is calculated depending on the number of days. Suppose 900 into 2 days or 3 days is what it is. So now you are treated to 2 different trainers. The cost will not change.
Okay. So basically we are paying the cost as per work. तो actually जो टाइपिंग है ये 16 घंटे का काम है. लेकिन इंस्टेड ऑफ कॉलम इज वर्क. सो बेसिकली ये जो काम है ये 16 घंटे का काम है, राइट? और ये वाला जो काम है ये 8 आवर्स का काम है. तो पहला वाला जो ट्रेनर के पास हम लोग उसको 24 आवर्स का कॉस्ट दे ही रहे, लेकिन वो 24 आवर्स काम उससे 16 घंटे में निकल रहा है. वो पॉसिबल नहीं है प्रैक्टिकली. Like over here, I'm working, I'm charging 100 rupees. I got another training and I'm charging 100 rupees. But I cannot be at both the places. At the max, I can deploy another trainer over. So my table might be showing that I'm earning 200, but practically it's not possible. Right? So therefore the cost is what it is. अब ये मैं ट्रेनर को ऐड कर सकता हूँ, पर ये प्रैक्टिकली तभी पॉसिबल है आपके पास में रियली ट्रेनर है. करेक्ट? अगर ट्रेनर है तो क्या है, अगर नहीं है तो फिर क्या करना पड़ेगा? फिर आपको इसको रिक्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा ओवर टाइम, उन्हें इसको आउटसोर्स करना पड़ेगा टास्क. राइट? सो देयर आर पॉसिबिलिटीज, बट जो पहली बात आपने बोली कि टोटल स्लैक पे पहले फोकस करो, तो आप देखो नहीं तो बाकी फिर ऑप्शन आपको मिल सकते. I hope you understood this thing. Okay, so assume time I have only one trainer. My management is saying even if we are going to increase the project duration, we don't mind. Okay, but we cannot give you another trainer. We have only one trainer for this project. So what I will do is I'll click on View tab. I'll click on Resource Sheet and let me take this trainer as one trainer only because we have only a trainer. And now if we have to remove the resource or allocation of that trainer, I'll go there and I will just remove this. Right, 7. I'll just say 7. Right. So once I say 7, we know that this duration will become for 7 days. The finish date will get changed. We are okay with it. If I'm going to say 7, and this resource or allocation should not be. So that is how we have removed the resource. Is that correct? So we have removed the resource or allocation of hardware engineer and of trainer. Okay. Now we have to remove the resource or allocation of coordinator. Now coordinator is too much over allocated.
Yes.
Right? Coordinator is over allocated 1 day here, 1 day here, 1 day here. टीम सबसे पहले हम लोग क्या करते हैं, टास्क एक्टिविटीज देखते हैं और फिर उसके बाद में रिसोर्स डिप्लॉय करते हैं. कई बार हमको उल्टी चीज करनी पड़ती है, लाइक वी हैव टू चेक द अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ रिसोर्स एंड देन वी हैव टू शेड्यूल द टास्क. सो वी वुड लाइक टू शेड्यूल दिस एक्टिविटी एज पर द अर्लीएस्ट अवेलेबल टाइम ऑफ दिस रिसोर्स. सो दैट कैन बी से रिसोर्स लेवलिंग. Okay, so resource leveling, what we are saying is email to trainer, it is on Monday. Again on Monday, email to participant. Now we have only one resource coordinator. So I said, okay, this task will go for Tuesday. The task of Tuesday will go for Wednesday. And the task of Tuesday again, there are two tasks, will go to Thursday. So my point is, how do I schedule these activities at the earliest available time of coordinator? So what we can do is, I can select these tasks over here. And for all the task coordinator is working. So I click on View tab. I click on Resource tab, and then I'm going to say Label Resource. Once I say Label Resource, so if I'm going to say Coordinator, what will happen? The resource or allocation will get removed, but of course, the task jab shift hoga, the overall duration of the project will increase. It will become for 9 days. Correct? So what I'm saying is that यहाँ पे Slack नहीं है, मेरे पास में एक और coordinator भी नहीं है. ठीक है, इसके बाद में कोऑर्डिनेटर इज नॉट रेडी फॉर द ओवर टाइम. ओके, इसका टास्क मैं आउटसोर्स भी नहीं कर सकता हूं, इट इज टू कॉन्फिडेंशियल टास्क. ओके, सो वी हैव कम लेफ्ट विद टू पोस्टपोन दिस एक्टिविटीज एंड एज वी डोंट हैव स्लैक टाइम फॉर श्योर द प्रोजेक्ट. तो अगर आपको ये चलता है कि इफ यू आर गोइंग टू शेड्यूल इट, सो यू कैन से लेवल रिसोर्स. सो लेवल रिसोर्स में आपको कितनी रिसोर्स लेवल करके देगा, तो ये टीम जॉइन करेगा, ये ऑटोमेटिकली या ये मंडे करेगा, ये ट्यूसडे को चलेगा, ये वेडनेसडे और ये थर्सडे. सो ओवरऑल प्रोजेक्ट ड्यूरेशन विल बिकम 9 days. सो हाउ डू आई लेबल रिसोर्स? आई एम गोइंग टू select these tasks over here. I'll click on resource tab and I'm going to say label resource. Once I say label resource, so let me label this coordinator. Once I say label now, so we can see that we don't have over allocation and this project has become for 9 days and now we are able to finish this project in January. So my point is, whenever we have to remove the resource or allocation, we have to follow a couple of steps, and I will let you know that.
In the same way, under allocation.
Yeah.
You fully utilize नहीं हो पा रहे तो वो भी कर सकते हैं.
How full utilize अगर ट्रेनर रिसोर्स नहीं हो रहा, पर डेटा यूज नहीं कर रहे, तो then you can break the task. 1 घंटे का टास्क
अंडर यूटिलाइज केस में.
हाँ, अंडर यूटिलाइज. बट यहाँ पे ओवर अंडर यूटिलाइज में अभी आपके पास काम ही है, आप रिसोर्स को क्या बोलेंगे? बहुत कम बार रिसोर्स, काम ज्यादा होता है रिसोर्स. बट अंडर यूटिलाइज है तो यू कैन से अननेसेसरी यू कैन नॉट गिव हिम द टास्क.
बैठा है काम दे रही है, ऐसा नहीं है. बैठा है काम दे रही है, ऐसा नहीं है.
अगर आप ये है कि उसका स्किल सेट सही है, मतलब 2 रिसोर्स है, ट्रेनर है और कोऑर्डिनेटर है, उन दोनों का स्किल सेट अलग है. कोऑर्डिनेटर ओवरऑल इफेक्ट कर रहा था, देन यू कैन रिक्वेस्ट टू कोऑर्डिनेटर टू गो, बट उनका स्किल सेट ही अलग है. So my point is If we have to remove the resource over location, first of all we have to check the slack time. If we have slack time, use it, right? As we have removed the over location of hardware here. Then we can add the resource. Okay. Adding resource is not going to increase the cost. We already saw it. Okay. Shift the task to next working day. If it is no slack, for sure it will increase the task project duration, right? Ask the same resource for overtime. Okay. We can outsource the task if it is possible, and we can level resource. So these are the possibilities we have. But this is very much important. So first of all, you have to check the slack. If you have slack, you use it. If you don't have slack, then you have to come out.
How to outsource tasks?
Outsource in the sense as we gave it to ABC printer. So you can take one resource as third party or whatever, and you can deploy it.
Add resource.
Add resource basically. Add the resource.
Sir, is there any difference between resource smoothing and resource passivity?
Resource?
Smoothing.
I give it.
Resource smoothing
That is
and
learning.
leveling.
Yeah, that actually the technical term is leveling only. So maybe in other application, if you are saying smoothing, so probably we are saying removing the resource.
So you set the task to manage particular only level this out saving one.
Outsource the task.
Set the task to next particular and level resources.
Correct, right. So shift the task to next working day and level resource. Actually, the technical thing is same only, right? Output will be same. So level resource, that means we are selecting and in one go we are doing. So I'm saying that level resource. So these tasks, wherever that same resource is available, action will be, output will be same over there. But the way we are doing it is different. We are selecting this, and then we will go to view. In one go we are doing. Basically, that is what it is. So technically the output will be same. But basically, team, what I'm saying is that if you think over there in the, when you are working with your project, you will realize that it impacts. It impacts. Impacts in the sense, when they are saying level resource, what you do is, you select, maybe in one task there are multiple resources, right? So in one go, all three resources. As of now, we have only one resource over here, coordinator. But assume यहाँ पे trainer भी लगा होगा, coordinator भी लगा होगा, and then if you are selecting this, so what will happen? It will level. हो सकता है ट्रेनर फ्री हो, कोऑर्डिनेटर आपको पाएंगे, तो अकॉर्डिंगली वो शिफ्ट करेक्ट, तो वो डिफरेंस। तो जब आप एक बार बहुत सारे रिसोर्स के साथ बात करोगे तो ये फाइल आपको शेयर करूंगा, इज वेरी प्रिसाइज।
But which is the best method, suitable method?
Of course, shift the resource, not लेवल रिसोर्स। अगर आपका 1 महीने का प्रोजेक्ट है और आप लेवल कर रहे हो सकता है 3 महीने का, तो लेवल रिसोर्स जो है ना, आपको बहुत स्पेसिफिक टास्क पे, बहुत छोटे टास्क पे करना है। एक रिसोर्स अगर लगे, जैसा कि कोऑर्डिनेटर पे हमको पता है कि लेवल में जाके ये होना है, अगर आप मैन्युअली शिफ्ट करें तो यही होना है, फिर आप will take 15 minutes, 10 minutes.
Please put your cups outside in the dustbin.
So we have understood that from the agenda, we got two things to attend. How do we schedule or plan our project and work with the resource and cost of our project, right? So if we deploy the resource in a proper way, it will give you the cost to it. Correct? So and how do we remove the resource or location, that we have understood. So actually we have to talk about these 2 points today, and I think we have already covered. Okay, but now what we will do is we'll work on your project and we'll check out what we can do with that. I hope all of us we have access. Correct. So what I will do is I'll convert the same project because it's the same project I have received from your end. Okay, I'm going to fine tune that and we will work on that project. At least we'll done the planning, get done correctly. Correct. But before that, I'll let you know the flow, which is very important. Whenever we are doing a plan, so what we need to do is, first of all, what we have to do is when we are planning, what we have to do. Okay, so when we plan a project, so first of all, we have to type the task, right? Once we type the task, then we have to auto schedule. Am I right? Okay, after auto schedule, what we do is we do WBS, word breakdown structure. That means we are taking the summary, then under it we have to type the task, subtask, milestone. How do we create any task as milestone? The duration it will be 0 days. Then we have to type the task duration. Okay, then we link the task. When we are linking the task, we already spoke about finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, lag time, lead time. Okay, then we have to check and remove the open nodes. So why it is mandate? Because if we don't do it, that means we are doing one task and leaving it blank. We are not making use of that task anywhere. So time to time we have to check and remove the open nodes. Then these 2 things we can do at any point of time. Here we can set the project information. That means what date we have to start the project, we can put that date. Okay, and then project calendar, we can change the calendar. I already spoke about we work with project calendar. We can create number of calendars over there. And I spoke about resource calendar. I have changed the cost of that thing, right? I'll let you know one more thing in the resource calendar. So we can take the resource calendar. Then we have to type the resources. We have created all the resources. We have assigned the resources to the task. And if the resources are overallocated, we have to check and remove the allocation. If you have these, if you go with this flow, I think you can prepare your plan. Okay, and now to perform any, of course there are only 11 steps we have, but to perform these 11 steps, you have to have a background. If you don't know what is open node, if you don't know what are the link, okay, if you don't know what is lag time, we will not be able to use the resource allocation in a project. So my point is, whenever we are planning any project, if you follow these steps, these are the important steps. Right? If you want to write it down, if you want to take a screenshot on your mobile, you can. Okay. Anyways, at the end of the training, I'm going to share this file with you. But even as of now, if you want to take a screenshot, you can take the screenshot of your mobile. So this is what the plan was talking about. So this is very important. At times what we do is, we just keep on typing, we don't know what is auto schedule, we don't know why do we do WPS. Okay, so these are the important points. I hope you understood this one. Okay, now what I will do is, I'll just take you back to the same project, and I was talking about we have resource calendar also. Say as of now, the project duration is 9 days, and this project we are starting from 5th Jan, and we are going to go till 14th Jan. Now trainer has come up with a request that he would like to have a medical leave on 12th Jan, right? So he's saying he would like to have a medical leave on 12th Jan. Now 12th Jan, that person is working on 12th Jan, right? It is a planned leave, right? At the time of planning only. Say we plan the project and we start working on it. Say I know that there are projects we cannot complete the plan, but we have to start working on it. How do we handle that? I'm going to talk about. If you have a project of 1 year, okay, that does not mean that we'll prepare a plan. Of course, planning 1 year project will not take much time. 10-15 days it will take, whatever, right? Just to do the planning part at the max 10 days. Okay, but it will not happen that we will plan all the activities, because we will not visualize as of now what will be the agreement, what will be the contract. Okay, we have started working, we signed the contract, whatever, but we don't know what all phases we have to do. So we are planning, still we are planning, and we have started executing the project. So how we handle it, that I'm going to let you know. But as of now, what we do is we plan our project. So during the planning stage only, the trainer has come up with a request that he should have a medical leave on 12 Jan. So how do I grant him that leave? That question we have. I hope you understood my point. Okay, so during the planning stage only, the trainer has come up with a request that he would like to have a medical leave on 12 Jan. Now 12 Jan is already working. Okay, so if I'm going to grant him a leave, how do I grant him a leave? That question. So this time we talk about resource calendar, right? Okay, because the project calendar we already saw, we go to project and we have project calendar over here, change working time. The same way we have resource calendar. So like someone said that we are working in office, we are working with one calendar, but the site they have second calendar. Now maybe on site there is a one resource, he always work on Sunday, right? He takes a leave on Saturday for some reason, whatever, right? Or one particular team is not working on Saturday, they are working on Saturday. So if we have to declare or if we have to define resource calendar, that will be done, right? And how do we do that? I need to click on resource sheet. I will click on View tab, resource sheet, and in this resource sheet, what I will do is I'll double click on this trainer. And I already spoke about cost. We had to change the cost in between. We already understood that how do we change the cost in between. Okay, or in general team, I'll get the calendar, change working time. Now once I'm saying change working time, we are talking about trainer's calendar. So this is not a project calendar, this is a trainer calendar, right? So what I said is, if I just take you back over here, view tab, catch up. What is the total duration of this project? Is 9 days. Now if I'm going to grant you a leave on 12, Monday, okay, so what will be the duration of my project? Will it become for 10 days or will it be 9 days? If it is a project holiday, we know that it will remain 9 days. If it is a project holiday, it will remain 9 days. But what if the trainer is taking a leave and now the task is not happening on 12 due to him? So what will be the duration of the project? Will it be 9 days or 10 days? I hope you understood my question, right?
9 days only, I think. 1 day.
Duration will be 10 days.
The task will depend on resource, so we may change.
Yeah, so it will be 10 days, sir, right? Of course. Because see, if he's going to take a leave, that we don't have slack, so for sure it will go. Okay, so over here as it is going down to the next working day, the duration will become 10 days. My point is, if it is a project holiday, the duration will remain same. But if something is happening due to a resource, so it's not a project holiday, the project will keep on going. But for one resource, if we are not able to work on that project, so the duration will increase. And of course, we are not going to get anything as holiday marked here. Anything as holiday marked over there will not get that. So here we are not going to get anything on Monday. So Monday, it will not be a holiday. So how do I grant him a leave? I'll click on View tab. I'll go to resource sheet here, and in resource sheet I will double click on this trainer. And to this trainer team, what I will do is I'll say general tab. I'll say change working time, and over here in exceptions, okay, he's taking medical leave. Okay, we are talking about trainer, right? Resource calendar for trainer, and here I'm going to say is 10th Jan. 12 Jan, which is Monday. So 12 Jan, and rest all the options are same. As we get the option for calendar, the same option we are going to get for resource calendar. Okay, so you can always click on workplace, you can check out. As of now, if I'm not making any change, that means it's going to work as per project calendar, right? Now, if I'm going to say OK and OK, so I've granted it only. If I click on View tab and Gantt chart, so we can see the task he was working on 12, now it has scheduled 13 Jan. This is 13 Jan, and the overall project duration has become 10. You understand my point here? Okay, so this is how do we set the resource calendar. Now, whatever thought comes to, whatever things comes to your thought, when the question comes to your thought, okay, in context of calendar, you can manage it. I hope you understood this part. Anyone, any question? Should I move on?
You have talked about 3 calendars, 3 types of calendar.
Yeah.
First is the project calendar.
Standard calendar.
that you got Mr. secondary resource calendar. And
Actually, that is the task calendar we say if you can keep on multiple calendars over there, right? So that is the standard calendar we say, project, okay, calendar, okay, and here I said view calendar. So this is nothing but a task calendar. So that we were very specific about the task and we were changing the calendar.
yes.
So that is, the project calendar is one calendar. Task calendar, we can keep on creating multiple calendars. We can deploy to a very specific task or number of tasks over there. And the third one is the resource calendar.
Resource calendar for work and cost as well as task.
Resource calendar will always be for work resource,
Only work.
not for the material.
Not work.
Material you can use at any point of time. Because material is consumable, right? Once you consume it, is consumed. On whichever day you are consuming, it will consume. Therefore, we don't have the over allocation for the material. So for material, we don't have any calendar. Okay, even if you go to
The material delayed.
yeah.
The material delayed.
Yeah, so that is the tracking part, right? So you can say that you did not receive the material. For material, actually, you can just say the cost over there. If you click on view tab, resource sheet, if I go to this computer here, so we don't have change working time. Okay, but of course you can change the cost. So for one day, the total cost was different. So for material, we don't ideally do it. Okay, actually material हम तब use करते हैं कोई task के ऊपर use करते हैं, right? We don't use the material unnecessarily. I mean, if you are using the material, you are going to use the material on a task, and task is already declared that this date, this is time. So you can deploy the material.
Missionary also. Maybe applicable to missionary resource calendar.
Applicable to?
Missionary. Crane, JCB.
So how you are taking that, right? Crane, ideally you are going to take that as work resource. So, yes.
So any graphical representation of resources with tasks actually. कि किस रिसोर्स से हमारा कौन सा टास्क रिलेटेड है इसमें तो दिख रहा है सर जो रिसोर्स कोई ग्राफिकल रिप्रेजेंटेशन दिखता है.
Yeah, so that actually we are going to take that when we are working with reports over there. But very quickly I would like to know that if you want to take a report, better you take this in Excel and you create the report as per your requirement. I'm not saying that we cannot get the report in project, but we have limited number of reports. If I take you to project over here, so reports over here, so we can keep on creating the reports in progress and all. If I say visual report, okay, so if we take me to Excel, so if I'm going to say cash flow, I'll click on view tab, it will open the Excel file, and over there, it has given me this task usage. Now, if you want to have task wise over there, I can say actual work and task. So my point is, you can have, so these are the tasks over there, right? And if you're going to expand this, so whatever you are doing, that your chart will update on it. Better you can copy and paste or you can prepare your own chart. So you have reports, so we'll talk about reports. But for reports, I already said that we don't know which information is going where, okay? So we won't be able to do it. But we can copy and paste the data in Excel and we can keep on creating. Anyone, any questions? So here this flow is very important, what I spoke about. Okay, and now what I want you to correct your project. So I don't know how many of us here are working the same project, or if you can make me understand very quickly what this project is all about. Okay, of course I'm going to get better. We will try to get it better way. We'll try to get the better from businesses over there. But if you can let me know this report, right? This project. So I'll open this project. I'll say open. So if you can explain, sir, anyone, I think it will be very quickly. If you can explain what this project is all about.
Actually, आपको GIS बनाना है.
I'm a non-technical person, right? I'm not from.
एक सबस्टेशन
सबस्टेशन नहीं है, GIS डॉक्यूमेंटेशन.
हाँ. तो ये कहाँ पे बना रहे सर?
मलेकोटा पंजाब.
तो इट्स रिलेवेंट विथ रेलवे और
No.
It's relevant for
Power.
and that is for one factory or in general?
It is a substation.
Powerhouse. In general, right?
इंडिया.
तो उसमें आप ये प्लान कर रहे हो उसमें रिसोर्सेज क्या लगते थे सर? बिकॉज यहाँ पे रिसोर्स है नहीं. इफ आई क्लिक ऑन व्यू टैब, इफ आई टेक यू टू रिसोर्स शीट ओवर हियर, वी डोंट हैव द रिसोर्सेज. मटेरियल. ओके, तो ठीक अभी जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि ये जो प्रोजेक्ट है इसके अंदर ओपन नोट्स बहुत सारे राइट, और इसके अंदर समरी जो है लाइक बेसिक इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग, और इसके अंदर आप ये लोग परफॉर्म कर रहे राइट, दिस मंथ, सेकेंड मंथ. नो ये वाली समरी के अंदर वी कैन सी दैट वी ओनली वन एक्टिविटी व्हिच इज फॉर 10 days. करेक्ट. तो इसके लिए मुझे समरी बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है, बिकॉज आई कैन से दैट ओके अगर आपके बहुत सब टास्क है तो यू गो एंड यू कैन प्रिपेयर अ समरी. You understand my point, right? Here also we have only one activity. Here also we have only one activity. So basically what you can do is that you can assume this summary is an activity and keep it for 10 days. So a good practice over here, if you don't have so many subtasks over there, so consider, don't create a milestone. You can say electrical engineering is one milestone and under that you can perform this task. So basically if you are saying कि single line diagram, तो diagram का approval लेना चाहिए. Right? तो बेटर है इसको आप पूरा ऐसा मत लिखो, you can just say okay, diagram approval, which is for 10 days. Then over here again, which is the approval, because if you see, we will focus on the activity. Summary task of course we are going to focus, but actually summary task जब आप रिपोर्ट निकालते हैं तो रिपोर्ट में बहुत सारी चीजें आप टास्क को करते. तो ये टास्क और ये टास्क देखो आप एक जैसे दिख रहे हैं, तो बेटर है आप ये समरी मत लो, यहाँ पे क्या लो, you just say whatever layout and plan. Okay, submission of approval and which is going to take around 15 days. ठीक है. अब ये जो 15 days है इसके अंदर आप 15 days में क्या करने वाले? सिर्फ अप्रूवल के लिए तो नहीं रहेगा.
तो सबमिशन अप्रूवल.
नहीं तो आपने ऑलरेडी बना लिया. आप टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस पार्ट राइट. तो फॉर एग्जांपल आपने ड्राइंग बना ली.
ड्राइंग और उसको सबमिट करें, सबमिट करने का अप्रूवल
अलग-अलग एक्टिविटी.
करेक्ट. तो अभी जो ड्राइंग बना रहे हो, ये ड्राइंग किधर बना रहे हो? यहाँ पे है नहीं नो टास्क. ये है कि ये सिर्फ यहाँ पे आप ड्राइंग बना रहे हो.
सर जो ड्राइंग है आपको मैन्युफैक्चरर से मिलेगा.
ओके.
वो हम कॉर्पोरेट में सबमिट करेंगे.
करेक्ट. विदाउट एनी करेक्शन. वो ड्राइंग जैसे
अगर कुछ माइनस करेक्शन रहेगा तो करेंगे हम इंजीनियरिंग से.
हाँ.
तो हम उनको क्वार्टर में सबमिट करेंगे, तो वो लोग अपना टाइम लेंगे करने के लिए, अप्रूवल करने के लिए. तो उसके लिए हम लोग 10 days का लोग टाइम ले रहे हैं.
ये अप्रूव कौन करेगा सर? आपने
नहीं, ये पावर करती है
क्लाइंट. ओके. तो एक क्लाइंट जो करेगा तो यहाँ पे इसलिए उनको 10 days लगेगा. ड्राइंग का आपको क्लाइंट भी देना सर के लिए.
सर एक्चुअली टेंडर के टाइम में हमें कुछ स्पेसिफिकेशन देते हैं, उस स्पेसिफिकेशन बेस पर हमें वेंडर को डिटेल्स देते हैं कि ये स्पेसिफिकेशन है, इसके अनुसार हमें ड्राइंग बना के दीजिए. वो ड्राइंग बना के देगा, हमारे इंजीनियरिंग टीम कंफर्म करेंगी, तब हम उसको भेजेंगे क्लाइंट के पास.
और जो ड्राइंग बना रहे हैं वो आपकी टीम का पार्ट नहीं.
इसमें 2 पार्ट है. एक तो वेंडर से भी हम ड्राइंग बनवा के लेके क्लाइंट को सबमिट कर सकते हैं अप्रूवल के लिए, और दूसरा पार्ट ये है कि हम खुद ड्राइंग बना सकते हैं क्लाइंट का. फाइनल अल्टीमेट अप्रूवल अथॉरिटी इज क्लाइंट, दैट इज हूएवर इट मे बी, आवर लीड एमएसडीसी एमएसडीसी जो भी गवर्नमेंट क्लाइंट है, दैट क्लाइंट इज द अप्रूवल
अथॉरिटी. तो मेरा कंसर्न यहाँ पे सर ये है कि अगर जो प्रोजेक्ट में हम लोग ड्राइंग बना रहे हैं तो इसमें हमारे रिसोर्सेज यूज हो रहे हैं या नहीं हो रहे हैं, तो वो एक्चुअली आपको यहाँ पे लिखना पड़ेगा सर कि कितने रिसोर्स हो रहे हैं. मेरा मतलब ये है कि यहाँ पे आप ड्राइंग बनाने में कुछ तो इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहे हो. आप ऐसा भी होगा एक से ड्राइंग उठा रहे हो और किसी और को देके सिर्फ अप्रूवल के लिए फेस कर रहे हो, तो बंदा डायरेक्टली भी अप्रूव करवा के आपको दे सकते हैं. तो अगर वो है तो आपके लिए टास्क नहीं है. लेकिन अगर आप किसी से ले लो और ड्राइंग में क्या चेंजेस है, इफ यू आर वर्किंग ऑन इट, ओके, इट इज रिक्वायरिंग सम टाइम. क्योंकि ये अप्रूवल का टाइम पे ऐसा आपने आज भेजा, वो बंदा 10 दिन 15 दिन वो क्या कर रहे हैं, टेबल पे कितने दिन रखा है हमको नहीं मालूम है, बट फाइनली यू नीड टू हैव अ स्टैम्प एट द सिग्नेचर ऑन इट, राइट. तो मुझे नहीं पता कि वो हम लोगों को नहीं पता कि वो कितने दिन वहां पे वर्क हो रहे हैं. बट इफ यू आर वर्किंग फिजिकली ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर टास्क तो आपको यहाँ पे रिसोर्स करना है. तो मेरा बोलना ये है सर कि यहाँ पे अगर आपका बेसिक इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग में सिर्फ ड्राइंग के अगर अप्रूवल के लिए तो डेट इज ऑल ओके, बट अगर ये ड्राइंग में आप ले रहे हो उसके ऊपर कोई बंदा काम कर रहा है तो कौन सा ड्राइंग बना रहे हैं कितना, अगर आपको इफ यू ट्राई फॉर डिटेल दैट विल बी ओके. बिकॉज अगर मैं यहाँ पे सिर्फ समरी लेके जाऊँ, इफ आई से इंसर्ट कॉलम समरी टास्क, राइट, तो समरी एक्चुअली में अगर समरी नहीं लेता हूँ तो कई बार क्या होता है लोग सिर्फ टास्क के ऊपर फोकस करते हैं. ओके, तो ये टास्क में अगर आप देखो तो यहाँ पे सिर्फ अगर मैं टास्क ही देखता हूँ तो हर टास्क एक जैसे दिख रहा है सर. सबमिशन एंड अप्रूवल, राइट? और ये सामने वाले को पता नहीं चलेगा बिकॉज हर बार तो हम लोग समरी नहीं देखेंगे। तो अगर एक समरी में आपका एक ही टास्क है, बेटर है आप समरी करेक्ट, यू जस्ट वो टास्क ही नाम वैसे रखो, क्योंकि ये सब अभी आपको भी खुद नहीं पता चलेगा यहाँ पे जब तक कि आप समरी नहीं देखोगे कि किसका सबमिशन है, राइट? तो आई थिंक दिस करेक्शन यू हैव टू डू। This correction you have to do, right? So over here, ये शायद हमको ये निकाल के नहीं जैसा करना पड़ेगा, right? And then so this is all about it. यहाँ से सप्लाई चालू है, so 400 kV vendor finalization for release, submission and approval of drawings, okay, manufacturing 365 days। इसके अंदर और कुछ तो भी सब एक्टिविटीज होगी ना सर?
ये मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में जो टाइम लगेगा,
satisfaction in dispatch material delivery inside। ठीक है, ये प्रोजेक्ट ना सर आपको एक बार पॉइंट करना पड़ेगा बिकॉज आई एज ए लेमैन कैन नॉट अंडरस्टैंड इट वेरी क्लियरली, बट आप एक बार आई थिंक यहाँ से
सिविल पार्ट, सिविल वर्क,
यहाँ से सिविल एंड इसको अगर आपको वर्ड में एक्सप्लेन करना है कैसे कर सकते हैं? मैं क्या करवा रहा हूँ कि एक बार हम लोग चेक करते हैं एआई हमको क्या प्रोजेक्ट कराना है, ओके? तो उसको एआई को समझाना पड़ेगा कि मुझे करवाना क्या है फ्रॉम द स्क्रैच, राइट? ऑफ कोर्स वी कैन कॉपी एंड वी कैन पेस्ट, मगर हम लोगों ने ये कॉपी करके पेस्ट किया तो एआई के पास में बैकग्राउंड रहेगा और वो बैकग्राउंड के हिसाब से मुझे प्रोजेक्ट देगा। तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं उसको स्क्रैच से बताते हैं कि हमको करना क्या है एंड लेट अस सी व्हाट इट हैज टू बी। सो इन शॉर्ट में यहाँ पे क्या करें? You have AI with you, you have Copilot with you। ठीक, एक बार आप लोग सब भेज करो क्योंकि मैं आपको एक प्रोजेक्ट कॉपी करके भेजता हूँ एक्सेल के अंदर। Copilot is your single, right? Because you know whatever you are doing, it will go to your OneDrive. Okay, ChatGPT में होगा, ChatGPT के अंदर
Copilot is paid also।
हाँ paid, but you know if you have the subscription, you should be able to work। एक्सेल कोई भी एक बार ओपन कर
उसमें क्या है?
और आप लोग एक्सेल में बनाओ, यू कैन जस्ट गिव आई जस्ट गाइड यू हाउ टू बी डू दैट, राइट? मैं आपको सबसे पहले तो फाइल भेजता हूँ, ओके? जो फाइल है उसको एक्सेल फॉर्मेट में भेजता हूँ बिकॉज आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड दैट ऑल ऑफ अस वी डोंट हैव एमएस करेक्ट? आप उसको बाद में फाइल करके मुझे भेजो तो उसको बेस्ट पड़ता है। सर फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लेट मी सेंड यू द फाइल, आई विल सेंड इट टू वन ऑफ यू।
सर अगर आपको मैं प्रोजेक्ट की बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग दे दूं,
हाँ,
तो सर जो शेड्यूल हमने बनाया है एक्चुअली हम उसको फाइन ट्यून करेंगे तो फिर वो प्रॉपर तरीके से, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी वो स्कैटर्ड है और वो मन में नहीं आता। तो व्हाट वी नीड, आपका ये सपोर्ट चाहिए कि हमें कैसे प्लान करना चाहिए। ओके, वी नो द प्लान, हाउ टू प्लान, बट इसमें आपका एक इनपुट आ सकता है कि नहीं हमने जैसे सर्वेंट अप्रूवल नो ये पता नहीं चल रहा है, दैट इज दैट प्रॉब्लम। तो हमें समझ में आया कि ये नहीं करना,
ओपन नोट्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट।
ओपन नोट्स में नहीं।
तो जो हम लोगों ने प्रोजेक्ट का फ्लो लिया ना वो उसी के लिए लिया, जो हम लोगों ने प्रोजेक्ट किया ट्रेनिंग का माई प्रोजेक्ट, तो उसी के लिए किया कि वी शुड बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स। रिकरिंग तो वो अपडेट
डिफरेंट स्कीम्स, सपोज इस प्रोजेक्ट में अगर 150 स्कीम्स
मेरे
एक्टिविटीज रहेगा हर एक स्कीम
अलग अलग डेट पे।
मेरे प्रोजेक्ट में सर 3000 और हर प्रोजेक्ट में 10
Same
टाइप्स ऑफ एक्टिविटीज। एवरी प्रोजेक्ट एट एवरी लोकेशन वी हैव 3000 लोकेशन एंड मैनेजमेंट वांट्स टू ट्रैक एंड मॉनिटर ऐसे करना चाहता है कि मैं 3000 घंटों में देखूं कि तुम्हारे कहां पे कहां क्या चल रहा है।
किशन अपने वाले इस पे भेज दो एक बार सर।
तो उसमें तो सिर्फ हमने हैबिटेशन
तो उससे समझने का
नहीं एक्चुअली ये क्या मुझे बहुत ज्यादा समझना है, इसलिए नहीं है, मुझे एक्चुअली ये समझना है कि आप उसको खुद कैसे कंज्यूम करते हैं, वो हमारा कंसर्न है।
उधर बहुत सारे एक्टिविटीज ओवरलैपिंग रहता है, तो उसको रिसोर्स कैसे प्लान किया जाए और वो क्लोज कैसे किया जाए। एग्जीक्यूशन भी कर रहा है, तो उसमें टाइम ड्यूरेशन क्या रहता है, स्टार्टिंग में 3 मंथ सप्लाई करेगा तो अगर गैप रखा जाता है कि स्टार्टिंग 3 मंथ पहले सप्लाई स्टार्ट होगा फिर एग्जीक्यूशन उसके बाद स्टार्ट होगा। बट वन टाइम ऐसा होगा सप्लाई एंड हो जाएगा पहले एग्जीक्यूशन चल जाएगा, बीच वाला पीरियड में दोनों ओवरलैप उसको कैसा लिमिट किया जाए।
तो हम लोग ये इसको स्टेप बाय स्टेप करते हैं। मैं क्या करता हूँ, ये जो प्लान अभी मेरे पास में है मैं इसको एक्सेल में आपको भेज रहा हूँ, राइट। आप इसको Co-Pilot में एक बार एंटर करके इससे बेटर प्लान रखो। सबसे पहले तो ओपन नोड रिमूव करना है, राइट। मैं समझ रहा हूँ उनका टास्क जो है एक टास्क को 3000 टाइम्स है और रिपीटेड है, रिकरिंग एक्टिविटी है, उसको कैसे शेड्यूल करते हैं। बट जब तक कि हम लोग ओपन नोड इसका नहीं निकालेंगे, नहीं समझेंगे, तो आई थिंक नेक्स्ट स्टेप हम लोग करेंगे। तो हम लोग पहला टास्क क्या करते हैं, ये प्रोजेक्ट में आपको भेजता हूँ एक्सेल में and you get me the correct project.
ओपन नोड ये डायरेक्ट हैंडओवर में लास्ट में एक्टिविटी एवरी एक्टिविटी उसको डालना पड़ेगा और कुछ ओपन नोड
इसमें राइट।
हाँ
इसमें ना ओपन नोड है ना सर, बहुत सारा ओपन है, तो जब तक कि ओपन नोड नहीं मिला कर हम लोग इस स्टेप में जा ही नहीं सकते ना। से अगर आपने इसका ओपन नोड नहीं निकाला, आपको ये नहीं पता है, हमको अगर ये नहीं पता चल रहा है कि ये टास्क के बाद में कौन सा टास्क स्टार्ट करना है, तो वी कैन नॉट टेक अनदर एक्शन। ये स्टेप्स है। तो जो
इसका बाद में जो एक्टिविटी मीटिंग हो रही है, सारा एक्टिविटी जो कंप्लीट होगा
ये तो निकालो सर, ओपन कैसे निकालते हैं, उसका लिंक करो।
सो लास्ट एक्टिविटी हैंडओवर डाल के उसको एवरी प्रिंसिपल में
नॉट ओनली लास्ट एक्टिविटी में बहुत सारे ओपन हो रहे हैं, जब तक कि आप स्टार्ट नहीं करोगे
मैटर वाला सब निकालना चाहिए। मैटर लिस्ट के बाद कुछ लिंक नहीं है क्या,
समरी टास्क में से निकालना पड़ेगा आपको। मेरा कंसर्न के टीम के जो हम लोग ने प्रोजेक्ट किया ना, ये वाला प्रोजेक्ट, राइट। तो ये वाला जो प्रोजेक्ट किया, मैंने आपको फ्लो बताया कि आपको फ्लो में क्या करना है, टास्क टाइप करना है। तो आप पहले टास्क को टाइप करो, राइट। आपके पास में टास्क है, लेकिन इसमें कैसे मैंने भी आपको बताया, समरी टास्क का नाम आपका अलग है और टास्क का नाम आपका एक जैसा लिखा हुआ है। तो समरी टास्क आइडियली समरी टास्क को हम लोग टास्क नहीं पकड़ते, तो वो आपका रिवर्स हो गया। तो आपको पूरा फाइन ट्यून करना है। उसके बाद में आप नेक्स्ट स्टेप पे जाओगे, ऑटो शेड्यूल है, फिर टास्क ड्यूरेशन है, फिर लिंकिंग है, या मैंने वही बोला आपको कि ये जो पॉइंट्स है, ये पॉइंट्स दिखने में बहुत छोटे पॉइंट्स है, 11 पॉइंट्स है, लेकिन इसके बैकग्राउंड में जब तक कि यू नॉट वर्क ऑन इट, यू वॉन्ट बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड। तो मैं एक काम कर रहा हूँ, पहले मैं एक्सेल पे भेजता हूँ एंड देन स्लोली विल मूव ऑन टू
जो बोल रहे हैं टास्क रिपीटेड नहीं होने,
मैं तो क्या नहीं कुछ प्रॉब्लम है। 10 मिनट्स देते हैं सर, हम आपको कॉन्टेक्स्ट बताते हैं, ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगेगा
इस प्रोजेक्ट का।
नहीं नॉट दिस जनरल प्रोजेक्ट सर, वही हमारा प्रोजेक्ट का प्रोसेस ऑलमोस्ट वही रहता है। उसमें हमारे बहुत सारे क्वेरीज बाद में आते हैं, शुरुआत में 10 स्टेप्स होते हैं, ऑलमोस्ट एवरी प्रोजेक्ट में ऑलमोस्ट सेम होते हैं। उसके बाद हमारे जो अलग अलग प्रोजेक्ट्स की जो रिक्वायरमेंट वो चेंज हो जाती है, उस यहाँ पे हम डिस्कशन कर सकते हैं और अपना फ्लो कर सकते हैं। तो हम आपको बताएंगे सर, जैसे आपने टास्क बताया ना, वैसे ही हम पहले शुरुआत के आठ बताते हैं, उसके बाद हम बताते हैं कि हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है। इट विल नॉट टेक मोर देन 5 मिनट्स।
ठीक,
व्हेन यू आर टाइपिंग योर टास्क,
ठीक,
दिस इज माय सेशन,
ठीक,
ओके सर। So you can please open your Microsoft
प्रोजेक्ट राइट।
Yes sir.
ओके,
ये ज्यादा इजी रहेगा मैं समझता हूँ।
ठीक है ना। आप मुझे वर्ड में टास्क बताओ, मैं उसको कॉपी करके पेस्ट कर दूंगा।
मैं देता हूँ।
आपके पास में है टास्क, मुझे मेल भी कर सकते हैं।
हाँ मेल भी कर सकते हैं। हम वही सोच रहे हैं। ईमेल एड्रेस
HQ. ये मेरा निकालना
Actually, sir, whenever we receive any type of projects, these are the first 10 steps. This is the initiation part actually. Okay, receipt of LOI, contract sign agreement, establishment of site office, guest house, survey works, survey drawing approval. वो उस प्रोजेक्ट में क्या कहते हैं different types of survey approval. We have actually compiled all these things. Survey drawing approval, complete DOP, submission and approval. These are the initial steps. After that, two parts come. हमारे प्रोजेक्ट में दो चीज आती है. पहला तो जो हमको प्रोजेक्ट को कंप्लीट करने के लिए व्हाट आर द मटेरियल्स रिक्वायर्ड. ठीक है, सपोज वी हैव 3000 लोकेशन, 500 लोकेशन, 2000 लोकेशन, बट द मटेरियल रिक्वायर्ड जो रिक्वायरमेंट है हमारा वो लोकेशन वाइज नहीं होना चाहिए. वो हमारा बल्क में मांगते हैं. वो प्रोजेक्ट स्पेसिफिक भी हो सकता है, लोकेशन वाइज भी हो सकता है. बट नॉर्मली हम लोग क्या होता है, ठीक है 3000 लोकेशन पे 3000 आइटम्स चाहिए, लेकिन हम उस पार्टिकुलर आइटम को उसकी ट्रैकिंग नहीं करते. एक जगह मटेरियल देखते हैं, इस मटेरियल का क्या स्टेटस है, इस मटेरियल का क्या स्टेटस है. सपोज 5 आइटम्स रिक्वायर्ड हम 100 है तो 5 आइटम का हम लोग ट्रैकिंग करते हैं. तो 5 आइटम का ड्रॉइंग अप्रूवल हुआ गया, उसका ये हो गया, मटेरियल डिस्पैच हुआ गया, पहुंचा गया साइट पर. दिस इज द टाइप ऑफ एक्टिविटीज इन टर्म्स ऑफ सप्लाई. कि मटेरियल की सप्लाई कैसे पहुंचा गया. उसके बाद हमारा आता है जो मैनेजमेंट जिसमें इंटरेस्टेड रहता है कि सप्लाई हो गया, सप्लाई में मेरे पास 10 मटेरियल है, आपके पास ये मटेरियल चाहिए था तो हमने दे दिया. मैनेजमेंट और मैनेजमेंट यहाँ पे अभी हम इसके लिए स्पेशली मैनेजमेंट कंसर्न भी ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम होते हैं कि जो एग्जीक्यूशन जो आपने काम कर रहे हो वो उसका ट्रैकिंग था कि हमने अलग 10 लोकेशन या 50 लोकेशन में 100 लोकेशन 200 लोकेशन तो फिर उसका ट्रैकिंग. तो उसमें सर कैसे ये तो बहुत ही बेसिक था, हमें कुछ पता नहीं था. These are the material solutions. These are the material parts. You are saying just 25 days in India, 25 days we have manually put in the percentage completion. We don't have any idea how to put the percentage completion. We also request you sir कि अगर कुछ ऐसा हो कि जो मेजर कॉलम्स है ना जो फ्रिक्वेंटली यूज होते हैं उसको होगा जैसे we have 256 you have 256 टाइप ऑफ कॉलम तो उसको 15 या 20 कुछ ऐसे स्टैंडर्ड होंगे तो वैसा यूज होता है. तो वो भी सर अगर आप थोड़ा बता देंगे तो हमें क्या होगा कि इजी रहेगा कि हाँ आपको ये डालना पड़ेगा. क्योंकि जब भी हमें प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है तो आप एक नया कॉलम ऐड कर रहे हैं और दैट इज कंप्लीटली गेम चेंजर। उस समय बहुत सारा चीज समझ आ रहा है उस टाइप का एक्सपीरियंस। फॉर एग्जाम्पल इन दिस फीचर, हाँ ये होने से अभी जितना आपने देखा ना ऊपर, तो इनिशिएशन पार्ट अलग है। मैं इसको 3 पार्ट में बांटता हूँ, 3 पार्ट। अभी इसको 3 पार्ट में आपको समझाऊंगा। इनिशिएशन में 10 आइटम्स थे हमारे, वो एक स्टेप हो गया इनिशिएशन, दैट इज द फर्स्ट स्टेप। इनिशिएशन जो सबमिशन एंड अप्रूवल, यस दिस इज द फर्स्ट स्टेप। सेकेंड द सप्लाई स्टेप, जो कि हमारा नीचे तक आ रहा है, बहुत नीचे तक। हाँ आइए सर नीचे, उसको ड्रैग नीचे आइए सर। हाँ एक सेकंड सर, नीचे वो गलती हुआ होगा।
ये सब
गलती से उसी में पार्ट में आ गई, अलग अलग सप्लाई के साथ
समरी आ गया।
इसके अंदर आएगा
नहीं ये
उससे बाहर है,
बाहर है, उससे बाहर।
ठीक है। तो आप यहाँ पर इसको अपडेट करोगे इस वाले को।
हाँ।
तो ये टास्क पे जाते हो, उसका आउटडेट, अगर आप आउटडेट करते हैं तो एक बाहर है, उसको और बाहर।
ये हमारे 3 पार्ट में हमारा प्रोजेक्ट होता है। हमारे जो प्रोजेक्ट जितने भी हैं अंदर, ये 3 पार्ट में ही होते हैं। पहला पार्ट हमारे नॉर्थ जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट्स हम लोग बैठे हुए हैं, ऑलमोस्ट नॉर्मली 3 पार्ट रहते हैं। इनिशिएशन फेज, जिसमें अप्रूवल्स जब तक नहीं होंगे हमारा सप्लाई प्रोसेस आगे नहीं बढ़ेगा, इलेक्शन प्रोसेस आगे, और सप्लाई नहीं होगा तो हमारा इलेक्शन क्यों? तो इसी तरह के लिंक ये हमारा इनिशिएशन है, तो अप्रूवल्स नहीं है तो सप्लाई पर नहीं जाना है, अगर सप्लाई नहीं है तो इलेक्शन नहीं होगा। अब इलेक्शन में क्या है कि हमें अभी although we are putting only 10 types of activities right now, but in terms of election की जैसे कि that जो भी प्रोजेक्ट का अपना उसमें 10 लोकेशन हो सकती है, 50 लोकेशन जो मेरे प्रोजेक्ट में 3000 है, इनमें 200 है, इस तरीके का हो सकता है जिसमें आपको सेम एक्टिविटी इलेक्शन एक्टिविटी के नीचे में आएगा 2000 पर आएगा वो, लेकिन एक्टिविटी यही रहेगा 11 के लिए एक्शन एल्टी लाइन स्टार्टिंग, 11 के लिए एक्शन एल्टी लाइन स्टार्टिंग, यही आएगा।
मटेरियल भी ऑलमोस्ट सेम रहेगा, केवल क्वांटिटी डिफर करेगी।
मटेरियल मैनेजमेंट इंटरेस्टेड रहता है। मटेरियल में मैनेजमेंट इसलिए इंटरेस्टेड रहता है कि आपके जितने मटेरियल हैं 1.5 मीटर पोल, 9 मीटर पोल, बेस प्लेट, क्योंकि एक भी मटेरियल हमारे पास शॉर्टेज है तो हमारा प्रोजेक्ट चालू नहीं होता है। तो दे ऑल्सो वांट्स टू नो कि हाँ कौन सा मटेरियल आज तक पहुंचा नहीं है, क्यों कैसे करना है, इसलिए हमने मटेरियल को निकाला हुआ है। मटेरियल आपने प्लान किया था तो वाइट वाज नॉट कंप्लीट।
हाँ लेकिन इसके अंदर कौन सा मटेरियल ये नहीं लिखता है सर,
मटेरियल वही मटेरियल सप्लाई के अंदर में 1.5 मीटर पड़ेगा,
मटेरियल के नाम।
अच्छा ये मटेरियल
एग्जैक्टली 9 मीटर पर द मटेरियल, बेस प्लेट इज द मटेरियल। For 8.5 meter pole, we have to first finalize the vendor, that is the first step. Then they will give drawing to us and we will submit that for approval.
Yes.
Once it is approved, then there is some manufacturing lead time. How much time it will consume to manufacture that material.
Okay.
Once it is complete, there will be inspection from the client side and then the dispatching will be done. And then once the dispatching is complete, the material will be delivered at site. This is the actually status of supply.
तो अभी ये जो है ये जब 1.5 मीटर पोल बोल रहे हैं क्वांटिटी वन है सर, ये 1.5 मीटर जो एक मटेरियल है, सो व्हाट अबाउट द क्वांटिटी इज 1.
Oh yes, this is actually we have to put it. Actually it was 5,000, 60,000.
We just
Mention है।
Material mention नहीं किया। Yes, we have not mentioned. This is not actually one sir. This is actually suppose 60,000. We have to mention that
So 8.5 meter pole and 6,000 numbers.
हाँ 6,000.
एग्जाम्पल यू में टेक।
हाँ
और ये जो प्रोजेक्ट है ये एक साइट है या मल्टीपल साइट्स?
नहीं ये एक ही प्रोजेक्ट है हमारा।
अच्छा,
एक प्रोजेक्ट के लिए हमारा क्लाइंट हमारा तो एक ही एलॉय मिला हुआ है, सब कुछ एक ही एग्रीमेंट है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एग्रीमेंट एक ही है, हमको बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट सपोज एक बिल्डिंग बनानी है, लेकिन उसमें सर 10 बिल्डिंग बनानी है हमको, लेकिन एक ही प्रोजेक्ट है, एक ही सोसाइटी में बना रहे हैं हम लोग और हमको हर बिल्डिंग का प्रोसेस देखना है।
सर इसका WBS प्रॉपर नहीं है मेरे हिसाब से, तो जैसे सप्लाई कोई WBS नहीं है। WBS तो हमारा हुआ कि जैसे हमको एंटी लाइन करना है, एंटी लाइन के अंदर में सर हमको सप्लाई भी करना है, इलेक्शन भी करना है, फिर उसके अंदर में सब टास्क करेंगे। ये 8.5 मीटर पोल कोई डब्ल्यू बेस
ये समरी टास्क बन गया, इसको डब्ल्यू बेस जाना है।
इसमें कोई डब्ल्यू बेस है
नहीं, मैं ये मेरे को फाइनली ये समझ में आया कि आपका मटेरियल बहुत क्रिटिकल है। मतलब आई थॉट हम लोग जो रिसोर्स लेते हैं नॉर्मली मटेरियल जो है हम लोग लिखते हैं कि 8.5 मीटर 6000, बट एक्चुअली वो आपको परचेज करने के लिए आपकी कॉम्प्लेक्स आपको एक सारे प्रोसेस फॉलो करना है। तो अभी मैं ये समझा कि आपका जो मटेरियल है वो एक्चुअली मटेरियल परचेज करने के लिए आपका काफी लंबा प्रोसेस है। बट फाइनली आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा सर, ये वाला जो है 8.5 मीटर पोल ये आपको रिसोर्स शीट में लेना पड़ेगा और उसके अंदर फाइनली कॉस्ट कितना लग रहा है वो कॉस्ट को भी आपको जब तक ये परफॉर्म नहीं करोगे आपको कॉस्ट भी पता नहीं चलेगा।
कॉस्ट हमारा बजट फिक्स रहे, हमको जितने परचेस करना है
तो कॉस्ट में बहुत ज्यादा कंसर्न
नहीं, कॉस्ट में कंसर्न नहीं मिलेगा सर।
Rate is defined.
Rate is defined, sir. You can assume that it is defined.
और ये जो 82 डेज लग रहा है ये पूरा 6000 पोल के लिए लग रहा है, राइट?
हाँ सर, ये
Actually, this is the problem, sir. This is what our question is. Suppose 6,000 poles we have planned, and we do not want, actually the project duration is 365 days, 1 year. And we want to plan that 6,000 poles, 3,000 in first quarter, 3,000 in next quarter.
It is scattered way.
In steps, lot में sir. हमारे इंटरेस्ट में not even in this project. This is applicable to our project. कि हाँ वो क्योंकि we don't have that type of knowledge, so we have plotted.
सर ये वाले एग्जाम्पल सब लोग कंफ्यूज हो जाएंगे, इसमें डब्ल्यू बेस भी प्रॉपर नहीं है। जो आप पहले बता रहे थे जो मलेरकोटला वाला वो थोड़ा सा ज्यादा रिलेवेंट है।
मलेरकोटला क्या है? सिंगल लोकेशन है, फिजिबल है, समझने के लिए आता है। और सिंगल लोकेशन सिंगल प्रोजेक्ट है, ये मल्टीपल लोकेशन सिंगल प्रोजेक्ट है।
डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन प्रोजेक्ट्स को डिफाइन करना थोड़ा डिफिकल्टी रहेगा। सबस्टेशन प्रोजेक्ट्स ठीक है, अंडरस्टैंड करने के लिए यही चीज है। नहीं, इसमें भी थोड़ा डब्ल्यूबीएस क्या है?
WBS सर अगर हम एलटी लाइन ले रहे हैं तो एलटी लाइन में पोल्स आएंगे, एस्टिमेट पोल्स आएंगे,
हर जगह पे लेना पड़ेगा ना। जैसे हमारे 2 डिवीजन होंगे,
वो कहने का मतलब डिवीजन का वही है सर, सेम आइटम हर एक एक्टिविटी में आएगा ना। मतलब एक 100 आइटम्स है, 100 आइटम आपको एसटी में भी डालना पड़ेगा, एलटी में भी डालना पड़ेगा, वो डिफरेंट थोड़ा आइटम वेरी कर सकता है, पर वो सब में आएगा, वो दोनों में आएगा।
जो लोग जैसे प्रोग्रेस ट्रैक करेंगे, कोई डिवीजन वाइज करना ना कि नारायणा डिवीजन में इतना, नारायणा में इतना, कहीं पर तो डब्ल्यूबीएस डिफाइन करो।
आप कैसे प्लॉट कर पाओगे उनको? मलेरकोटला कोई समझा सकता है तो वो देखें।
और किसी का सबस्टेशन प्रोजेक्ट नहीं
बेसिकली टीम मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ कि आपका ये जो मेरा जो कॉन्सेप्ट आपने समझे राइट टॉप टू बॉटम, ये आपको इम्प्लीमेंट करना है आपके प्रोजेक्ट में। तो मैं जो नेक्स्ट स्टेप बताने वाला था, मैं ये बोलने वाला था कि आप उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे कर सकते हैं, उसका हेल्प हम लोग थोड़ा एआई से लेते हैं। तो शायद हम लोग एक कॉमन प्लेटफॉर्म पे आएंगे, देन यू विल बी एबल टू रीच इन अ बेटर।
सर तो मैं आपसे इसको एआई में लीजिए, हम लोग आपको मैं आपको
इसी वाले
एक बार राइट क्लिक करके डब्ल्यूबीएस कॉलम ऐड कर देना है,
चेक कर लो, क्या रिटर्न हो जाता है और पास हो जाता है।
हाँ एक बार राइट क्लिक करके
WBS आपका WBS बना हुआ है, ओके?
कितना डब्ल्यूबीएस? ओनली 3।
आपका जो है 3 WBS है, और ये मैं समझ ये स्ट्रक्चर्स में समझ गया बहुत इजीली, राइट? ये आपने जो बताया ना, ये समझ के आपका प्रोजेक्ट का टाइटल है, ठीक है? ये जो तीन है आपका इनिशियलाइजेशन है, और इनिशियलाइजेशन में आपकी ये सारी चीज है ड्राइंग, और उसके बाद में जो है सेकेंड चीज जो है आपका परचेसिंग हो रहा है, राइट? ये मटेरियल का परचेसिंग हो रहा है, और ये मटेरियल का परचेसिंग में आपका अभी कंफ्यूजन ये है कि यहाँ पे 6000 कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आपको परचेस करना है, बट 1 गो में नहीं करना है, आपको स्लैब में करना है। पहले 3 महीने में 1000 है, बाद के 3 महीने में 1000 है, तो आपको ये वाली एक्टिविटीज वापस से लिखना पड़ेगा एक अलग डेट में, और वो किसके ऊपर डिपेंड है वो करना पड़ेगा।
8.5 भी ऑल्सो डब्ल्यूबीएस।
हाँ, इट इज WBS, वर्क रेट ऑफ स्ट्रक्चर। तो ये सप्लाई आपका है, ये सप्लाई आपका मटेरियल है, और इसके अंदर आपने जो डिफरेंट मटेरियल है, मटेरियल 1 हो गया, ये मटेरियल 2 हो गया, ये मटेरियल 3 हो गया, मटेरियल 4 हो गया, राइट, ये मटेरियल 5 हो गया। तो आपने अभी तक के जो मुझे बताया ये सारे मटेरियल्स है, राइट, ये मैं समझा, और इसके बाद में मटेरियल रिसीव होने के बाद में आपको क्या एक्शन लेना है वो आपने मुझे यहाँ पे बताया, इरेक्शन करें। तो मेरे ख्याल में ये सारे जितने मटेरियल्स है यू आर यूजिंग इट ओवर, तो ये समझ रहा हूं मैं, और ये समझ भी गया हूं कि ये जो मटेरियल है आपका, ये परचेसिंग थोड़ा आपका कॉम्प्लेक्स एक्टिविटीज है, राइट, क्रिटिकल एक्टिविटी है, ये कॉम्प्लेक्स है, तो आप उसके लिए एक पूरा टास्क है। मैं आपको वहां से रविश कर रहा हूं कि अगर आपको सपोज ये वाले एक्सेसरीज जो है 1000 परचेज करना है, 200 इधर करना है और 200 और कहीं और करना है किसी और डेट में, तो आपको एक पूरा सेट जो है वापस से कहीं और कॉपी करके पेस्ट करना है।
सब मैनुअल शेड्यूल, तो ऑटो शेड्यूल करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, मतलब ये प्री ऑटो शेड्यूल है, तो आप इसको कॉपी करके पेस्ट करना, और वो स्पेशली डेट के लिए, क्योंकि आपको डेट समझ में आएगा कि ये डेट में आपको 100 क्वांटिटी लेना है, ये डेट में आपको 100 क्वांटिटी लेना है, ये डेट में आपको 100 क्वांटिटी लेना है। ओके, लेकिन ये नहीं पता मुझे कि अगर 100 क्वांटिटी में वापस से आपको ये सारी चीज करने की जरूरत है क्या, वापस से ड्राइंग सब
नहीं, बिल्कुल
वापस करने की जरूरत है, तो फिर आपको ये पूरी एक्टिविटीज दिया है, क्योंकि जब आपका एक बार ड्राइंग फाइनलाइज हो गया तो फिर आपको ये एक्टिविटी नहीं लिखोगे, देन आप यू जस्ट से ओके परचेसिंग दिस एक्टिविटी 100 नंबर्स एंड देन वी नो दैट इट इज नॉट टू टेक दिस मच टाइम, 83 डेज। ओके, 83 डेज में तो आपने प्री वर्क करके रखा है, आपने वेंडर को फाइनल करके रखा है, करेक्ट, आपने ड्राइंग अप्रूव करके रखा है, आपने सारी चीज अप्रूव करके रखा है, सिर्फ आपको बता रहे हैं कि 3000 क्वांटिटी था, मैंने भी अपने किया 1000 क्वांटिटी मुझे ये वाले डेट पे चाहिए, राइट। हो सकता है उसको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को टाइम लगेगा, बट दैट इज नॉट योर हेडेक, यू जस्ट हैव टू प्लेस अ नंबर, राइट। तो आप एक एक्टिविटी होगा प्लेसिंग एन ऑर्डर फॉर दिस पार्ट, और वो ऑर्डर को अगर वो 3 में लगा रहे तो यू कैन टेक द ड्यूरेशन एज 3 मंथ्स हो गया, बट उसके बाद में वापस से आपको ड्राइंग वगैरह बनाने की जरूरत है, तो वो आप जो बोल रहे हैं 3000 है, मे बी आप 3000 लिख दो, फाइन, 1 is fine, और बाद में आप लिखो टेकन 1000 क्वांटिटी, टेकन 2000 क्वांटिटी, बट यू डोंट हैव टू। ओके,
मलेपुरला में ऐसे ही एक्सप्लेन किया हुआ, जो आप समझना चाहते हो मलेपुरला में वैसे ही है।
ओके, तो ये मैं एक बार सिर्फ ना प्रोजेक्ट ओपन करके देखता हूँ और वापस से विल गो टू दिस पार्ट।
यहाँ से जो बेसिक इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग है ना,
हाँ,
वो अलग एक एक्टिविटी हो गया, उसके नीचे आएगा सप्लाई का, देन हेडर, देन उसके नीचे आएगा सिविल का।
एक सेकंड, ये जो है
इंजीनियरिंग
बेसिक इंजीनियरिंग, तो ये क्या चीज है सर, ये भी
ये सिंगल लाइन डायग्राम होता है सर,
ये एक्टिविटी हो गया,
ये एक्टिविटीज हो गई, ये मटेरियल परचेज नहीं है, राइट, ये एक्टिविटीज यहाँ परफॉर्म, राइट। ओके, तो ये बेसिक इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग की सारी एक्टिविटीज, करेक्ट। उसके बाद में आप बोल रहे हो कि सप्लाई ऑफ मटेरियल, राइट, सप्लाई ऑफ मटेरियल में आपका ये जो बता रहे हैं, तो ये आप सप्लाई ऑफ मटेरियल है, देन इसके बाद में
सप्लाई
दैट इज ऑल सप्लाई, राइट। ओके, सो ये सबसे हो गया शायद है इसका,
हाँ,
टोटल सप्लाई मटेरियल, उसके बाद में सेल नंबर का।
यहाँ से सिविल होता
Now
है,
this is-
यहाँ से सिलेक्ट होता है। ओके, तो ये प्रोजेक्ट में मतलब ये समझ रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा सा बड़ा इवेंट किया, राइट। वहाँ पे सिर्फ मटेरियल हमारा परचेज करें, उसके बाद में यूज करें यहाँ पे, लेकिन हम लोग मटेरियल को सिविल में भी यूज करें,
उसको डिरेक्शन भी करते हैं,
डायरेक्शन भी करेंगे। ओके, तो ठीक, सबसे पहले तो अगर मैं इसकी बात करूं तो ये जो है आपको समरी टास्क अगर जरूरी है तो आप समरी टास्क बनाओ, नहीं तो मत बनाओ, राइट। सो आई ऑलरेडी स्पोक अबाउट समरी टास्क हियर, राइट। सो दिस सबमिशन, आप बेटर है कि आप एक समरी टास्क लो, सबमिशन एंड अप्रूवल, और उसके अंदर इसको उल्टा करो, राइट, कि आप क्या सबमिशन और अप्रूवल लेना है, द अदर वे अराउंड। आई होप यू अंडरस्टूड इट, राइट। तो आप समरी टास्क लो, सबमिशन एंड अप्रूवल, और जिसको भी सबमिट करना और अप्रूव करना है उसको सारे को
उनको एक्टिविटी बनाना,
उनको एक्टिविटी बनाना, राइट। दैट विल बी द राइट। आपने क्या किया, कि इलेक्ट्रिकल वर्क और उसके बाद सफिशिएंट अप्रूवल देंगे, तो आप समरी सबमिशन अप्रूवल दो और उसके अंदर सबमिशन अप्रूवल आपको किस किस चीज का चाहिए वो आपको दो, तो वो टैट विल बी द राइट करेक्ट। सो अभी आप बोलो मैं किस प्रोजेक्ट पे थोड़ा फाइन ट्यून करूँ, इवन आई डोंट नो हाउ आई वुड टेक एन एक्शन बट यू लेट नो। तो ठीक अभी क्या है, ये एमएस प्रोजेक्ट है राइट, एमएस प्रोजेक्ट अगर फाइल है तो मुझे पता है सबके पास में एमएस प्रोजेक्ट फाइल है, तो मैं यहाँ पे क्या करता हूँ इसको एक्सेल के अंदर ले लेता हूँ राइट। एक्सेल के अंदर मैं लेता हूँ इसलिए क्योंकि मैं मेल कर सकूंगा तो इवन यू अर्न विल वर्क विद मी एंड यू विल अंडरस्टैंड दैट बेटर। तो मैं यहाँ पे इसको प्रीडिसेसर रखता हूँ, रिसोर्स तो हमारे पास है नहीं, बाकी और कोई चीज है नहीं, यही वाले कॉलम्स है हमारे करेक्ट। सो आई जस्ट कॉपी these activities over there। मैं प्रीडिसेसर को भी कॉपी कर लेता हूँ, कंट्रोल से इसको कॉपी, मैं एक्सेल ओपन कर रहा हूँ, and in Excel I'm going to paste over here right, और यहाँ पे मैं इसको मैं इसको टास्क बना लेता हूँ ना, इसको टास्क बना लेता हूँ और एक क्योंकि आई थिंक दैट विल बी बेटर, एम आई राइट। ठीक है, मैं भी करूँ इसलिए I can do some skills over there and I can create that. यहाँ तक कि हमारा अप्रूवल हो रहा है हमारी, मैं क्या करता हूँ सिर्फ इसका एक्टिविटी से ना वो पायलट में लेके जा रहा हूँ। Okay, I'll just take this and I will upload that in Copilot. Okay, now in Copilot actually मैं बता रहा हूँ कि आप भी अगर मेरे साथ में वर्क करते हैं, but anyways मैं एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ, then I will share this file with you. So actually Copilot में designer So I'm taking help from Copilot so that I did not specify, I did not feed all the details over there. So thanks for sharing the file. I have analyzed sheet 2 and it is what I understand. Sheet 2 lists all the major activities of the project, but it lacks actual duration of the task, logical predecessor and dependencies, clear sequencing of the planning. Your goal is to replan the project with realistic duration and correct predecessors, essentially turning this rough activity into proper project scheduling. So the best prompt for Copilot, goal, replan the project. So over here it is giving me add resources, allocation for the prompt. I know how to add the resources in the prompt, include milestone 2, I know how to include. So final prompt, it has given me this prompt, right? Now let me just check out how it rescheduled that project to one, right? I'll take this and I will go to this chat, and let me upload that file. This was test 2, and I'm going to input this plan, right? Let me have in Excel file, right? I'm going to share the link. I have already shared the link with Anshu sir to download the project. It is a free subscription. We can use it for a month. Okay, your IT team has denied to install for some reason, security reason. But if you want, you can install it in your personal laptop. So they will ask for your debit card or credit card number. You have to subscribe, and once the training is over, you can cancel. Because within month, if you don't cancel, they will deduct 2 lakh rupees or some amount. So that is the risk. So we have to check the notice. This call requires version is right? It is all devices. There are different users, different conditions. That is, client is different, planner is different. So if you learn, because I do always do that. Right? I subscribe, I cancel. If you want to have hands-on, because we have a week's time in between. So I'm just trying to take you to this part here. The reason is whenever you have time, you can always go there and you can try it back so that you'll have all the understanding. Until the next week, I think at least you'll have a better plan and we will not have to open notes.
प्रोजेक्ट को पता क्या है या आईटी सेक्टर से इसको पता नहीं। अब इलेक्ट्रिकल प्रोजेक्ट कैसे रन होते हैं, उसमें मेटल कोडिंग क्या है, इरिगेशन क्या है, टेस्टिंग कमीशनिंग, एलओएस से लेकर बिल्डिंग सबमिशन से लेकर पूरा बता दो ताकि वो यूटिलाइज करके क्या हमें डिलीवर करना है। तो पढ़ने के बाद ही आपको भी समझ में आएगा।
So मेरा सजेशन क्या है कि ये जो टास्क की एक्टिविटीज है, what you can do is you can reschedule this project, right? So that then only you will get a clear picture. Because if you fine tune, okay, it will take a long time, outdated it there. So over here, what I did is I have given you the list of activities here, whatever activities you have given. Maybe if you want, you can delete the activities, you can add the activities. Okay, यहाँ पे उसने predecessor भी दिया है. If I want, I can give the link also, right? That one should be the predecessor. But the bottom line is, say in MS project you can do any project, right? You can do the civil project, you can do software project, you can do mechanical, electrical, any project you can do. But if you understand the concept, then you can do it better, right? So my point is, it is easy to understand the project concept. It is difficult to go to that area and then understand it. Because, since a long time you guys are working on that project, right? So my point is, learning the tool is easy, but learning that background is difficult, right? So my point is, as I have already explained you, what you need to do is you have to implement it on your project. Now, I was conducting training in Hiranandani, they gave me 2 days or 3 days. Now, whatever I can down, actually I took all the help from AI, and those people, they got happy because I gave them the actual cost also, right? ये resource इतने पे available है, because that information is available. Like civil project, I thought it is easy, right, as compared to your project. I mean, value-wise, I don't know, but what my point is, they asked me that we have to go ahead with 21-floor building plan. But it was very easy. I took help from co-pilot, I've taken, and I got the actual figure also.
Yeah, you can have that, you can explain that, not explain that.
Yeah, so over here, actually I went with our training project, right? A very simple project. But what I spoken about that. I'm just trying to explain to you, how you can fine tune it. That is only the concern I have. So here I said that, I went with okay, so over here I said, we have like the project what I have did. Now what I did is, I just said to co-pilot that I would like to go ahead with 31-story building, right? But उसमें मैंने क्या किया, उसको पहले प्लान बनाया. प्लान मतलब मैंने co-pilot पे डाला, I have to construct, okay, 21-floor building with 2 basements over there, and in each floor we are going to have around 8,000 square feet. Okay, I'm going to use 12 flats. 1,200 square feet flat. On each floor we are going to have 6 flats, and we are going to have common area for lift and passage. And get me the flow diagram. तो उसको मुझे फ्लो डायग्राम बनानी है, राइट? उसके बाद में फ्लो डायग्राम मैंने उसको अपलोड किया और मैंने बोला कि गेट मी द प्लान फॉर 21-floor बिल्डिंग, गेट मी लिस्ट ऑफ ऑल द एक्टिविटीज, आई वुड लाइक टू हैव दैट प्लान इन डिटेल एंड गेट मी व्हिच रिसोर्सेज वी आर गोइंग टू यूज ओवर देयर, राइट? Maybe in one point I did not get, I will have to perform it in number of steps, but finally it gave me, so here it gave me that we have to work with pre-construction. So construction plan, it said that pre-construction. And in pre-construction over there, it gave me, foundation and basement, right? This is going to take around 200 days. It gave me the duration. I asked him to give me the predecessor also. And who are the resources they are going to work on it, right? So here, these are the resources they are working. So the foundation and basement, then superstructure, which is going for 352 days. Then internal walls, which will start after 7th floor of the super construction, right? Then electrical work, then plumbing work. It has given me only for plumbing work, but I wanted to have it for all the floors over there. So I said that give me the list of all the floors so that I just want to understand कि ये कितने फ्लोर के बाद में मैं सेकेंड वाला फेज स्टार्ट कर सकता हूँ. Because अगर सुपर स्ट्रक्चर 7th फ्लोर तक के हो गया तो I think I can start at least plumbing work on the first floor, right? Okay. So over there it gave me this project, and then fixtures, whatever we have to do, the fixtures, door, kitchen, then painting work, then external work, and then handover. Now I asked, get me the list of all the resources. So over here, it gave me the list of all the resources. I have taken that in the resource sheet. So here it gave me the list of all the resources. Now even if I'm going to go ahead with material and so over there, these are the work resource, project manager, and I asked, give me the approx cost, right? So it gave me the cost also, how much cost we'll have to pay. And then I spoke about material. This is what the material resource. So which cement, 50 kg bags and all. It gave me the resource. Now what I said is, get me all, deploy these or assign these resources to my project. So if I click on View tab, I went to Gantt chart, and here we can see that we are getting the list of all resources. Now of course I did not deploy the quantity in proper number, but I got the cost. If I right click, if I say insert column, if I'm going to say cost, so I was able to know the cost of this project. So my point is, my concept was very much clear कि मुझे चाहिए क्या, right? मैंने इसको flow diagram दिया, flow diagram मैंने input किया, and then it gave me the result. Or on top of it, I had that skill that it has given me all the resources in one place, or maybe separated in different columns. So I have to join them. So I made use of that skill, some combination of Excel, text to column, and join it, and I got this particular information. So my point is, knowing the concept is okay. You do require a bit of practice over there, but how actually you are going to use those skills on your project, you have to work with the platform. So over here I was saying, as of now, through AI, I got these list of activities. Now you like to know if you are able to work, or maybe I can just say, I'll just give the list of these activities. I'll say, get me these activities in different phases, get me the details for all these activities details, and I would like to have the predecessor in next column. So if I provide this information, I get to UI, it will find you. So my point is, directly going to plan it, you do some R&D. Copilot, it will give you a better idea, and you implement that idea and then you plan. I hope you understood. I know that it was at very initial stage because we have open notes. So even if I'm going to say, get me the list of all, like even if I'm going to just select this task as of now, I'm selecting these tasks, and if I go to Copilot, let me just add these tasks over there. I just add these tasks over there, correct? And if I'm going to say, get me the proper WPS, right? Work breakdown structure. Okay, get me, I'll just say task. Okay, duration for each task. Okay, then I'm going to say predecessors. Okay, so probability, and I'm just going to say an Excel file. In Excel file. Yeah. Okay. I'll just say task link PLC. So probability in Excel file. Okay, maybe if I'm not very specific about it, so it will ask me if there's a confusion. If I go there and create WPS for this project, generate Gantt chart for this list, right? Extract only critical tasks, right? Let me just say this and let me see what option it is going to give us. Now, if you have drawing, right? If you have drawing of this material, right? If you upload that drawing and you let to purchase this material, what activities we need to do, it will give you a better. अगर आपके पास कोई drawing है, तो आप drawing upload करो, and it will give you better. So my point is, if you have this pre-work done, okay, you are going to have a good point. Let's see what it gives me. Okay, this time you should keep in a predecessor order. And it is going to propose us the missing data as well. So I have taken that project, right, in Excel file. I'm going to email that Excel file to you as of now, because I know that all of us, we don't have MS project. Now you can take this data, enter it into Copilot, and finally when you are going to have the data, you are going to have task name, okay, you will have the summary task, you will have the predecessor. We can simply copy and paste the project, and your project will be almost, it will be ready 70-80% of there. The fine tune we can go and we can make something. Okay, let us see what it gives me in Excel file. I'll reply that file, I'll send that file to you so that you can forward it. Okay, yeah, अगर आप इसके पास में, you can convert it to Excel. I hope you will be able to do it too, right? I hope all of us here are on the same page. You are following me what we are doing, right? Second, whatever concept I have to talk about, first 2 points we are already done. But only the thing is that I'm saying that how you can implement those concepts in your project in that one. Just take this and if you want to work with Copilot, I'll let you know.
Copilot is also product of myself. So I think Copilot better understand
yeah, one way is there, right? But even the ChatGPT is also going to give you the same answer. Okay. But yeah, it is from Microsoft. But only the thing is that the file will be secure. It will not be in the public. Because ChatGPT is the open source. So that project may go and it will be with your OneDrive. You won't share it, you won't share it. But you cannot upload the MS project file. It is not allowed.
we can upload only
Excel. No, we can upload other files, but MS project is not supported. None of the adds no time critical tasks can be in the Excel file. So if I open this file, so this time, we can see it has given me the WPS, right? What I said in Copilot, it gave me the WPS, okay? And it gave me the WPS over there. And it gave me the link also, right? And it is showing me the task is critical or not critical, right? And the phase name also it has given testing and chemistry. So, okay, there is only the one phase it has given, but it gave me the predecessors, right? Now if I'm going to copy this predecessor and if I'm going to paste over there, it will be done, right? WPS has given me 1.2, okay, 1.10, 1.11. So actually WPS it has not done much over there. Okay. But we can go and we can do the WPS because it has given me 1. So I think if you go in that way, okay, if you have drawing, okay, you take that drawing. Last time I was with some engineering company, it was there also in the power station. The Zico, you know. Okay. So last time that person was also, he did some project in Copilot. I mean, it was only one day training, okay, but he did something over there. And I'll let you know what he has done from Copilot. I asked and he gave me the foundation. नहीं हम लोग यही करते हैं राइट हम लोग ट्रेनिंग कॉन्सेप्ट लेते हैं देन लेटर ऑन यू हैव टू गो यू हैव टू इम्प्लीमेंट Just 1 second. Say someone has created, he has created this project over there, right? But I hope you understood, right? So actually my concern is to let you know the concept over there, right? What is project 2? How do we make your project 2? But how better you can implement, you are the right person. So you let me know, should I share the Excel file or you will handle it?
जितने कुछ है शेयर कर दीजिएगा प्लानिंग में सर अभी क्या है कि अभी when we are using this project there are lot of Yes, sir. When we are going to the task bar, we are having lots of marks on track, mistake, 0%, inspect, move, more, and again there are a lot of things. So, whatever the task and whatever the parts which are related to planning and scheduling, is that we have covered?
No, we still have to cover because if you don't touch the tracking part, we will not be able to understand.
No, the part of planning and scheduling, we have also planning and scheduling.
Yeah.
So, in that particular session, that we cover all the all the parts that is required.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, how do we Gantt chart? Gantt chart में तो हमने प्लानिंग कर लिया, तो अगर किसी को Gantt क्योंकि जब हम रिपोर्ट प्रिंट आउट करते हैं तो द मैनेजमेंट देयर इज Gantt chart और तो Gantt chart देखने अभी तो ठीक है, थोड़ी थोड़ी चीजें आती हैं इसमें अभी आपको बताया FS रीडिंग है और और भी तरीके से देखिए
हाँ there are ways right to get back. Yeah, हम लोग रिपोर्ट में सारी चीज देखते हैं. मैं आपको क्या करता हूँ रिप्लाई करता हूँ.
प्लानिंग किया था, we have planned now. No, we have planned. तो प्लानिंग के बाद ही तो मैं देखूंगा ना कि what I have planned. तो मैं पापा Gantt chart देखूंगा कि क्या बता रहे हैं.
See, actually, if you want to take a printout, ये जो plan है, okay, so कई मतलब you have to share this with your management. Now, if you have to share, maybe you can go click on file. If you say print over there, correct? So you can have a printout over there. Maybe you can paste. We have the lectures also like that.
It comes in the report parts.
Yeah, it is there in the report. You can take. So I have already emailed that project in Excel, right? The person is the first project that we have created. We have converted it to Excel. My suggestion to enter that into Copilot, get the vendor schedule over here, okay? And then you can go and follow all these systems. Okay? So one final word to you team, okay? Let's start sharing with you. You follow all these systems, you'll find everything. You have to type the task, right? Auto schedule. Do the proper WBS. Not even, it seems to be very simple that we are doing the WBS, but I said that you the other way around, we were rating summary task, and in the summary task we were saying that submit and approval, right? You take one summary, submission, approval, and whatever submission approval you want to have, you take all those as a task. They will find the difference, right? Okay, so you have to do WBS properly, task duration. Task linking, when we are saying, okay, you have to close the open loop. But till we don't close the open note, you will not get the final sheet. The next step you want to be able to take action. So you have to follow this part properly. I hope in next week you will be able to do it right. I've already emailed this file to you. Okay, to sir, I've already shared the link, right? That project download. So team, if you think that you can handle it, better I always do it. Whenever my subscription is getting over, I download it. Okay, because at times we have to correct 25, 30 people with a different user. So I can cancel the subscription.
You can download that thing if you don't have it. I'll give it in WhatsApp group. I'll share it to all the respective functional heads or respective heads. If they are not forwarded, please once again. But ensure that you have that access to our IT. In case it is getting blocked to IT policy, then you take a permission from the condenser or anyone, and they will ensure that they will be access. It is a temporary measure to be taken.
We have 30 days, right? 30 days is a trial version over there. So maybe before 30 days, it is very easy. Only supposed to be civil detect, just to cross paper, okay, if you are able. Now, if you don't present, they are saying that the upper limit is 2 lakhs, okay, but in general, I think that cannot be expected, but the maximum, whatever.
Next Tuesday, we have the continuation of the same session, not the same, but the next series. Please be here at 9:30.
Tracking, we are looking at very important point. Tracking is very important.
Hopefully all of you will be here by 9:30, 9:45. In case you want me to breakfast, let me know right now. I am not doing it unless today 4-5 sprouts got wasted. I got 40, you have 42 people here in the morning. Yet 4-5 sprouts were wasted. That's okay. You should be little mindful of these things. Is there anything else that you have? CMS has left early because we could not make it because it's a budget work. But I'm sure next week you will come again for sure. Avinash sir is also left, his son's wedding is there, so he will not be preparation for all those things. That's okay in the morning at least we will such work. We will continue this series, keep me posted if you need any specific help or any guidance, like you said, of the download part of it. We will check with Suraj also and we'll speak with Anil sir, with you sir. So that we can download and practice is what we have shared. The idea is executing regarding licenses, we talk subsequently. Some of us around here, please have it. Thank you, Super, appreciate it.
Thank you. I hope the training was good, right? Next session. Thank you.
To wind up for the day, alright?
Yes.